controller madness. Old school DSP would have did it. Complaining as much about the stick as he complained, we would have had controller madness by now. Okay, you guys, it's Dark Side Phil, and I'm gonna try to play Street Fighter 4 with a fucking controller.
He's actually had the fight stick.
Dude, Shroom. What did you say? If it wasn't for the Hawk Tua, we could give him a mechanical robotic finger, I bet. Exactly. And
we are all on the same page.
I was, and you know.
I know, right?
Okay, but do you want the cookies hot and fresh, or do you want them stale and cold?
I don't think I can go.
Well, it matters, because one's going to be really hard and sharp, and then the other one's going to be soft and gooey, and you can slide right in, and it'll pop out the back.
The way that you're describing this, I think he might want to.
What?
I think there's a lot of thinking on this one, haven't you, Thor?
No,
Look at this guy. This guy's fucking Gachimuchi. Hell yeah. Ah. Fucking slaves. Get your ass back here. This game is awesome.
Wait, stop it.
And he just gave me all of it. And he gave me this weird burlap sack for some reason. I think it counted, I think there's like 25 of them in here. 25 boxes. It's just... I just walked out of there with this fucking burlap sack and just ammo. Oh yeah. So... I got all this shit, so that's why I decided to get that 74, because I was tempting to get in it.
Remember this. Every
Calling down fortification.
Hex. That's how.
Requesting fortification.
deploying minefield.
Fuck you, I wanted the high five. Ah!
Freedom never sleeps!
Cool. I'm pretty much like Emmett, is that his name in the Lego movie? I can follow the instructions really well, but coming up with this stuff. But yeah, I'm gonna be peeking into Macaw like in a little bit to see if this is the one he's building. I'm not supposed to waste my money, but this looks cool.
All right, and
I'm gonna whiff this.
We wanted to go again, and we were gonna do, you know, smell all the scents. Especially now that COVID's over, thank God. Now you can do this again, because that was the thing. When COVID was going on, they were like, "Oh no, you can't open, you can't smell, you can't do this, can't do that." So we didn't even bother going out there. Okay. So we go out there, excuse me, and you know, we're walking around the mall, and this mall's huge, by the way. This mall has 2 full giant floors and a third kind of semi-half floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. We're ready. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti. I'm scared. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing, fiesta, romancing, siesta, samba, la bamba.
Ay caramba.
Disguises, surprises, and pies of all sizes. Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Garfield and friends.
And pay attention. There'll be a test at the end.
Whoa, welcome back, chat, to another seething, mauling, sneezing, and open night of time trial, reset, grind, and whining with your host, Swollen __ Dingus. Yup, that's me, I'm him, and I'm here to rant, whine, sneed, cope, and mauled, and all of the above. Big ups to the dingers, the dongers, and the Swollen __ ones who are here, existing in and out, and for this after midnight chill situation. And big ups to the dingers, dongers, and Swollen __ ones, sure to exist in the immediate and far-flung future, like Black Firearm, Jay Frosty, Aqua, Saber, Enza Win, Beer Joe. Thank you for the kitty and the bonk. So, okay, State of the Union. State of the Dingus. 82%. The goal is 106%. We need a couple of more relics. Actually, we need exactly 10 more relics. I don't think the original game ever told you about the secret level relics. I can't recall. But the fact that it says 31 relics exist kind of gives away the fact that there are levels that aren't in the main hub worlds that we need to unlock. One of which we've already unlocked. It was the Hot Cocoa level. But I think we had cleared out Warp Room 1. I'm pretty sure we got all plats. Dude, the last stream was like 8 hours of plat grinding, but big ups. Look, they said it couldn't be done, and yet here I am doing it. Forgot you can't dash in the hub world. It just switches you to Coco. Sup for women? Hey, knockin' Corona. A classic felting stream. There won't be any felting! Why do you guys always think there will be felting? I'm like the one guy who beats every game that he plays. What are you talking about? Okay. Let's start off slow before we start really getting into the mind-numbing reset grinding. There are still some regular gems that I need to acquire. These are acquired through going on gem paths. So let's start with Tomb Time. Big ups rent check. Is there no end to the internal crash out? No, it makes sense if you think about it. 1 stream for Crash 1, 2 streams for Crash 2, 3 streams for Crash 3. My God, Dingus needs the support. I didn't Crash destroyed your life like the guy did to Doom. No, he beat Doom, didn't he? He actually beat Doom. I was told by the trolls that there was no way he was gonna beat Doom today. Guess what, idiot? You're wrong. Don't you have a lot of egg on your face? Alright, I just gotta figure out where the gem path is. Alright, there's a bonus. I'm bonusing right now. I hope everyone's having a good Thursday evening into Friday. It's probably already Friday for most of you. I had another late clock out, but I'm here existing for you, for your free entertainment. You hear that? I do this for you, chat. I question whether I even do it for me. Oh, here comes the knock is coping. To be fair, that was the easiest Doom boss I've ever fucking seen. They did not exaggerate about id Software dumbing the game down. So basically what you're saying is, DSP was right, whether you want to admit it or not. In your heart of hearts, he was right. id Software lost their fucking way. Right? Right, correct? Look at that monkey. In the old game, I thought he was throwing like a ball of mud or maybe some sort of coconut. Maybe like a ball of oil. You know, because considering all the oil here. But now that I think about it, probably just ape shit. Fucking crude ass monkey. Boy, that sounds really bad out of context. Anyway, how's everyone doing today? It was good, just not amazing. It's about the most we can hope for a modern game, right? Not everything's black and white. Okay, here's the gem path. The purple gem path. You can't... look. Name a more telegraphed gem path entrance. Hello, D-Scythe. Oh boy. Here come the fucking clips. Clip that for your fucking TikTok, idiot. Eternal was good and he hated it. I will stand on that. I don't know. I keep saying it. I feel like a lot of people shat on that game after the fact. Especially after the Dark Ages came out. Eternal is good. No, I can agree. It probably is a good game. I'm just saying that the consensus was that it was worse than Doom 2016. Hey, sometimes the consensus isn't everything. Sometimes gamers can be wrong. You know, gamers say Last of Us Part 2 is a very immersive and enriching game. Very engaging. Gamers say God of War Ragnarok was good. We should talk at Doom Eternal. Yeah, we're starting the stream. We're already felting Doom Eternal. It's the streamly, because I can't say weekly. No, daily. What am I saying streamly for? It's the daily felt Doom Eternal segment. Look, guys, that game you like that I never played, I heard it was bad, and I'm telling you that it's bad. Now, you can't take my word for it because I haven't played it, but other people whose names I don't know because they're just random anonymous people online, they said it was bad, and you know, anonymous people have never steered you wrong. I thought the consensus was the opposite, really? Okay, now I gotta... Oh. Oops. Okay, so I gotta break all the boxes on the right path, then I gotta backtrack and go through the gem path. Actually, I think I do have the gem path gem from doing the time trial, right? This was the level where I did that. The gem I'm actually trying to get here is the box gem. The only good thing about say about The Last of Us 2 is it has, dare I say, robust handicap settings. You can turn yourself invisible, turn on a color filter mode to see items and enemies. Yeah, the accessibility stuff was good. Thanks, Super Blind Man. Rest in peace. Good Smile US. Without clicking that, Billy, I'm gonna say that's the female Byleth Nendoroid. Oh, not Nendoroid, Figma. I know I am correct, because you know what I'm into. Hello, Jesse. Well, Dingus, thank you for reminding me to check a certain general. It's like a certain general. How do I keep... Ow! It's over. We've finally gone over 70 deaths in the easiest Crash game. Shut up, it wasn't the same place. It was the same place, though. I think it was easy money. Was it the Figma? See? Look, I know you guys too well. I know you guys as well as you knew me. I knew that was gonna be the female Byleth Figma. Though I'm kind of cheating, because wasn't it literally just announced? Elden Ring is getting a live-action film. Are you baiting me into posting the Arlo video? Fuck! That was before where I died before. Are you okay? Are you baiting me into putting on the Arlo video in which he discusses the Elden Ring live-action movie? You're just a shy gal with a strangely masculine voice. Well, thank you. I don't think I consider my voice particularly masculine. See, Knock is begging me not to play it. Let's get it out of the way with the Arlo vid. Well, I don't want to put on any videos until, like, I'm done with the gem segment. No! Fuck! I swear I'm not doing it on purpose for, like, a vid. I'm just talking to you guys, and then I get distracted, and next thing you know, I die in the same place 3 times over. Oh, we got another one! This is how you dong play. This is how you dong play. Fuck you, Naughty Dog. Really? Well, no. I want you to think about this for a second. So Naughty Dog wants you to backtrack, and you can't see what you're doing or where you're going, where you are in the level, and I'm just supposed to know that the fucking spot is right there where I'm gonna get fucking stabbed to death? Look at me. Okay, see, this is why I keep fucking up. I go this way because of the pit, obviously. Ooh. See, look, there we go. Hey, Stan. Are you saying female Byleth? The only Byleth that exists is the female one? Well, you think all the pole shilling we did a few months ago would have you think otherwise? That's still happening, by the way. Is it safe? You know that shit's gonna close the second I go back. The crash mental stack is building. Mods, 50,000 Juzzy. Okay, we made it. Dingus scared baby mode? I'm not scared baby mode. You only think that would make Elden Ring better if it was an $80 digital only game? Arlo wouldn't say that. Arlo, well, no, I'm lying already. Arlo is not pro-physical. Arlo's like DSP, only owns digital games. Yeah, I don't really own any physical games anymore. I can't do an Arlo voice. Hey, we got the Death Route music. No way would Dingus know anything about trying to stack a Fire Emblem Engage poll. Who was here for the Fire Emblem Engage playthrough? And it was like the last stream, and I put on a last-minute poll to decide who I would marry. I think it was real close, but Jade almost won. The trolls in the chat almost had Jade winning. In the end, we married the DLC girl. Which kind of seems unfair, because most of the playthrough we spent without the DLC girl. But we almost married Jade. We could have ended up having a timeline where I could say, yup, I married Jade, and it's a true sentence. Just do a Kermit voice for Arlo. Oh, hey there, bud. I can't do Kermit. Hi ho there, bud. There it is. Alright, we still gotta go back there to run back the Platinum Relic. Thank you for what I drank today. I was chugging on some Pepsi. Chugging on some Big Red right now. Respectfully and responsibly, of course. Okay, that should be all gems for right here. Yeah, because that was Midnight Run. That's Hog Ride. Hang 'em High, I gotta run back. That was the one I spent like the first hour of the last stream on. I keep trying to run in the hub world. It's not possible. Monster Energy for you. I don't really do the energy drinks though. I've had maybe 1 Red Bull my entire life. Maybe like 3 Monster Energies. I feel like if I start now, I'm not going to be able to quit it. It's gonna be my my kryptonite. You want to put me out of commission? Give me some Red Bull or Monster Energy. Okay, we gotta run back Road Crash. High Time, we got the gems, but gotta run it back. Deep Trouble's good. Okay, this one, this level has a secret level, and I'm gonna show it off to you guys. But we gotta get the box gem and the gem path gem first. Yeah, for sure, Dynamite. I just wanted to see if that was the only one that I needed gems or not. The only one for that warp room. I had energy drinks a lot for like a year, then cold stopped. I was fine. Yeah, it's a pterodactyl. Because we already did the alien sign. Look at this. I still can't get over this. What were they thinking? What would you call that? The bandifish? Trout Bandicoot? Oh, hey, I comboed that guy. There's the yellow gem path. So this is what takes us to where we need to go for the secret level. Ooh! Now, my question is, how the fuck would you know to, okay, I'm not gonna spoil it, but for the secret that's coming up, I have to wonder, how the fuck would you know to do what you were supposed to do to get the secret? You'll figure it out. You'll understand when I get there and do the secret if you've never played the game before. But it's pretty bullshit. This is that kind of shit they make you buy the strategy guide for. All life started on the sea. We haven't completely explored all of our oceans yet. It makes you wonder, what could be lurking within? Yeah, they're trying to get you to buy the strategy guide. How was I supposed to know that was there? Like, come on. All right, the strat is coming up. You won't believe it. Not this one. This one. No! I tried to hit him! The hitbox was not correct! Getting carried away. Discover the secret exit in Dynamite. How would you know to do that? This is a completely different level, side-scrolling style 2D bonus stage. There's only a box gem and a relic here. Hey, Discord merchant. But yeah, for me, it's getting those PlayStation Underground jam packs and looking at those tips and tricks videos that they would include in there. One of the ones I had showed off a shortcut in Crash Team Racing. Ah yes, make sure you have the Aku Aku and Uka Uka mask before attempting the giant jump in Papu's Pyramid. Then they show you the gameplay, but because it's the PS1, it's not very clear gameplay. It's all fuzzy and blurry, just so they can fit the video on the disc. Okay, I'm alive, I'm alive, I'm okay, I'm okay. I'm okay, we're good. Anyway, we gotta ride Yoshi. Fake Yoshi. One of the only 2 levels that fake Yoshi appears in. This is Eggipus Rex. Yeah, you know the jump I'm talking about. That jump's required for the time trials, too. And, as you all know, I already did Crash Team Racing on stream 100%. I spent like all of a whole night trying to do those platinum time trials, and I did them all. That game's not as bad as the platforming games, I would say. Because the whole game's about going fast to begin with. And if you get all the time crates in that game, you straight up get 10 seconds deducted from your final score. Like if you get like a minute, and you get all the boxes, you actually get 50 seconds. You know, because it shaves off 10 seconds. There you go. Again, pretty short level. No, we're not killing fake Yoshi. Earn the gems in the bonus levels, giving 102%. Did Pinstripe troll you like he did with the guy? No. Pinstripe's not that bad once you know his gimmick. The gimmick is don't drive directly behind Pinstripe. Dev time trials in Crash Remake were diabolical. You mean Crash Team Racing Remake? Yeah. The Beanox time trials? I don't think I did them all. And I think they locked an unlockable behind it. But it was like a recolor of an existing unlockable so that it's not... So you don't feel too bad if you're not able to do it. Yeah, okay, it's just a wheel cosmetic. Yeah, you're... I think it was called like the Master Wheels or something. Like, dude, I could never. I should boot up that game sometime. Just to see where my final stats were. Open the checkpoint box. Let's get the gem path. Gem. Okay, so if there are regular boxes here, how the hell do I get the box gem? Does this path send me back to the regular path? Is it an alternate exit? Do I gotta do the main path then backtrack to the gem path? I don't remember. God forbid if the gem path or death route has regular boxes. That just screams backtrack. It's okay, I'll be fine. Oh my god, I fell for that segment again. That little bit right there. Fuck. Alright, this time we have to avoid our pterodactyl friend. Fuck! Stop a Dingus? I really wouldn't mind playing Crash Team Racing again on PlayStation this time around instead of Switch, but... Dude, all that fucking FOMO shit that isn't available anymore, or you have to really grind for, there's no, like, cross-progression. They really fucked it up in hindsight, making it like games as a service. Okay, see, that's the gem path gem. That's the detonator. Okay, it takes you back to the main path. What? Wait, what's here? No, what's here? No, you can't just show me this in lives. Oh shit! Yes! Jamsies! Oh my god!
Time to party!
It's a Jamsies raid! Big ups to the Ratas. Welcome in, Senorita. Hello, Capital. Can we get a shout out for Jammers? We're playing Crash Bandicoot again. I'm almost done with it. I gotta do the completionist 106% situation. What's she playing? Splatoon? She wasn't playing Splatoon, she was playing Elder Scrolls. She was raging? Yeah, I saw that part. The DSP was raging at lockpicking too when he was playing.
The whole time.
Jamsies was telling her chat that she was gonna buy the $100 Switch to Splatoon 3 edition.
That's 0 crumbs.
She's gonna buy it again. Nah, if anything, it'd be like a $20 upgrade. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there either. We need a better clip. Oh, is this the rat game? Oh wait, no, it's not. What are we doing? What? Oh, that sucked. Who clipped that? Ban them. Oh, that was FF15? Fuck.
Oh yeah, that girl's foundation doesn't match her body.
What the fuck is this? Like an ancient clip.
James Tower.
We're playing Roblox?
I just died.
Jamsy says bald! She's bald! But if you like a chill girl-style gamer, with rats, she has pet rats. She dedicated a significant portion of her stream to her little ratas. They're very cute, and she's cool, so follow her. And she loves Splatoon. She's playing Elder Scrolls Oblivion right now, and she hates DSP. That's right. She knows about Phil. You can go over there and talk to her about Phil, and she'll know who he is, and she'll be able to give you... Oh, I died. She'll be able to give you her thoughts on him in the now. Hey, raise that, son. That wasn't Blockland. Unless it was. All these fucking games look the same to me. I'm racist to games, guys. Oh god, I don't want to hit anything. Oh, no! I finished this part already! Yeah, don't tell Bossman Jack about the rats. Does Jamsies know about Bossman Jack? He's this gambling streamer who hates rats. He calls all his trolls rats. Yeah, you gotta just charge 2,000 bucks to show all your rats. Obviously. I'm gonna fuck this up. Right here. Right here. Right there. Okay, can we cheat the extra lives? Damn. He's an enemy to me now. He should be. We hate that guy. It's okay, he's going back to rehab or jail or what. No, it's jail, right? It's just straight up jail now? Suffer. The T is that he's a crackhead who gambles constantly and yells at his viewers and crashes out. And he's just a general amusing person to watch. Okay, that's where the guy's gonna pop up there. Let's do the bonus round. That'll be a pseudo checkpoint. Yeah, I get him mixed up. He's in and out of rehab and jail so much I can't even tell because I don't pay too much attention to him. It's not like Phil level observation. So I'm always in the dark about whether is he still in rehab? Okay, he just got out of rehab. Okay, he just got out of rehab, but he's going to jail. Yeah, you need to be there you need to be there at a specific time. Otherwise, it's I don't know. The good thing about him is that he's so consistent in what goes on with them. Like it's not. I don't want to say it's always the same thing, but you could take like a couple months away from paying attention to him, then come back, and you won't really have to worry about missing too much lore, because it really will just be the same cycle on loop. You won't have to worry about getting too caught up. It's like, it's accessibility. That's what it is. He's an accessible comfort cow. You don't have to worry about catching up on 5 to 6 months worth of lore. I think that was the same enemy I died to earlier. Yeah, boots up, loses money, then goes AFK for 8 hours. Damn it. Notice how I only lose lives when I'm backtracking? Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, chat. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god, I'm losing so many lives, chat. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Oh my fucking god. Alright, we juked it. All I gotta do is walk back to where the gym path originally started. And then I can go forward. Alright, the bad guy was right here. Woo! Okay. Where is the gym path at? I gotta inch forward. I don't know what's ahead. Okay. Funny little dinosaur. With checkpoint. It's so fucking jank, man. I gotta do it like this, though. Look how many boxes I missed. All because I went with the gym path first. Fuck. Oh, please tell me the gym path is close. Okay, I lost him again. Okay, it's right here. Now we can actually progress. Oh. Shut up. Sup, a dingus? Your partner died. Ack, 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 ack. Alright, give me that dino back. There he is. I just lost him. And he's gone. There was one more fishy left. That one. Now we can finally proceed. Watch me lose it all again. Now remember, I still gotta do the time trial for it. Ah! Okay. There's a checkpoint up ahead with a dinosaur. A big obscune. Jamsy's made an emo of her dead pet rat, Ghastly. Well, I mean, isn't that a way of honoring those we have lost? Like, doesn't Tevin still have the emotes of his guinea pigs? Nobody says anything about that, even though, you know, they're not with us anymore. Rest in peace. Okay, just a few more. I want that box gem. No! Look at them. Look what they do to me. Okay, it's coming up right here. No, are you kidding me? No way, really? What did I miss? I missed 2 boxes? How? Devin still has a Leanna emote even though she's no longer with us. See? True. These emotes are paying respect. Oh yeah, I gotta figure out what went wrong there. Oh wait, I already have the plat for this level. I said earlier I'd have to do the plat. I actually don't. What was I missing here? Is it... Okay, Tomb Waiter's done for gems. Future Frenzy has an alternate exit that I have to enter. Okay, Sphinxinator. It's an emote of an actual dead rat, not a dead rat that has since passed away. You mean the one with rats, the rat's got X's on its eyes? Oh, fuck. Dude, I love levels where I gotta go left and then I gotta go right. Yeah, there's the Leanna emote. You guys love her, right? What is she doing? When did we last hear of her? Okay, left path takes you right there, so I'm gonna start backtracking. Dinger, if you died, you got shot and you were on the ground below, you could have made an emote of that to honor you. Yes, you have my express written permission. Don't they call that martyrdom? See, I'm not a coward. You know, like when people die in the news and they give, instead of giving a more recent photo, they give a photo of the dude when he's in high school and has like, you know, when he's got like a high lot in life, he's got dreams and shit. They get the good pictures out. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. You can get my trashiest photo. You get a photo of my bloodied corpse. Send that to the local news. Then screen cap it and make an emote of it. With wrong proportions. Fucked up dimensions. I'm gonna 100% Crash 4. See, this is why I didn't want to put Crash 4 on the poll. First of all, we would never finish it. Second of all, one of you would troll dump all your points into it. Crash 4 is not in the conversation. Though I do have it, I do have the game. I have never booted it up, I got it for free. Crash 4 was so bad. Consider this, and I've said it before, Crash 4 was so bad, it made them cancel their plans for Spyro 4. It bombed so bad compared to the Trilogy. The Trilogy did 10 million. I think Crash 4 did under 2 million? Maybe it's past like 3 million at this point. But it was, Activision considered it a massive flop. And they tried to recoup their losses by making that fucking MOBA. Yes, that's what I think of when I think of the Crash Bandicoot series of games. I think of a fucking MOBA. Hey, DeBlanc. Yeah, dude, I would have appreciated a Twin Sanity remake, or a Rafa Cortex remake that isn't ass, or even the GBA games but remade in 3D. Literally anything but, you know, what we were given. Supa Dingus? What do you think about that, bish? Local news reporting that streamer Dingus has died is a shocking news, considering Tevin has a so get on his streams. What are you talking about? Don't bring Tevin into this. Speaking of Tevin and his guinea pigs, and Jamsies and Harathas, I was thinking, this reminds me of when it was like year 1 Dingus, and I was thinking of like a way to separate myself and make myself distinct as an individual. I was like, okay, I need like a funny pet for the streams, because I didn't have one at the time, and I still don't. So I was like, let me get a hermit crab. And then I found out Alpha Elite TV had a hermit crab, and I was like, damn. Because I couldn't get a lizard. Because, like, Tevin had, like, Pancake Man at the time. And I don't know if he still has Pancake Man or not, but, like, he had him at the time. Like, shit, I kind of want a lizard. But lizard's already been done. And it's not that original, because everyone will just assume I have the lizard because of Gex. I ended up not getting any pet. But I grew up with parakeets. They're very, very loud. Very easy to take care of, though. Now I had a beta. Ow. Did we get it? Ah, yes. I think I should just have a whole room of exotic pets like DSP. But I just told you I'm trying to make myself distinct and not like everybody else. And you tell me to just do something that somebody else has already done? Now, wait a minute, chat. Okay, yeah, Future Frenzy. I got a mandatory alternate exit entrance. Alright, we need bug lights, multicolored gem route, which is very easy, I think. Hopefully I don't regret saying that. We did Gone tomorrow. Okay, we can do bug light, and then we'll do Future Frenzy. I need a pet gator. Think it should do something no other gamer has done. Get a girlfriend. Wah! But then she's gonna start infecting the content. You know how I am. I'm easy to please. I don't want to upset her, you guys. She says that she wants to be part of the content. And then gradually you see me start changing into a different person entirely just because of her presence on the streams. Then you see me do shit that you've never seen me do before. You see me do, like, the Mrs. Dingus and Dingus Marvel Rivals collab. The co-op collab. It'll be like you're watching a completely different streamer. Hey, Snow. Yeah, it's Dingus Stubbs. No! I Dings. She's gonna take over my life. It's basically what would have happened if I asked out the girl who, like, told me to take her to round 1. Pick up Sinsa Croy, how you doing, Diggs? I'm doing great, thank you for asking. I got a tall glass of root beer. No, not root beer, I had root beer earlier. Tall glass of Big Red. And I'm ready to complete Crash 3 for real tonight. Alright, this is the multicolored gem route. You can only complete this route if you have all the colored gems in the game. Just gonna talk about how I always crap my pets. What the fuck is wrong with Anissa airing out items as tea like that? Putting his laundry out to dry. He's mean. Dingus Dent Doko dual stream? There probably would be some shit like that. Dude, the Mr. and Mrs. Dingus Animal Crossing stream? Fucking reveal I'm like the biggest fan of Animal Crossing you guys never do this whole time. I know everything about the game. Oh yeah, that was the blue gem route. Now we're at the green gem section. Items has a humiliation fetish? Probably. Whenever he speaks of H3, it always comes off like straight up projection. Ah, yes, green gems, so green nitros, purple gem section. What, is it gonna be a side scroller style? Oh, okay. Oh, look, you can see the hallway over there. I think I'm gonna be taken over there in a second. Wait for it. Yellow gem section. Yeah, it's gonna take me over there. We don't like that guy? Look at them. This is their idea of challenge? Yes, just spam the same enemy over and over again. Very original. Last section. Guys, I can't make it to the Mario Kart tournament. My girlfriend wants me to do the podcast. Oh, is that it? That wasn't that, dude. That was easier than Crash 2's multi-gem section. Watch me die here. Big ups, Almighty Tevin. We're finishing Crash 3 tonight, so we can prepare for the next nostalgic game. It's gonna be Sly 4, the first ever Dingus playthrough, semi-blind playthrough, because I watched the This Is How You Don't Play for it. Semi-blind. That'll be next week. Hey, Zookie Wookie. I was not supposed to die there. What are you saying? Okay, this is the hidden 6 warp room. I showed it off already, but this is where Cortex mass produces all of his lab assistants. Hey, Joe Blah, I remember watching a neighborhood friend play this when I was a kid on the OG PS1. Me too, except it was my cousin's. So look, all the human lab assistants are not actually human, they're Terminator styles. They get sent to different time periods. This is how Cortex sends the minions off to go do his evil bidding. I just think it's weird that we use Cortex's own time machine, or Entropy's own time machine, to go through all the levels, and we never run into Cortex. I mean, we're all using the same time machine. You'd think we would run into him at some point. Okay, but these are levels we have. This is an actual level. This is a secret entrance. Actual level with aliens. Actual level that I have not unlocked yet. And hidden entrance to Future Frenzy. Alright, this might be annoying because I don't remember how... I don't remember if this needs Death Warp. But we need the box gem and we need the route gem. His hitbox is so wonky. You just backtrack after this? That's what I think. Because damn, it's like 133 boxes. You think that's enough? No! I was on the fucking platform, right? Fuck this game. No, really. I'm being serious. Fuck you, Naughty Dog. That enough. No, really, I mean it. Oh my god, wait. What if this is like that other level where there's no detonator switch? Just in case. I forgot I was on the conveyor belt. Isn't it at the end of the stage? There was one Arabian level that doesn't have a detonator crate, but it does have five nitro boxes. And it would be real weird for Naughty Dog to only have that for one level. And it's a level you get right after you get the bazooka. So I'm thinking like, okay, well, the only reason it's like that is to teach the player to use the bazooka. I mean, I'm gonna shoot them all anyway. Because I can't go back to this segment after I leave. Better safe than sorry and all that. We rated World Conqueror. We rated Conky after the last session. He was going through Crash 2. he could not get past, I think it was the ruin stages. I was cheering for him. Okay, the gem's right there. Is he not affected by it? Safa. Oh, maybe my aim is just retarded. Dented. No, he's not affected. Okay, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to see if I could felt him, but I cannot. Okay, does this take me back to the start? Where am I going? Juzzy, this is not the start of the level. No way! No, fuck you! They really want you to go back to the start. What is wrong with them? Why would you not just put me back at the start of the level? Backtrack. Gold grind. Gold grind. What was wrong with Naughty Dog? This was truly them losing their way. Okay, checkpoint. Yeah, we'll hit it. A rare Dingus crash out. I'm not crashing out. I'm fine. I expected some kind of backtracking. But here's my problem. Like, Crash is a hallway simulator, but there are so many segments where they want you to walk towards the screen. And you know why they make you do that? Because they know this shit's awkward as fuck. Wait, was this the level with, the metal switch boxes in the background? Or was that Gone Tomorrow? Okay, I think it was Gone Tomorrow. Gone Tomorrow was the one with the robots. $80 right now. Not too bad. Alright, are we at the start? No! I got too cocky. Okay, we made it. I must get back to where I was! Or die trying. As horrible as these design decisions are, nothing tops the X-Men game for the Genesis. I already know. I've not even finished reading your post. I already know which one it is. The one that makes you press reset, which you can't even do on the handhelds that Sega put out that don't have a reset button. What were they fucking thinking, dude? Where was that even telegraphed? Was that at least in the instruction manual? Hey, after you beat level 5, physically press the reset button on your console. Did I have to call the Sega tip line to know how to progress? Sega tip line, hello, this is Dingus speaking. Yeah, how do I get past my fucking game? Oh, just hit the reset button. You tell that to a kid in the 90s, they'll think you're making fun of them. Alright, progress is saved up to this point. Cryptic bullshit with the level resets. Yeah, how would kids know to do that then? Jesse, I was watching through some Crash 4 level speedruns. There's some Brazilian artist out there who's doing all the levels without the triple spin mechanic, because Crash 4 gets rid of the dash, it gets rid of the running ability. So most people do the time trials with this awkward rhythmic triple spin ability, but this guy is trying to do all the level time trials, the developer time trials, without the triple spin, and it's somehow possible for you to do it, but you gotta spam the fuck out of the slide spin. Does that take care of all of them? Yeah. Bonus. We didn't. Friend had it. We could never beat the game. Man, that's a shame. A really nonsensical design choice. Like, what was that game? Star Tropics? Star Tropics, you needed you need a letter in the instruction manual, and you have to dip it in water to reveal a special invisible code? What? I should have spun. I didn't spin. But it's like, what if you bought the game secondhand? They did it like that to felt the pirates. I think a low-key admitting he's watching speedrun guides on the game he's playing. I said Crash 4. Okay, yeah, I need to get that one up there. No! Yeah, the letter from the box, and you dip it in water, shows a special code. You know, that again, that was just, they just did it like that to felt the pirates. I will say this, the Wii Virtual Console version simulates that in the digital manual. I thought that was a neat little touch. How is that game not on NSO yet? Speaking of NSO, they added a few games today. They were Game Boy games, most notable being Kirby's... I did it again. Most notable being Kirby's Star Stacker. It's a neat little Kirby puzzle game. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a first-party game. Only odd thing about it is that it was never released in Japan, yet it was developed by, you know, Nintendo themselves. So developed by Japan, but not released in Japan. Kind of weird, because like, Earthbound, for example, also takes a lot of cues from America, but that was still released in Japan. Star Tropics is on NSO? Maybe I'm thinking of Star Tropics 2. Oh, okay. I am thinking of Star Tropics 2. Oh yeah, my mistake. Star Tropics 1 is on NSO. It's Star Tropics 2 that isn't. Goon was right. Is the torture almost over? Yeah. Oh! Oh, there was a detonator switch. You can never be too careful. Both gems. And that's how it's done. Alright, how are you doing on gems? 38 out of 47. Which means we gotta head down here. Yeah, so... basically all of these levels here. Because I got the gems from the secret levels already. So I just need their relics. I can't do Rings of Power yet. I need 4 more relics to do that one. Alright, no crystal here. We're just looking for the boxes. 100?! I do like how the jet ski levels all take place at different times of day. It kind of gives like the sense that Coco's doing this all in one day. Her dumb fucking brother keeps sending her out looking for crystals and shit. That's his job. Look at that, we already on that checkpoint. Oh god, no, 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 no. Okay. That was totally a beginner's trap, man. Oh my god, check this out. Yeah, nice try. Oh, third of the way there. Ah! Nope. I tried to break. Fuck this game. I'm gonna break it. Look at this. Look at this formation. How devilish do you have to be to arrange boxes in such a formation? Wait, then I exploded the nitro, but I survived? I don't think I had a mask, did I? No. Let me get that box. There we go. Little over halfway. I can't imagine how annoying the time trial boxes are gonna be here with this positioning. Oh, are we done? 93. No, okay. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What is that? Dude, I hate this. What? What is this? The game really wants me to think I can juke my way through. Nope. I'm all the way back here. Hey Goki, welcome to hell. We're almost done with Crash 3. I get the last of the gems, and then it's back to Platinum Relic Hell. The good news is, I got like 10 relics to go. The bad news is, you're trapped here watching me try to get them. Alright, let me hit that again. Big up Cerulean86. Game Boy Color games tomorrow. Oh, you didn't stream Kirby? I had to dip to set up my stream before you finished. I also had to eat. I tried out the Little Caesars pepperoni poppers again. They're okay, but they're in dire need of sauce. You gotta eat that with some sort of dipping sauce, brother. Not enough sauce in my popper zaws. Oh, okay, it's tomorrow. Usually when they mean tomorrow, that they mean they're going off like Japan time. So probably like tomorrow in the afternoon versus in the evening, or like when you would expect it to be. But yeah, that game is addicting. One of Starman's friends was playing it, and he went through the whole game, all difficulties. But he's also like a massive Kirby guy. Plus Little Caesars and me closed down. Oh, dude, that sucks. Everyone always talks about Marco's Pizza. I don't have a Marco's Pizza near me. Which is fucked because I see commercials for it. Why the fuck would you play commercials for me and there's not a single one near me? Alright, that's that level. Was this Hang 'em High? Okay, so this is Area 51. You have a box gem, and you get a gem for winning the race instead of a crystal. Where is Pokemon Pinball? You know, send in your feedback, dude. Ooh, this is a spooky motorcycle level. Ooh. What are you even racing? Oh my god, it's alive! Aliens! I want to believe. They're real! Oh my god, what the fuck? They have road rage! They have the Simpsons road rage! And the cops have road rage! Are they even driving on the right side of the road? Maybe it's the right side of the road from their perspective. This explains the alien sign earlier. Dude, they can fly over gaps? Okay, there's a box. I gotta get in first, but I don't want to miss a box. It's too dark to see. So I want to drive past one. No! You fucking pigs! Look at them. Basically racist to bandicoots. Wait, what did that? Are those cops driving into those pits? The cops are suiciding themselves, or they're unaliving, as Gen Z would say. I know if I was a cop in the modern era, I'd want to unalive myself as well. You get no respect there, blue blood bud. Okay, 6 more to go. But I am not getting first. Yeah, there's Z. No shit, no fucking, really? Literally the last 3 boxes. Pyroid cop today, ideal on the Bandicoot next? Disavow. We love our cops, our law enforcement. We love our veterans, they're important. The cops in this Wile E. Coyote roadrunner-ass desert got nothing better to do than chase aliens, apparently. Uh-oh. Look, I want to see if I can go and get both gems in one run. Oh, look, that UFO was very courteous to allow me to pass him. What a nice guy. Maybe aliens aren't so bad after all. We need more aliens, actually. We need to import even more of them. They can do my landscaping, man. Alright, there's like a big nasty turn coming up and a box is gonna be hiding. Oh, not right here. Okay. Is it right here? Yeah, it's this one. Okay, I'd rather get one gem than no gem. There we go. Hadn't heard anything about Baked aside from he finally got out of prison for macing the bouncer. Sure, he hasn't disappeared, but I haven't gone looking for him. Pretty much. I haven't gone looking for him either. I'll figure out what he's up to when the casino finally decides to cover him. Alright, now we gotta get first. It's baked! He's fat! He's a fed! He's an IRL streamer! Basically worse than Vitali and Johnny Somali. No, not really. No, he actually is worse than them because of the book he put out, Meme Magic. Which you probably didn't even write, let's be honest. Oh, this is some good racing, bud. Fuck. Yeah, Johnny Somali and Vitali can go both. They can both get fucked. How do I keep driving in every pit? I'm surprised it doesn't count as a death. Oh my god. It does going on the ramps loses speed. But, oh, of course, you gotta go on every ramp, or you're not gonna catch up. You'll get dunked into the abyss. And then the fucking cops out of nowhere want me to lose my boost. We're not making it this run. The pigs are holding me down. They got a knee on my neck. I can't progress. I can't breathe. I can't sneeze. Damn it, come on. I'm trying to cut around them in such a way where I don't got a hard turn and risk losing speed for it. We're at the end anyway, I didn't make it. Once again, my first attempt was my best attempt. I play a Greed Pot of Greed. Lets me draw 2 cards from my deck. What good does that do for you here? Why are we even racing aliens anyway? Does Ash get Ash, or does Crash get anally probed if he loses? I've got you in my sights, you little gray man. Honestly, they're less annoying than the roadsters from the other levels, because they got the chance to just go up into the air. You can just drive under them, completely dodge the chance of a collision. All right, we'll go up, drive up, fly up. Let me pass. Alright, I might pass this guy, but the booster's coming up. But we're nearing the end, I can feel it. Alright, he's felt it. Gotta maintain. There it is. Rayman Studios hiring people for a new game. All the last thing they did was Rabbids plus Mario. The guy who directed Mario plus Rabbids, David Solania, he's no longer with the company, so I would be wary of any return to Rayman. Though I hear they are getting Mikkel Cell, the original creator of Rayman, back as a consultant. But also that guy was like allegedly a abuser and a toxic person at the workplace, so these accusations were also allegedly, maybe question mark unfounded a little bit. I don't know the whole story, man. Okay, is that all gems? $41 out of 47. I know some of that is the DLC, and one is from Coco. What gems am I missing? Hey, Patchy. 6-minute daily wrap? Alright. What gems am I missing, though? I got the ones in Hot Cocoa and Megabus Rex. Oh, what? What am I saying? The ones from Rings of Power, of course. So, the ones from Rings of Power, the ones from Future Tense. There's one from Coco. Wait, Rings of Power should only have... No, wait, you get a gem for winning. So that should have 2. Future Tense has 2. Coco's got 1. I'm still 1 gem short. What the fuck am I missing it? Huh? What? Oh, okay. It was, wait, dynamite? Oh, yeah, okay, the 2 boxes missing dynamite. Wait, where did I miss them? Wait, is it behind Crash? You always gotta look behind you before you start the level there, bud. Alright, this time, before we do the gym path, I'm gonna do the entire path up to where the gym path would normally drop you off. VR, but Ubisoft has a lot of studios. True. You know, I'm sure not all of them were toxic. We're toxic, we're toxic, we're toxic. Well, I guess I'm toxic now. Look, let's be honest. These developers are too lazy. They need to be whipped into shape. Have you seen any of these tech videos on TikTok where they show like a day in the life at the office and they just have like fucking mental health centers and they got playgrounds and slides and shit? Like what is this? What is this chicanery? They got like whole fucking Starbuckses in their office building. 2 boxes, 2 nitros. There's a nitro detonation switch. It can't be that. Surely you're not saying there's only 2 nitros in the level. See? Look. 2 more nitros. It is not a nitro box. Something I'm not accounting for. Okay, yeah, let's do it like this. Do the bonus round first. After this, when I get this gem, then I'll start doing more time trials to unlock the final levels. So the last one is locked behind 4 more relics. And for that, I'll start watching the Daily Wrap. And then it'll be time for the Arlo segment. We can hear Arlo's opinion on the Elden Ring movie. Whoa! It'll probably be really great. Well, it ain't up there. Okay, now we have to backtrack. But this time I have a checkpoint. Wah! And all the enemies are defeated. What can go wrong? Oh god. Inching along. Oh! Okay, no, wait. That's my friend. Ah, yes. You will be my extra hit point. Sadly, Crash can't jump and dismount him. What? Did you see that? Now, wait a minute. Come on. You cannot explain that death. Apparently there is an Elden Ring movie. Start my day with a custom breakfast from our in-house chef. Like, yeah, shit like that. It's like, dude, you work in tech. Why do you get your own chef? Come on. DSP has his own live-in chef. Yes, it's the house special here. The house special turkey tacos? It's from my mom's wife. Alright, give me Dino. Alright, get me out. Alright, we made it. Now I just gotta fucking do it. It's by A24 Studios. Never heard of them. Oh yeah, Rayman Legends. I have that on Switch. It's a good game though. But yeah, it's got that Ubisoft stink with the daily challenges. They're not required, but just that they're there at all is very much a symptom of, ah yes, it's a game from the modern era. Wait, I think I know what the boxes were. Let me see. TNTs can't destroy strong crates. Yeah, okay. You know what it was? I was going through this segment on the last run of this level, and then I just let this TNT go off thinking it would destroy the strong crates. It didn't, and those were the two that I had missed. Oh, damn it. I didn't want to die there again. Give me the checkpoint. Dodge that pterodactyl friend. I don't need a secret level trip today. Okay. Did the extra lives spawn again? 96 out of 112. We're almost there. No! Alright, run from the giant dinosaur one more time and we'll have completed Dino Mine. $12 crates to go. I'm gonna fuck this part. I'm gonna fuck this part up though. You know I am. How about don't be bad at the game, Dingus? I'm trying. Damn it. Big ups to 90 devs. I missed one! Oh, fuck. It was the other strong box in a death route, wasn't it? Wasn't there two strong box fucking stacks? Damn it. Alright, I won't delay daily rep any longer. Quit! Dingus! Sofa, Dingus. Sofa. Alright, daily wrap. We did it! Doom is done! And Chill Truck Sim! One goal until DSP tries it! Let's go ahead and lower the game. Alright, Phil, what's going on? What are we doing? Why are we doing it? How are we doing it? Hello, everyone!
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Thursday, the 22nd of May, 2025. A very successful day.
Dude, you're blurry. What's going on?
I did absolutely everything.
You did everything correct?
I set out to do today.
Did you know?
All goals and objectives.
How did you accomplish
right
it?
across the board. We got it done.
Money, 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 money.
And I purposefully wore an
Doom is
undershirt
done. He didn't mean it
that's
like that.
longer than the
He beat it.
overshirt
Trolls were
to
felted.
annoy people who hyper-focus on dumb stuff.
Hyper focus on dumb stuff, didn't you?
Let's talk a little bit. There was no podcast today.
Oh,
Why?
thank God.
Because today I wanted to focus in on finishing Doom: The Dark Ages.
Remember when you
And
banned
that's
people for
exactly
suggesting
what we
that?
did.
No podcast?
4 hours of Doom: The Dark Ages. Man, it was tough to get done. It really was. The game.
I thought you loved that game.
Through 2 ginormously lengthy stages.
Oh
with
no!
Insane amounts of
More
content,
gameplay, anything
mini
but
boss
that.
Gauntlets, crazy rooms full of.
Whoa! It tried
this
to have a
guy's
bombastic
superpowered and he's
finale.
armoring everyone else. You got to beat
How
him,
dare
but then there's a
Bethesda
boss you
do
have to
such
kill
a
everyone
thing?
else before the boss
Bethesda
can be
id
depowered and
software.
de-shielded. Just crazy stuff taking forever. All right.
Yeah, no podcast plus
Multiple phase
OT
boss fights.
gave him enough time to do it.
Multiple phase boss fights. Okay, but overall we got it done. My final opinion of the game I'll give you tomorrow. In a nutshell,
great.
I do think it's better than Eternal. I don't think it's as good as 2016. There's some things I liked about it and some things I didn't. We'll talk about those things tomorrow. Okay? So,
I'm gonna go back to having a podcast tomorrow. Suffer
we did hit
me.
a support goal during that stream, meaning we were at 77 out of 80 goals hit for the next DSP tries. Then on the late stream, it was time for American Truck Simulator.
How'd that go?
Tonight,
And
while drinking a couple of White Claws,
I'm so
had out with my
buzzed.
first time ever own
160 out of the 67 out of the truck stream, but he still looked fucking miserable like he had nobody at all. Because he was one goal away. He wanted to lock it in for tomorrow. And he still can. He gets it on the day stream.
I had to do
Fucking
things that previously I
crybaby.
didn't have to do. And so that was kind
But
of
you know he
interesting.
wanted to lock it in so that he could say on a daily wrap that it
Overall,
was
a
locked
very
in
chill,
and
interactive
confirmed.
Stream. Lots of conversation, lots of fun, lots of great relaxing
Non-consecutive
vibes, which
goals
is
hit, though.
Exactly what I needed after an incredibly stressful day playing Doom: The Dark Ages.
Oh, it's so wild when he's like, "Oh, I'm so
we hit
stressful.
not
I'm
one,
playing an
but 2
action
goals.
game. I'm so
serious.
stressed out,
I never
guys."
expected that. What happened was someone had said that if I had beaten Doom: The Dark Ages on the first stream, they were going to do a big contribution. Well, I did, but they weren't there for the end of the
Hey,
stream.
Duke.
So they came to the night
Just got a
stream and
trophy
said,
for 99
"Oh, man,
lives."
my word, here you go," and tossed me a $100 super chat.
I'm a man
Then
of my
at the
word,
end of the
here you
stream,
go. What a
someone
cock.
did
Who
a
was it?
whopping 25 sub bomb on K. So we ended up hitting 2 freaking goals, which was absolutely amazing.
Let's get some
All right?
subs.
So because
Holy
of that,
shit, bud.
we now are only 1 goal away from
Wow,
getting
why didn't they
80
tip
goals
more,
and getting the reward
fucker?
of DSP tries it, Red Robin. All right?
Yum.
That's exciting. We're going to do these new barbecue nachos, a burger, a side, maybe a specialty drink that they have. So I'm excited for that. Maybe we can do it tomorrow. But here's the deal, and here's what I need to let you know.
Oh, okay.
Here's the schedule
No.
for tomorrow.
You guys already know what it is if he's setting it up like this. You got to hit the goal, and you got to do it at a specific time so I can order it in time. If you do it too late on the day stream, we can't do it tomorrow.
Tomorrow there will be a
Hit me
level
with
1
it.
podcast, and on that show, I will give you my final thoughts.
Non-consecutive goals hit, though. We get the rewards when you guys want the reward. But by the way, I want this done now.
From standard, okay? And that stream will be blueprints with a bonus stream because we beat Doom. We're able to play blueprints, which I'm excited for. I love blueprints. I'm happy we get to do a bonus stream. I know there's people who show up specifically for it to support it. Hopefully we'll have a great stream where we'll
Yeah,
unlock
weirdos
tons of
that
new
want you
stuff
to
we did last
not
time.
progress Goblin
Let's
games
bear
that
the fruits
actually
of our
have
labor
stories that need to be
tomorrow
beaten.
and make more advancement in blueprints. Hopefully it turns out really, really well. Okay. So
What is the
blueprints on
advancement
the
that's
first
to be
stream
had in a
tomorrow,
game like
and then
that?
on the late stream, it's Friday Night Fights Capcom Fighting Collection 2, more Capcom versus SNK 2,
Oh,
which I've really been
fuck that
enjoying.
guy.
I'll probably pick a couple more characters, maybe try some grooves. I might look up some A groove stuff. I want to do some custom combos. I'm not up on them, but maybe we can figure something out. Okay. Now, here's the deal with DSP tries it tomorrow.
Oh, you
If we
gotta
hit
do it.
the
You gotta
support
do
goal
it
on the
quick.
first stream,
You gotta
it
do
will
it
be
quick, and you
DSP
gotta
tries
do it
Red
now.
Robin, but
We gotta
we
do it
have to hit the
before like
goal
5. Yeah.
within the first couple of hours of the stream, and here's
Yep.
why.
Do it on
If
a
not, my wife
podcast.
needs to know that she needs to cook. And
My
tomorrow
wife-
she's gonna make chili. Well, chili
Chili?
needs to be made in a
Just
slow
chili?
cooker. It takes a while to make. So if we don't hit the goal, she has to be making dinner in the early afternoon. Okay? So because of that, if we hit the goal within the podcast or maybe the first hour of blueprints, we're golden. Then we can order the food. But if not, even if we hit the goal, we're not going to be able to do DSP Tries It tomorrow because she has to start making dinner. I'm not going to have her start making just chili and then, oh, stop making the chili even though you did it. Waste all those ingredients because we're ordering Red Robin. No, it'll have to wait till Sunday.
How about you eat both?
If you want to see DSP
We trying to
Tries
act
It,
like
Red
he couldn't
Robin,
eat
if
the
you
Red
wanna
Robin
end
and the
week on a
chili?
high note, hitting this goal and doing this reward, support the stream tomorrow as soon as you can, as early as you can.
Non-consecutive
and we'll
goal
do
save,
Red
by the way.
Robin. All right, if not, it's not the end of the world. I'm more than happy to do DSP Tries It on Sunday. All right, so let's see what happens tomorrow. All right, but overall, today was great. We finished Doom. We had a chill truck simulator stream. Great support, everything outstanding. Thank you all for a great streaming day. Have a good night. See you tomorrow for the conclusion of my 6-day streaming week. Okay, everyone, thank you. Have a good night. See you in the AM. Peace out.
What a weird sales pitch. The sales pitch for that one was like, tune in for the end of my streaming. It's like it was advertising it like, tune in for the end of a playthrough. All right, we can start doing Arlo. I'm gonna get this last gem, then start doing the platinum trials. Waste ingredients. What's wrong with making chili and saving it for the next day? Oh, because then it won't be fresh anymore because he put it in the fridge. Whoa! Oh my god! Elden Ring movie is real. Am I awake? Arlo is such a big FromSoft fan, everybody.
Minutes ago. 5 minutes ago.
So they announced a movie. 5 minutes later, he's already hitting record.
I was talking to Kane, and he sent me a message.
Kane is his editor.
They're doing an Elden Ring movie. and get this. This is the craziest part. It's real. It's real life. It's not a, it's not a joke. It's not a dream, like a weird dream. It's a real thing. And I had to come and record my early thoughts on this. I have to capture some of my absolute bafflement, and there's been like loud kids.
I mean, didn't he just do a video where it's like Elden Ring saved Bandai Namco? Is it really that baffling?
It doesn't matter though. It's not perfect shooting conditions, and yet, I just I had to turn on the old microphone and talk about this, and it's also
the microphone's worn from all the fucking videos he keeps spamming my sub box with.
Video I put out today. I'm trying to prepare for like a trip, and like the news, it just won't stop coming. It just won't stop. There will not stop being stories to create Topic Arlo videos about. And now this. I'm about to clock out for the day. It's like it's 4:30. I'm about to stop working and go like pack. Elden Ring movie. Elden Ring movie. They're okay. So here's a scoop. here's everything that we know. We don't know a lot. There's not really a lot of info.
Yeah,
on this.
here's the box I missed.
First, I also have to mention I just recorded a video about some stuff that Miyamoto said in an interview about like a hypothetical Pikmin movie. And so, like, that's already a thing. And even in that video,
the Pikmin movie,
I make a joke about how me and Kane were talking about like a Bloodborne movie. How that's not going to happen, but that would be like a big bombshell. So it's a little funny. It's a little bit funny getting news of an Elden Ring movie the very same day that video was created. That conversation we just had. Okay, so Elden Ring movie. It is being directed by Alex Garland. Looking at his filmography, the standout to me is Ex Machina, which is it's a fantastic movie. I mean, just an absolutely brilliant piece of sci-fi. So that's nice. You know, we often get these these announcements of these adaptations, and like, when are we ever happy with the choice of like director or producer? When is it ever good? It's always like, well, they did this like kind of like popular, kind of okay thing. Like, no, this guy made Ex Machina, so that's good. He also wrote 28 Days Later, which is also a very good movie. So like, all right, they're getting someone who who knows how to write and make movies.
Okay, but did he play Elden Ring?
Really can't complain there.
Is he a fan of the
I don't know
actual
if the guy
game?
is much of a gamer. I'm sure there will be plenty of articles about his gaming habits and how familiar he is with the source material. We always get that kind of thing. But right now, it's really just the announcement. Alex Garland. Okay. Additionally,
If
we
it's
have
Netflix,
two
we buy it,
producers
right?
attached to the project. One is
Maybe an
Vince,
actual theatrical
Geraghtis,
film, please?
who is best known for working on Game of Thrones. And
Oh
the
boy,
other
that's such a that really
George R.
inspires a lot of
Martin,
confidence.
who is also well known for working on Game of Thrones. No, this is so fresh. I only just now noticed that those are I scribbled all this down and I ran over here oh yeah, of course. That's oh yeah, he wrote Game of Thrones. That's two people from Game of Thrones. So yeah, George R. R. Martin naturally helped to develop the story of Elden Ring. The amount that he put in is still something of a mystery. Nobody really exactly knows how much he did or didn't do, and he helped with the story, but not really the game itself. So,
he didn't write the story. Get out of here.
Never heard from him again.
He just spitballed some ideas.
To Elden Ring. So I mean, yeah, I don't know.
It's all George R. Martin's scrapped ideas.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. If you're gonna find
finish your
producers
fucking book, George.
To help work on an Elden Ring movie. George R. R. Martin, he helped make the story. He's a writer. He has written good things. Not all of them good, but that's not it's not a tangent. I'm gonna go
at
on
least
right
he
now.
recognizes that
so
much.
Yeah, sure. Give him another job to pull him away from writing the next book, but whatever. And there is one more piece of information that we have. It's being made by A24. A24. If you are not familiar with A24, they publish a lot of. I don't know. It's really just how do you even describe A24? Just really good movies, really, really good, indie movies. Really.
It's already fucked up.
That's all I've got. Really thought-provoking. They have an incredible history.
I remember when
really
DSP was comparing Game of Thrones to Final Fantasy 16, or comparing Final Fantasy 16 to Game of Thrones rather.
Projects. Some of the best movies that I've seen in the last several years were A24 movies. It's the kind of thing where if it's got the A24 label on it, you can trust that it's gonna be incredible. So I mean, okay, that's more good news, certainly, right? That's another great name presence, entertainment presence to attach to this project. Because it's Elden Ring and I really care about Elden Ring. So I mean, I don't know. Am I sure this isn't a dream? Actually, though, I'm starting to second guess myself here. A24 is making an Elden Ring movie. And okay, let's focus on that. I gotta get my thoughts together here. Let's focus on that element right there, that A24 is doing it. That is unusual because A24 does very good movies, but generally, yeah, like indie movies. They don't do a lot of licensed movies. They don't do a bunch of big CG filled Hollywood.
His time on that was 46, huh?
I'm not intimately familiar with their entire catalog, but off the top of my head, the only similar movie that they've done is The Green Knight, which is technically a fantasy movie. It has fantastical elements. It has effects. It's got CG stuff in there, but it's still a very, I don't know. It's not just a fantasy romp. It's still a very thought-provoking and interesting movie filled with a lot of symbolism, and it's really good. It's mind-blowingly good. But I'm just trying to imagine. It's so funny too. Just a couple days ago, I was having a conversation on social media about just this very idea. I don't know, maybe there was a rumor going around and that's why it happened, and I dipped in and gave my opinion and left. Maybe this has been in the cards for a while, but this is the first time hearing about it really actually being a thing. And so yeah, you think about Elden Ring. It is full of humongous, nightmarish, horrific monsters. It's hard for me to imagine them accomplishing that without a lot of CG. A lot of just good old-fashioned
Everything is CG
Hollywood
nowadays.
Special effects, you know, and even the
none of that has to be
land
legit
itself,
props.
It's
very
very
unfortunate.
strange and fantastical. And the only movie that I can imagine it being is not the kind of movie that I can imagine A24 doing. I don't know. At the same time, it's not wrong for a studio to branch out and do something, you know, to kind of push the boundaries, do something they haven't quite done before. I mean, if you know, you could consider maybe they did kind of cut their teeth on Green Knight, then maybe, and you know, it's Elden Ring, so like, yeah, like in the game you're just running around like killing big grotesque monsters and stuff, but you know, if you introduce a lot of the lore, then you are gonna get a lot of like weird, moody, symbolic, artsy, you know, kind of artsy stuff. But then that of course leads us to the real thing to talk about is just like the very idea of a movie based on a FromSoft game. It's like, I don't know, it kind of comes up a lot, but I feel like every time it does, it feels like more of a joke than anything. Just like out of all of the video games that there are, it feels like a FromSoft game. I don't want to say it's like the least appropriate for adaptation necessarily.
Really? Least
because
appropriate?
Again, the games do have a lot of lore, they have a lot of characters and stuff, so it's like it wouldn't be impossible. It's just that like the format of the games, it's
oh
so,
yeah, it's like you're alone
you can take
for most
just
of the
about any other
adventure.
game, and you take the basic plot of the game, and you can kind of convert that into a story. You've got a cast of characters. FromSoft games, they're so much more open, so much more of the lore is kind of hidden away. They're so much more cryptic. You have characters, but you don't have like plot points. That's really it. You don't like have plot points. The plot points
the plot
are just,
point is
then
you defeat
killed
the boss
big
and he
thing with
goes,
the axe.
Zanzibar, forgive me. And then he withers away.
And then you killed the big dog that shoots fire. And then you killed the big guy with all the arms and you know, like. So that's not to say that it's impossible. It's just that it's never felt super likely. And it's never felt super, like, necessary. So this is certainly very, very surprising. And you know what I mean? I know Elden Ring is very big. It's a very big thing. If you're going to adapt any FromSoft thing, I suppose Elden Ring makes sense. You know, even Dark Souls probably has more of like a trackable story you could kind of compile into something. But Elden Ring is the one that really exploded, really took off. What was it? 30 million copies have been sold. So, you know, you could argue that maybe the audience is there. And if it is, you know, if the movie is as visually striking as Elden Ring, then it's gonna be an appealing looking movie, even for people who don't necessarily play these games. You know, with a lot of video game adaptations, I've made the argument a number of times.
As long as it's a decent
like
summer popcorn movie,
if you
they'll be all right.
recognize the property, but you've never, like, you're not a fan, you may be like, all right, well then this isn't really for me, is it? But like, I don't know, Elden Ring has such a striking style. It's so intriguing that like you'll just be looking at a fantasy epic. It'll just, I really do think it could appeal to just about anybody who just likes gritty fantasy epics. So I suppose it is a perfectly fine contender. It's I don't know. It's just like it's not that it was impossible. It just felt so unlikely. Even though now that it is gonna be real, it's like it feels like it makes more sense. You know, it's probably an idea that we're gonna like slowly warm up to. Now that that ice has been broken, now that it's on the table at all as a thing that is actually possible, now we can start to kind of adapt the idea even in our minds and kind of figure out how it could work. But before that point, before now, it was just like, haha, FromSoft movie, that's never gonna happen. We're never gonna get a Bloodborne movie, right? I don't know, man. It's just wild. It's absolutely wild.
I mean, the games are popular. They got an audience. People like them. I don't think it's that crazy.
From A24. And I mean, even if I am kind of baffled, I feel like someone just slapped
I'm not
me in the
even that
face,
baffled,
you know, like,
honestly.
not like in a bad way, but just in like I'm feeling like shaken. I feel like something, just happened. I got like the adrenaline or something. I'm feeling like so baffled.
That was the run, but I let myself
really
get hit by
the
2 enemies.
Excitement's starting to creep in, you know, and I think that's
bigger budget sci-fi studio. Most of their movies would have been direct to DVD dinger.
More intrigued with every second.
I mean, if it's
that I
got
talk.
soul,
I
if
think
it's
even
got
just
heart
within
and
the space of this video,
passion.
I really mean it. Like, hey, I got the news
what's the problem?
minutes before I hit record. So like even now you're like real time seeing me process this information and like kind of come to terms with it and start to like understand what it means and what it could turn into. We're getting an Elden Ring movie. George R.R. Martin is attached, and the guy who did Ex Machina is directing it, and A24 is producing it. Yeah, all right. That's that. That's the video. And yep. That's the video.
Man, he really tried to push this one over 10 minutes, huh? Thank you, Arlo. I'm pause the game. Means when I unpause the game, I'm gonna immediately make a mistake. Let's look at this this next one, which is entitled, let's look at those atrocious, amazing Baldur's Gate 3 figures. Baldur's Gate 3? You know that game's like a gazillion years old, right? No one's gonna talk about Baldur's Gate 3 when the Elden Ring movie comes out, right?
So Wizards of the Coast just released a pack of figures based on Baldur's Gate 3.
ER Senpai's getting a movie, I wish.
Little mini figures, pre-painted
I'd rather that
for your
ER get a movie than
convenience for
this ER.
$50. And
Let's take a look at these.
apparently, the quality is so poor, so overwhelmingly poor, that after the inevitable internet response, WizKids, the company who created these figures, immediately offered refunds. Like they just said,
Oh, no.
hey, wait, yeah, this is a... We didn't notice, I guess, but yeah, these are really bad. So yeah, you can get your money back. Even if you bought it from a retailer, return it to the retailer, just refunds across the board. And it's weird though, because for some reason, I'm not really seeing a lot of good images. I don't know why. Maybe because these
no
things
one
are
bought
so
'em.
small. I don't know. We all have phones with cameras
Reminds
on
me
them
of the
now, and I
Battleborn
don't
figures.
get why, it is so
The Crow Cat
difficult to
video showed
find,
those off.
Really clear. I mean, like you can see right here, it's really like they're all like really fuzzy, and I don't know why. But we'll take what we can get. And this little video here, I'm sorry, it's a video, but this was the only thing that I could see where somebody had taken the images and put them next to the characters they are supposed to resemble. And it's weird because this has a Games Radar watermark, but this is not on the actual article
Battleborn
from the Games Radar website. This website is
ProCat showed him in his Battleborn video.
Whatever. This is the thing. I'm
That's
gonna
some
just look at this little
ugly-ass
video here, 'cause,
figures,
yeah,
very
this is the only thing.
small.
It's got like the side by side, and yeah, let's just take a look. So it's a little hard to make out the finer details. Again, it's a pretty blurry image. However, I mean, you could probably argue that the blurriness is probably just doing it favors. I have to imagine.
Yes, that's true.
It probably looks even worse when you're actually looking at the finer details. I'm actually, we're gonna start with some of the better examples of more accurate figures. You know, here it's not great. but it's not like terrible. I think, I don't know, maybe this one is a little bit too blurry to tell. It's fairly accurate, I suppose. I'm gonna skip to the end here. And these two here, I'd say are the best quality. You know, it's not like...
It doesn't really look like the character,
Okay,
though.
well,
That's the vampire guy, right?
Maybe if it was a higher resolution image, it would be worse. But, like, I don't know, at a glance, it's not too terrible. It's not the worst. It's, if anything, it just lacks detail. You know, it's kind of just a smudgy,
It's got too much
vague,
dentail. It needs
like a
detail,
vague
not
idea
dentail.
of the character. I don't know the character's name. I didn't play the game, but it's like almost
Another game
kinda there.
Arlo was
I sorta
hyping
see
about
it,
but
you know,
didn't
the
play.
same pose or
Baldur's
whatever,
Gate
and then
3.
similarly, this one here. Okay, well maybe that's a little bit worse. It's just kind of. It's like they took the figure and they put it in the oven for like 10 minutes. You know, like they let it melt. Just to, look at the shoulder. What is that about? What this is supposed to be like? I can't tell, like kind of veiny, but even in the real thing, it's not like sticking up. This is just like lumpy. Just like lumpy.
Hey, Sardguard.
skin. Yeah, it just kind of looks like a generic.
Oh shit, yeah.
kind of,
Dude, the vampire did take Phil's gear and he complained about it.
Doesn't look.
But he didn't want to save
sharp.
state
And
because he
you know
knew
what?
people
Keep
would
in
make
mind,
fun of him
we gotta
for
be
it.
at least a little bit
He
fair.
ate the L.
5
What a mature
figures
adult.
For $50. These are mini figures, so I don't know, maybe they were never gonna be great, right? Like that's not that much, especially these days, you know, for a good figure, you're gonna pay a bit. So I don't know, maybe we're expecting too much. Maybe we yeah. 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 And I mean, the thing about figures is like, you know, like you usually like you paint them yourself, right? That's like the thing. And these are like, oh, they're pre-painted, but like by who? Like who painted this? Clearly
Jade?
The cast, the mold or whatever itself is not great. But this, I mean, like, yeah, it's like a kid did it. It's smudgy. It's like they messed up. It's not even just cheap. It's like they messed up. There's just like little bits. What even is that? You think this is a helmet? This is a helmet. It's a hat. No, it's her hair. She has hair. It's absolutely. I mean, yeah, you're going from. Yeah, there's another good example there. It's so bad, and you're going from. You're going from, okay, it's not great, but it's fine. Yeah, whatever. Okay, oh, it's really not the best. And then you see that. That is something else. This is an official product. This is an official product, and you know, D&D.
Yeah, everything with the face is just
is
misaligned.
a Hasbro thing. You know, Wizards of the Coast. They're owned by
Her
Hasbro.
eyes are just
Hasbro is a
dots.
toy company. They, you know, in theory, should know how to make toys. They've been making miniatures for long enough, but for whatever reason, I guess they outsourced this to Whiz Kids. I don't really know anything about Whiz Kids, but like, we have one. Okay, hold on. We'll look at the bigger picture in a second. First, are you ready? Are you sitting down? We have one more figure to look at.
All right, shoot, show me.
It's not as bad as I remember. Yeah.
It's not as bad, but you're laughing your fucking dingus off. It does look pretty bad, though.
Sorry. It's amazing. I don't know. Look at his face. Look at how the face. I love how the eyes and the eyebrows are like halfway down. You know, just like they just like there's just like way.
He's
too
got a
much
big ass
forehead.
6 head.
The receding hairline. It's so sloppy.
He's Norwooded.
It's incredible.
He's bald.
I mean, like I get it. A little piece of molded plastic. There's only so much detail you can give it. But even then, who made the mold? I feel like something had to have gone wrong. This is a level of blobbiness. This is a lack of detail that is shocking. It looks
Battleborn was an FPS MOBA, and heroes were fun, but damn, Randy, just hire someone better to do the marketing, not himself trying to do a magic trick.
Clay.
Randy has sadly not gotten any better at marketing. Randy's idea of marketing now is to say that if you want to afford an $80 game, you'll make it happen. I.e., yo ho, a pirate's life for me.
And kind of
going,
shaped
Randy,
it. And
you
you know what? They did an
idiot.
okay job. You know, I don't know if I could do better than this if I was doing it by hand. And then, although honestly, I think I could probably paint it better than this. I don't even know. I don't know what happened there. So yeah, it's interesting whenever you get something like this, something that's so bad that the second it went out, the second anyone started talking about it, they immediately had to issue refunds. Like, there's a whole statement on the WizKids website, and it's like, you are all completely right. This is wrong.
This is garbage. This is trash. We apologize.
What happened here. This is below
It's Cyberpunk
our
all over
quality
again.
standards, so you're gonna get a full refund. But like, if it's that bad, the question is always, how did we get here? How did this pass QC testing? You know, a product like this, there's so many steps along the way. There's so many different people involved in the making of a product like this. And at no point did someone look at that toy and just be like, we can't ship this. And you know what? It probably just comes down to...
It may have been painted by Regards.
because
Again,
there
it's
are so many
Hasbro,
people,
but they
so many
outsourced
steps in
it.
the process, but like no one of those people has
The
the
Whiz
authority
Kids
to
may
just
be, in
like, this
fact,
is not
actual
okay. I mean, there
kids.
should be. That's the point of a quality assurance person, is they make sure, I mean, like every product that goes to stores, ideally, there is a quality tester. They test it and make sure it's okay. And whoever this quality tester was, I guess they did not think there was a problem, or they didn't have the authority to like
Respect
do
my
anything about it, you know?
authority.
It could be that anybody who saw these toys were like, oh, this is terrible, but like, I don't know, I'm just doing my job here, you know? Maybe they didn't, maybe they
The
tried.
fucking Hasbro Nuremberg trials.
I left the president of Hasbro
I was just doing my job, you
5
guys.
messages, he didn't get back to me. So what am I gonna do? You gotta ship the product, right? I don't know, something went wrong.
They gotta consume,
you can't release
brother.
a product like this, unless this is all just an elaborate stunt. It's a marketing stunt. Because of course, of course, this is gonna get attention online, right? Is that what they wanted? Was this on purpose? I don't know. Probably not. But it is embarrassing. It's definitely embarrassing, and it must be. It must be stated and reiterated that Larian Studios, the developers of Baldur's Gate 3, had nothing to do with this. This is Hasbro. Like, this is just Hasbro. Yeah, D&D. It's a Hasbro thing. So this is a Hasbro product. Talk to
Sofa
Hasbro.
Hasbro? Are you telling me I can go to a Walmart right now and get one of these?
If you ordered these, though, would you return them? That's the thing. Now it's funny. Now it's a meme. Now it's like that. It's like that painting that got ruined by that person who like tried to. I can't remember the name. It's like that. Like this is its own piece of art now. This is its own piece of like.
They might be worth
internet
more if they
culture.
recall all of them, right?
This is like, I wouldn't return it. Of course not. This is hilarious. Look at this. When was the last time a toy company, a major toy company, put out a product this hideous, this horrible? It's just really, really, really bad. Is it a helmet? That's hair. It looks so much like a helmet here. She doesn't wear a helmet though. That's just hair. Does she have a helmet at some point in the game? I don't know. Is that really the same character? I don't think that's the same character. Yeah, that's the same character. Wow. Wow. Wowie. That's incredible. That is incredible. I love this. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't send them back. I would proudly display these awful little things on my shelf. Oh, you know, I say that, but I would like put it on the shelf and I would like chuckle about it. And every time I walk by, I'd like give it a little chuckle. And then after a week, I'd just be like, all right, I'm throwing these away.
Hey, no, if you bought these figures, keep them. Because if they recall them, in 10 years' time, you'll have the funny meme figure, and they'll be worth like a couple $100, and you can sell it to some Baldur's Gate 3 fanboy, and it'll turn out to be some YouTuber, and the YouTuber will put it in the background for all their future videos as a haha meme, and then you'll be in the green. All right, this next one's kind of annoying. It's got a clickbait title. Is Zelda 2025 a real thing? I don't know what he means by that. The Zelda movie? Are we getting the Zelda game this year? That isn't the Muso? Who fucking knows? Zelda this, Zelda that. Arlo claims he has another insider tip.
So I got an anonymous tip today.
I have
That's
received.
Pretty exciting.
I know, right? Check the PayPal.
Anonymous tips.
Check
in
the
my
data.
inbox.
Who is it?
I will be completely honest.
It's a me,
and say
Ken.
right off
Yes.
the bat, I personally do not think that this does mean anything. However, I would like to discuss it. I do think it is still kind of intriguing, and at this point, I don't know if it's gonna be like a rumor that catches on and gets like covered and talked about by everybody, but just in case it does.
Are his sources never right?
I want to talk about it too. I want to be there. If there's a Nintendo thing.
Most of the time, he parrots rumors that were started by other people. Like I don't know a rumor that was like the origin point was Arlo. You know, maybe this is the first.
About, and I can actually be one of the first people to talk about it. Well, that's pretty
see,
exciting there. Okay, so story goes, there was like some sort of like secret Switch 2 marketing presentation or something, like the kind of thing that was probably shown to I don't know, partners, third-party partners, businesses, you know, like something that was not for public consumption, and it's basically outlining what a Switch 2 hands-on event looks like. It's kind of like a little, like an image, kind of like a mock-up of like what one of these live events would look like, what the kiosks would look like, basically.
They want me to get invincibility.
And it seems that this presentation was like streamed somewhere, like it was leaked somewhere. Someone put it on YouTube, but then it got taken down pretty much immediately. And right here in front of me, I'm not showing it to you, but I have an image of this, which was again, it was emailed to me quite generously. Thank you, anonymous.
Big ups, JC. Thank you for the prime.
I'll just get right to the exciting part. On the image,
Arlo has an exclusive scoop right now. He says Zelda 2025 is real.
Screens, we can see a game title, and that game title simply says Zelda 2025. It's just like a logo. It's like the Zelda logo. It just says Zelda 2025, which, you know, obviously would be a placeholder. That's the kind of thing that you do for a game that does not have a title yet, but you have a vague idea of when it's going to come out. And,
so he sunk down to lying. Well, I mean, he just explained his source. The source emailed him a now deleted, immediately deleted live stream meant for third parties to showcase Switch 2 software, and it's already deleted. You can't look it up, but apparently he has a screen cap.
And of course, all by itself, that little tidbit there, that little rumor, that morsel, that is exciting, and that is interesting. And when I saw this, you know, I was curious to see if anybody else was talking about it yet, and the only thing I could find was one single Reddit post from a few hours ago. Like when I checked, the post was like 3 hours old. So like this is a bit of information.
Arlo's got the hot goss. He's got the scoop.
Getting out there at least a little teeny tiny bit. And the thing is, though, that post was deleted. So like
yeah, because the mods thought it was bullshit.
Is still there.
Probably.
The replies are still there, but the post itself was either video or this screenshot, this image here, and it was deleted. Which is like, all right, if you've got anything interesting here, then like you're not gonna want to delete it. It could be that they ended up deciding that it was not real. But then like, couldn't you just remove the entire post? Why would you just delete the image? Is it possible that Nintendo really did get on top of this that quickly? I don't know. Whatever the case, though, you will notice I am not showing you the image here in this video. I am not sharing anything with you that you
just
should
trust
not
me,
be
bro.
seeing.
Trust Arlo.
I believe.
When has Arlo ever
means
lied?
that
Think about
I'm
it.
Not in danger of having my video taken down by Nintendo. We're just talking here. This is just words. This is just like vibrations in the air going into a microphone and being translated into a digital signal. We're not looking at any forbidden materials here. We're just talking about them. And I'm sure Miyamoto, he's listening to this right now. I know he watches all my videos, and he's got the
I think he's busy
scowl on
being
his
at Epic
face. His arms are
Universe.
crossed as hard as he can. Oh, that darn Arlo got away with it again. So anyway, as I said, this idea all by itself, if I didn't give you any other information, it would seem pretty darn intriguing, especially if it is true that Nintendo took down that Reddit post. I don't know, maybe they caught wind that this had been going around, and so that, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what kinds of powers, what kind of dark powers they have when it comes to like taking stuff down. I would think that they wouldn't be able to just take down a Reddit post that quickly. I feel like there's got to be like a process. They got to go.
I mean, they can
like
take down YouTube videos pretty quickly. You look at any Nintendo music uploads in the past couple of years.
By telling you why I really don't think this is much of a thing.
Oh, this is how you do the time trial.
We're not getting a Zelda game this year. There's just no way. You know, like we got Echoes
Age
of
of
Wisdom
Imprisonment
last year. We got Tears of the Kingdom before that. There's no way we're getting a new 3D Zelda or 2D Zelda anytime soon. It is technically possible that this could be like DLC for Echoes of Wisdom or something, but I feel like if we were getting DLC for Echoes of Wisdom, we would have already, or they would have given us a Switch 2 edition and put the DLC in that, but
okay,
that's not going to
I know what I gotta do now.
because it's getting
I
free
really
Switch
whipped that
1 update, so I
2-second box.
I don't think a new Zelda game or Echoes of Wisdom DLC is on the table at all. The Switch 2 is launching with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom Switch 2 editions. There are not going to be any other major Zelda products this year. It's just not going to happen.
Got this. Thank you, Benson Wynn.
Unfortunately, I mean, I do like Zelda. I do like Zelda products, but I just, realistically, I don't think so. But then another problem is that the image, like behind the logo on the little screen, it is quite blurry. But behind
typical
Zelda
for fake leaks, it's blurry.
It kind of just looks like an image from Echoes of Wisdom. It might even be flipped. I'm not sure, but I think it's just a promotional piece of art from Echoes of Wisdom. I think this is just a placeholder.
Aw, you're coping. You got rused. You're realizing in real time you got tricked by this anonymous guy who tipped you. The anonymous tip?
They moved it up. I do not know if that
anonymous
is true,
tips mean completely different things to Arlo and Phil, apparently.
But I don't know, it's technically possible that this was created. It would have had to have been created like a year ago, so that doesn't seem very likely to me. I really do think that this is just a placeholder, because if you look at the other stuff in this image, some of the other TVs
there it is.
Are displaying what appears
with
to be
the
a
end
screenshot
real
of
bad,
Super Mario
but there it
Odyssey.
is.
And that game again is nothing.
So you have to get invincibility for the climbing segment, or you are not getting plat.
We're not getting new Odyssey anything. We're not getting DLC. It's getting a free Switch 1 update, and that's it. And then the biggest piece of evidence of all that this is really nothing, it's just all a mock-up placeholder, is in one image. We see a big, I assume that if this were real, it would be like a sign, like just a big like printout promo thing. And it's from Mario Kart, but it's not from Mario Kart World. It's from Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So like, yeah, this is a mock-up. This is a weird Switch 2 mock-up, and for some reason,
it ain't a mock-up.
I don't know.
You're
why
the one
they
getting
wouldn't have
mocked.
just used regular old promotional images from Switch 2 stuff. If this is like real material being shown to companies, presumably from Nintendo, I don't know why anybody else would be like shopping around these Switch 2 demo kiosk mock-ups other than Nintendo. But then like, yeah,
we need a video to tell us that it's fake. It's a slow news day, man.
Of just a
Arlo wants to believe
Zelda
that it's real.
2025, like a placeholder, and then put Mario Odyssey, and then put Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. It doesn't really make sense.
Probably because it's not real, Arlo.
But at the same time, that does seem to be what's happened here. Clearly, you know, whether or not this is official, it really does just kind of seem like something that someone put together. And
wonder
they
what the
needed
comments
to do
were like
it
for
the
this one.
presentation, and they, I don't know, time crunch, or even if you were time crunch, if you just Google image search actual Switch 2 games, I don't know. Oh, I got it. I just got it. This is probably them wanting to shop this stuff around or to show it off, but it was probably before they had actually revealed this stuff, because they only fully revealed the Switch 2 and the new Mario Kart and stuff pretty recently. So it could be that this was created before anything had been officially revealed, and they just wanted to kind of put whatever on there. That still doesn't really explain why they would want to create a mock-up, because if it was just this image here of Mario Kart and this screenshot from Mario Odyssey, I would get that. They're just pulling from old stuff.
Isn't it like 52 seconds or something for their platinum?
Of, quote, Zelda 2025. That is strange. But I don't know. Maybe they just wanted to add some legitimacy to it. They wanted to look, okay, well, I can only pull from old stuff. I don't
kind
have
of beginning to
access
hate
new
Arlo
stuff,
beginning.
But I do want to create something that kind of looks like a teaser. It kind of looks like a demo for an unannounced game or some, you know, like, I don't know, maybe this person didn't even like really, maybe they weren't really familiar with Nintendo games, and they just kind of like, I don't know, Mario Kart, and they Google image search Mario Kart, there you go. Screenshot of Mario Odyssey. What's a game that would come out on a Nintendo system? How about Zelda 2025? So yeah, I really don't think this is a thing at all. But I don't know. But
at least he knows
true
it's fake.
that, like, some mysterious
Why did he make a video about it then?
2025 project may start floating around, except nobody can actually see the images or the video that it comes from because the Nintendo ninjas are taking it all down. I don't know. Is that gonna lend an air of mystery to the whole thing? Or will this fizzle? And will this video right here be the first and last anyone hears about all of this?
I need to do this in one go.
Maybe it is not a thing at all. I don't know, but I thought I would talk about it anyway, just in case, because that is the magic of Topic Arlo.
He's desperate for the 10 minutes. You gotta understand.
Whatever. I keep the microphone right here. It's right here next to my desk. Like when I'm not like recording a main, I got like the set for like main channel, like the green screen with the camera and stuff. I keep it over there across the room. And when I'm not doing that, I just bring the mic stand and I set it right here, and I just keep it here. I just bend down and I turn it on and I hit record, and there you go.
That.
I'm recording a Topic Arlo, and then I take that and I send it to Kane, and he sends me back a video. There you go. I upload it. So why not? I made a Topic Arlo about this thing that's probably not even a thing at all, and you know what? I'll do it again. Don't tempt me.
Thank you, Arlo. Zelda 2025 might be real because Arlo got the latest hot goss scoop literally from an anonymous tip. And he didn't help Arlo reach the goal, so Arlo will not be doing Arlo Tries It Red Robin tomorrow. Yum. This one's kind of interesting. It's from the Mario Kart World developer interview. Mario Kart World, believe it or not, started development on the Switch 1 and started development in March 2017 when the Switch 1 released, and it was, gonna be a Switch game. They moved it to Switch 2 around 2020.
Story of my life. I've got a family trip coming up. Just kind of like a big thing planned for this upcoming weekend. And so I'm kind of scrambling to finish prepping.
I think we all kind of knew it started development on Switch 1 though.
Out, before the end of the month.
Some of the daily wrap, I missed it.
Kind of freaking out.
The daily wrap was, we gotta do DSP Tries It Red Robin, but we gotta hit the goal within the first couple of hours tomorrow because I gotta order it at a certain time, and if it's too late, then I have to force my wife to make chili. Like literally, I gotta force my wife to make Wendy's chili. That's the daily wrap.
Because I have so much work to do. And then, like, all of a sudden, there's like 15,000 news stories that I'm going through the news and I'm like, yeah, that's worthy of it. Yep, that's a Topic Arlo. That's a topic. I just like all of a sudden I'm completely overwhelmed. I think I might have to do a Nintendo news roundup. Especially because like all this like Mario Kart stuff. There's so much information they just gave us. They did like an Ask the Developer interview about Mario Kart World, and it revealed so much. And I'm like, oh, okay, maybe I'll just maybe I'll round up some of this stuff in a news roundup because there's a lot of other good stories too. And then I'm like reading the Mario Kart stuff, and I'm like, oh well, I don't know, maybe just the Mario Kart stuff could be its own video. And then I read about how Mario Kart World was originally going to be on the Switch 1, and I'm like, that alone is interesting enough to talk about for the length of a whole video. Okay, so maybe that one will be its own video. I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing here. I have no idea, but at the very, very least, I'm here talking about this one thing in this one video. That's at least one decision
What do I
have
need?
made.
What time am I
about
hitting?
How Mario Kart World was originally going to be on the Switch one, because I find it absolutely fascinating. Because the subject of Mario Kart on Switch, it has been a very
There's no reason for them to make it
discussion
a simultaneous
for the last,
release.
you know, 8 years.
53.
Because every Nintendo system has a Mario Kart game. So it was already kind of unusual that Nintendo was giving us Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, giving us the Wii U game on the Switch, and they gave it to us so early. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, it was just the first couple months. It was like Switch came out in March, and I want to say Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was in May or something like that. So, like, you know, we assumed that this was just kind of
if there's boxes right here, the areas that just body slam, there aren't.
Original game, but then it sold so incredibly, incredibly well. We wondered if it was going to happen at all, and then we're like, well, of course it's going to happen. Of course, I mean, like, come on, like this was just a port of the other game. They're, you know, the Switch generation is going to be like 7 years long, or what ended up being 8, but like of course they are. But then they announced the Booster Course Pass, like kind of near the end of the generation, and that made it even weirder. Why would they?
That was supposed to be filler while they were working on the actual new Mario Kart
8 Deluxe. If they were going to give us an actual original one too. So like the entire generation, Mario Kart has just been this weird thing, this weird kind of anomaly where we didn't really quite know what Nintendo was doing. It was very, just the very idea of them not giving us an original game for the Switch was very, very strange, especially because it's the Switch. It's like the most, you know, profitable Nintendo system ever. It's wildly, wildly successful. And so I guess because of that, it does make sense that there was a time when they were going to put an original Mario Kart game on the original Switch. Apparently they started
I don't know, we may have to take the
World,
left route.
like at the end of 2017, like basically like immediately when the Switch came out, like that month, they started like kind of preliminary work. They started like kind of brainstorming, and then at the end of that year was when they like really got started. I have to imagine that even at that point, it was not like full-on, absolute, full, humongous team active development. I have to wonder if it was still a lot of like smaller team prototyping and whatnot, because otherwise, like, did it really take them that long to make this game? Like, I know game development has gotten, you know, very, very long and very expensive, but like,
well, they said
if
it was a standard Mario Kart
like,
with the open world shit
just
taken
for
into
this
account,
one game?
it would be 100 tracks long.
I don't know. That's a question I would love to ask them, like what that development process looked like. But whatever the case, though, yeah, they basically began working on Mario Kart World at the end of 2017, and then it was in 2020 that they decided that they wanted to move development over to Switch 2. It seems that at that time, they had decided already to give us the Booster Course Pass. So it means that they spent a couple years working on the Booster Course Pass. And even that right there is really interesting to me, because looking at the Booster Course Pass,
did the majority of the work on the Booster Course Pass.
That made it seem like they were doing that because they had decided that the Switch wasn't going to get its own Mario Kart game, you know, because like it is weird that it didn't get an original one, so they thought, okay, what's the next best thing?
The one with the toys?
The Switch isn't getting an original Mario Kart.
They got that
Let's give them a tremendous amount of content for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Because it really was a lot of content, you know, like the Booster Course Pass, it was so many, it doubled the tracks, right? It was almost
96
like a whole
total
new
tracks in the game,
because it doubled the amount of tracks that we could race on. That's a really tremendous amount of DLC to me. And you know, it wasn't like the quality of the tracks weren't exactly all up to like the same standard as the base game. A lot of these were tracks from like Mario Kart Tour that have been kind of scaled up. You know, they didn't quite look as good, but it was still a lot. And to me, that communicated like, yeah, this is a consolation prize. But apparently, if I'm interpreting this correctly, that's not the case.
That one's not a timer.
It was always the plan to give us the Booster Course Pass, and then later in the Switch's life,
it's just that one.
Mario Kart World.
The first one's not a time.
That idea right there, like that
Nah, you're fine.
That's crazy to me. I don't know, for a lot of reasons. You know,
Let me try the left
I'm
path
imagining
again.
Mario Kart World coming out on the Switch 1, like pretty late in the generation. But that means that the Switch 2 would come around, and they wouldn't have a new Mario Kart for a long time. You know, like it would be later in the generation that we would get a Switch 2 Mario Kart game, and that would be very strange because it's Mario Kart. It's always been like, you know, their #1 most like accessible, approachable, system celery kind of like it's Mario Kart. It always does really, really well. So you would think that it's kind of like 3D Mario. We always get the 3D Mario pretty early in the generation, usually within the first year. So the fact that they were ever considering giving it to us so late in the Switch's life, and then it would be late in the Switch 2's life as well. I mean, I don't know, maybe halfway through. You know, if these are long generations, 8 years, then okay. Maybe it would have been like halfway, especially if it like built upon the foundation or something. But yeah, I don't know. At some point, they were going to put World on the Switch 1, which, if you want, I mean, you could even just spin off a whole other conversation here about this one detail here. That to me is like, okay, so Mario Kart World is a launch title for Switch 2, which makes sense because they were working on it throughout the entire life of the Switch.
It's through the left path, but I really got to cut corners for that last segment.
What was the original plan? What was the original launch title gonna be?
What, Donkey Kong, maybe?
DK Bonanza?
Yeah.
Maybe?
But that seems like that was also intended for Switch 1, got pushed back.
Is coming out only like a month and a half later. That is so soon after the launch of the Switch 2 that suggests that, yeah, maybe that was originally going to be the launch title. But then that brings up all these questions still about, like, what was their original plan for year 1? Surely it wasn't just going to be DK Bonanza and, like, Hyrule Warriors, you know? Like, I don't know. Like, there has to be some other... But again, that's a kind of a bigger discussion. I kind of want to do a video talking about, like, the idea of, like, is there one more game that they have not revealed to us? Is there a holiday...
I mean, they got it direct in June, right?
...title coming that they're going to reveal in June or something? I don't know, whatever.
DSP really thinks they won't have anything for holiday season.
The idea for Mario Kart World was established pretty much
He also thinks Metroid isn't coming out this year.
Done everything they
watch him be right.
The idea of these like isolated courses, a course where it's just
how am I slow for that now?
And it's a loop. And that's it. They felt that, like, creatively they had gotten to the end of that. And I love to hear that, too, because I kind of felt the same way. Like, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was just like, how do you make courses cooler than this? You know, like, there have been so many courses throughout Mario Kart history, and now you've introduced the gravity mechanics. So now there's no limitation to how big and twisty and turny the courses can get. Where else do you go? Other than, like, you know,
yeah, getting another mask box does extend the time. So there's 4 total that I can get.
Items or whatever, but like the courses
it's like it works just like the stars do.
This really was a natural evolution, and that's why they had made that
Mario
decision
stars,
pretty early on. But it seems that they hit problems fairly early on, just because of the Switch's hardware. Obviously, plenty of games have kind of struggled to see the artist's vision realized because of the weakness of the hardware, and it seems that they were trying to figure out how to do this open world concept, but it just wasn't working really well, and they were like struggling to like figure out like what do we take away, you know, like what do we scale back so that this works. And at one point they were even considering having the game run at 30 FPS, which, I mean, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is one of the best looking Switch games, and it still runs at 60. So, like, if this was supposed to be the evolution of Mario Kart, this big world thing, it's
everyone would be clowning on him if it ran 30.
This is the series evolving. It would have been such a shame to see them have to make a bunch of sacrifices just to get the game to run. You know, there were too many Switch games where they're just like, well, this is what we wanted artistically, and so this is the performance that we could get with this concept, and we just kind of gotta deal with it. So yeah, at some point they were, they say pretty much when they decided to do the booster course pass. And when I first read this, I misinterpreted it. The way that they say it, it almost sounds like when they released the
I almost
booster
gotta
course
make
pass.
that
So I
jump
wanna
without
clarify to
gliding.
anyone else who
Gliding is so
misinterpreted it
slow.
initially,
I gotta
as
slide jump.
did. I don't think they're saying when they released it. It's when they decided to do it. And so that was in 2020 is when they began that. So they decided we're going to do the DLC for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And at that point, that was when they made the decision, you know what, maybe we should just make this a Switch 2 title. And they described that as being like a ray of hope. Like it was just.
Oh, thank God we don't have to
relief
make games for the
because
shitty
now they
Switch
had
One
so
anymore.
much more hardware power to play with, and they were able to realize all of their ideas and this big, cool open world, and still have it run really well and all that stuff. And then naturally too, it wasn't just about having more
Missed the
hardware
max
power.
boss.
It was also just about having more time. You know, they weren't racing the clock, because it would be weird to release a brand new Mario Kart game at like the very end of the Switch generation. You know, like
No,
maybe
Arlo
they
is very
originally,
much
planned to
first
release it
party on
closer
Nintendo. His
to
third party
the
should
middle.
have played on. I believe he
Maybe
has a
not
PC.
too long after the
Well, I mean,
booster
of course he
course
does, but like
pass
a
came.
game
I really
PC.
don't know. The timeline to me is still a little bit weird to decide to do the booster course pass in 2020 and then not release it until like, what was it, 2023 or something? I don't know. That the timing is still a little strange to me. I feel like they would have wanted to release Mario Kart World, yeah, at least a couple years before the end of the Switch's life. I don't know, but when they made this decision, they said like, all right, well now we've got loads of time. You know, now we've got all the time in the world to work on this game. And so they have been able to work on it this whole entire time for all of these years. Apparently, again, I don't know, like how much the development machine was churning during every part of this
I don't think he said if he's
process.
played Astral Chain or Bayonetta.
Yeah, they had plenty of time. Switch 2 launch title.
Wouldn't be surprised
And
if his
I would
answer
say
was
it worked
no.
out for the best. Yes, it is weird that the Switch 1 didn't get an original one, but like whatever. There are no rules. There are like expectations based on patterns, but ultimately it's not like a problem that we didn't get an original Switch 1. It just kind of, I don't know. It is what it is. They gave Mario Kart 8
It is what it
Deluxe
is, man.
so much more content. Ultimately, I think a Mario Kart Day 1 for a system, it's like the best thing you could do. I mean, it's the best case scenario. Out of all of Nintendo's series, like what is the absolute best possible launch game? It's Mario Kart. And especially this, especially like, I definitely the biggest evolution of the series. I'd say
My
ever.
momentum
Even
money.
like going from Super NES to N64, that was a big jump graphically. You know, now you're in these big like 3D places. But like apart from that, and especially looking at it mechanically, there has not been this big of an evolution of the series. Like there has not been. And so yeah, like of course, Day 1 for Switch 2. You want to carry that momentum? This is the best darn way to do it. So I guess that's it. I just find this really, really fascinating. Again, there's a lot of really great information in this interview, and there's a lot of news stories, and I gotta figure out how I am doing all of these things and how I'm doing them in time, along with the other main channel video stuff. I don't know. Please wish me luck. I really, really, really need it right now.
That interview does have some good shit in it. Like the idea for the cow came from one of the designers sketching the cow in a big old little farmy pickup truck, and they thought it was funny, so they ended up just putting it in the game. And then from there, they decided to add all the other enemies that usually appear as obstacles. Decided to just toss them all in the game as playable characters because the assets already exist for them. This one is about Diddy Kong's redesign, which is to say, is very subtle redesign that only autistic fans would notice.
With each topic, Arlo, or really like any video, any project, I'll give each one like a little, like a really simple 2 or 3 word, like kind of, I don't know, like code, like a working title, so that when I'm working with Kane or whoever, you know, just got this like quick, like easy name to remember. And when I was naming this one, I was like, Diddy redesign. Yes, he did. And now Diddy Kong looks different. And so now for the video, Diddy Kong, you know, DK got a pretty, I mean, I want to call it major. I guess you could say it is major. What's so funny, what's so fascinating about the DK redesign is it is kind
Probably
of
worst time in
subtle.
history to be named Diddy.
Individual elements
True.
have not changed.
Let's
that
see the
much.
redesign.
It's like mostly his eyebrow, and yet he gives like a totally different vibe now. I don't know. I feel like I need to do a more major video kind of talking about how DK has been changed. But it seems that Diddy Kong has also
There he
been
is.
redesigned. It is not
The new one is on
it
the left.
not as major of a
New on the left,
redesign,
old on the right.
but it's a thing. What you're looking at right here is a mock-up from Nintendo Life. And it's really funny. They seem to have taken like basically the same exact pose as the other like main Diddy model, and just kind of redid that. They thought like that's it. No, like that.
Well,
that
Nintendo
exact
always does
pose,
that
like,
with their
that is
render
Diddy Kong.
updates.
We don't need to change the positioning. We just gotta like redo it in a slightly different style. And so now we are going to meticulously examine this monkey from head to toe. We're gonna look at all the changes here. Why? Because that is somehow my job. Life is funny, and you know it's also because you're here. It's because you're watching. I'm a determinist. You know, like it doesn't make sense. Why are things this way? They're this way because they had to be this way. Otherwise, they would not be this way. That's why I'm doing this video. I have to. Hate to break it to you, everybody, but free
What a
will is an
fatalist.
illusion. So let's start with his hat. Okay, so the Nintendo logo has been removed and replaced with a little DK pin, which is interesting. I mean, you know, it was always kind of weird. I mean, fun, weird in a good way that Diddy's hat just had the Nintendo logo on it. You know, I mean, DK is no stranger to little like self-referential kind of third wall breaking stuff, mainly like Donkey Kong Country, you know, all the Cranky Kong stuff. So it was interesting that he had the Nintendo logo on his hat, but I suppose I don't know, it makes sense. It makes sense to get rid of that and have it be all, you know, in world.
In my opinion, that
universe.
change is
Makes
soulless.
sense. So he's just got a little DK pin. See, but then that's funny in its own way because he replaced the Nintendo branding with Donkey Kong, like the IP branding, you know? Like, it's his uncle, right? Is he his uncle? Is DK Diddy's uncle?
No.
I should know this.
You
I feel
really
like I know
should.
this.
Isn't
I
it
wanna
your job
say
to know?
Yes, even though, obviously, one's a monkey, one's an ape, whatever. Not going there today. Plenty of other people
He's
for
racist.
DK lore videos. But yeah, it's just kind of like, I don't know.
He's making
It's
fun of
like
the other
if
DK
it's
guy.
like if I, for instance, had an uncle, I do have an uncle sometimes. Uncle. And you know, like if I just had like his initials on a pin, but it's not just the initials, it's like if he was a brand, if he was an intellectual property, I'd put his initials, like his logo, on my hat. Anyway, and you know what? No, it's no, never mind. There's another thing to say about the pin on the hat, but we'll talk about that in a second here. There's other like really subtle differences. Obviously, like this is just a new render, so very, very small changes. You know, like the exact angle of the tip of his tail, you know, like the particular texture on the fur. Some very, very slight changes to his shirt, like just like the little like the sleeve part is slightly different. The stars are slightly different. Nothing super duper exciting. I mean, most of this is not super duper exciting. Most of it is very subtle. Really the kind of thing that would happen just by nature of redoing it. You know, like if you're gonna just do it again, it's gonna come out slightly different. You know, the precise dimensions of his tummy, you know, like that kind of thing. The belly button.
Both look the same to me. The belly button's different. The teeth are different. He actually has teeth on the left, and the pin that he already pointed out, pin on his cap,
more of just like
in the Mario movie.
Wow, crazy, absolutely crazy. His toes were kind of more rounded before, and you know what? It's funny looking at that. I feel like that almost feels like it was a holdover from the Super NES days. That's got the kind of like chunky quality that I feel like I remember seeing a lot more in like the old like 3D renders, like original Super NES ones. You know, they didn't have a lot of polygons to work with, even with like the official art. So like their fingers. And
Yeah, I
toes
see what
are
he's
little
talking
more-
about. The toes are a bit more
chunky.
globulous, amorphous.
I don't know, but whatever the case, they look more just kind of flattened out and like normal monkey-like now. So that's cool, I guess. But now let's get back to some more major changes here. He's got teeth now. You know, there's like very slight change to the shaping of his tongue. The coloration of the red. It's a little bit of a deeper, richer red. I like that. Matches his like shirt and hat a little bit more. But yeah, the teeth. And it's funny because there's kind of a history of like cartoon characters getting teeth and people not really liking it. You know, you take any character that did not really have visible teeth before and you give them teeth. Ninja Turtles or whatever, and suddenly it's like weird. So I definitely saw, you know, I'm seeing some
he didn't have teeth
feeling
before.
like it's a little strange to give Diddy Kong teeth.
Unless,
at
like,
the same time, though, monkeys?
It was like Schrodinger's teeth. Like, if he needed to have teeth for specific scenes, then yeah, he has teeth, but he doesn't have teeth constantly. If that makes sense.
Have teeth. I don't know. This may be a little known fact. Monkeys do have teeth, so I don't think I'm against it. If anything, I feel like you could argue that the original version is a little bit more weird because he's just got this like, I don't know what. It's not even. It's like a beak. It's like a beak.
Monkeys
it's almost
have
duck-like.
teeth.
You know, he's got this
verified
weird,
fact check back in the day.
Kind of like thin, almost like sharp. I feel like it's gonna pinch my finger. I don't know. It's kind of weird. I feel like adding teeth to it kind of makes it feel a little bit more natural. You know, at the same time, the original way was at least more unique. Kind of special in its own way. He's a little bit more basic, a little more generic cartoon character-ish. Now that he's got the teeth, and then really the final main thing to talk about, it's similar. It's the eyes. You know, if you want to say like there's one biggest change. Okay, the teeth are already pretty big, but like the eyes have changed, and it's really
the teeth and the hairpin
it's
are
just
the
like what
biggest
happened
thing
with
for
DK.
me.
Diddy's original eyes just had a little bit
not
sharper
hairpin, but like
of like
the pin on his hat.
eyebrows, like the middle part where they point down. It pointed down a little bit more sharply. They had a little bit more of like a particular shape to them, giving his eyes something of a kind of a goggly kind of, I don't know, more cartoon character, kind of like Sonic. You know how like his eyes can be like kind of like one big kind of mass.
Yeah, Phil smiles with his old man smile, no teeth. Yep. Smoothed
out. They've been rounded out. They're just a lot more round now, and there's a little bit more of a clear divide between them. So yeah, again, it is very similar to DK, where like DK had like the very particular kind of like eyebrows and the way that it dipped down. It gave his eyes a very unique quality, and now they do look a lot more like generic cartoon. They're just kind of big and bright and round, and that does make them more expressive. Here's the thing about this, really with both characters. I think the original way was more unique. It was just more, unique. You don't see as many cartoon characters with that particular thing. So in that way, I am, it's a little sad to see it change. Now it is a little bit more generic. It's a little bit more just kind of cartoon character-y. Like, a lot of these designs, they go back decades. And this stuff was designed for these characters, and they were on the Super NES, and so it's kind of like, if you were going to create these characters,
it's right there. It was 1 second too short.
You would be way more
3 seconds
likely
faster.
to land on
So the right way
like
is
this.
the way.
New
I
design,
can't
and
mess
you
up
could
that
argue
part with the
that
3
is a
second
little bit
box.
sad. But at the same time, it really does fit Nintendo a lot better. I know it's more in line with Nintendo's other characters.
Flawless Jane.
DK.
It's okay.
Just kind of looks a little bit more cartoony and friendly and lively, in a way that probably just helps him mesh with Mario and his work colleagues a little bit better, And so I don't know, you could go either way. You could argue that is not necessarily a good thing. You don't have to, we don't like homogenized Mario. We don't like everything to be rounded out.
We definitely know you don't like homogenized Mario.
Details to be smoothed away, and so they all
the videos that got
you
you popular.
So
I'm aware.
I could see being slightly disappointed by this. This version of Diddy is simply less unique now. But at the same time,
You don't care?
Who cares?
Okay.
I always,
he doesn't care.
I kind of go back. I just kind of fall back on the same idea. At the end of the day, it's still a very small difference. It really doesn't matter too much.
Arlo's going the Diddy controversy with us. Not that Diddy controversy. The controversy of Diddy's redesign.
Of change and whether it's good or bad. I don't know. Like, we had the originals for so long that I'm kind of like fine with it changing. Again, it doesn't really matter too much. Maybe I'll miss the original, but I also had the original for a really long time, and I don't know, maybe they'll change it again down the line sometimes. I suppose it's not likely that they're going to go back to the original, but whatever. That's what I wanted to mention earlier when I was talking about the pin. It seems that the Mario
Diddy
movie
lost all his Steve in
really
prison.
did kind of reveal this version of Diddy earlier. I mean, ultimately, the version of Diddy in the Mario movie wasn't completely accurate because the Mario movie had kind of like its own style for all of the characters, even Mario. They had much like bigger, kind of brighter eyes, and even the Diddy in the Mario movie, like really big pupils. His shirt is a little bit more like a sports jersey kind of thing. But they revealed the pin, the change, the on his cap. He didn't have the Nintendo logo. He had a little DK pin, and it's really funny to see that was a very deliberate design choice. Like, even way back then when they were doing the Mario movie, when they were working on that scene, probably a couple years ago, Nintendo told them, we are changing Diddy Kong, so use these specifications. And I don't know. I think it's fun. I think it's really interesting that it goes back that far. Like we had our redesigned Diddy way back then. And it seems that this new version, like when I saw that they redesigned Diddy, I completely assumed that meant he was going to be in DK Bonanza. But
he will be now.
It seems that
There's
is
no way
not
he
confirmed.
won't be.
This is
my
just
opinion.
kind of a new version of Diddy that was like it was on the Nintendo News app, right? Like they just kind of did it. They just kind of went like, hey, look, here's Diddy. here's a new version of Diddy Kong. He looks like this now. I don't know. Maybe he still will be in DK Bonanza. I don't know. He looks very good alongside the new DK model. He looks like he fits. It almost, like, looking at him side by side, it almost looks like this is a reveal for him in DK Bonanza. I don't know. They fit really well together now.
I think it fits too.
Those are the changes. A lot of pretty subtle stuff.
Like,
a lot
the
of
way
little
you look at
details
it, and
where
it makes you think like
kinda zoom
DK's
in
always looked like
and,
that.
Be disappointed
even though
about
it's not the case.
one detail or another at the same time. Like, I don't know. If it was, like I said, if it was always this way, we would have been fine with it. I wouldn't like, if Diddy always looked like this, I wouldn't just be like, man, I wish that his eyes were angled down a little more sharply. All these years, ever since I was a kid, I played Donkey Kong Country on the Super NES, and I just looked at Diddy, and I feel like his eyes shouldn't be as round. No, I feel, I feel like his belly button should be longer. That's my headcanon. Diddy Kong's belly button is like an inch longer than it is.
Alright, well, in my opinion, the design isn't as controversial as what they did to Donkey Kong. And I don't mind what they did to Donkey Kong. He's been looking the way he's looking for about like 20, 25 years. It's fine to switch it up, man. Diddy Kong, though, they barely did anything to him. You won't even notice the changes unless you're a fucking artist like me. But let's take an Arlo break. We got a new harmful opinions about Alyssa Mercante. Oh, geez. First Anna Valens and now Alyssa Mercante. How many women are gonna get on his nerves this week?
If you talk about things on the internet for long enough, eventually you will make a mistake. When discussing something, you'll miss out an important piece of information because maybe you didn't find it, maybe you didn't think it was important, but it was. A slip up in coverage. And that is very different to what is known as a lie by omission, which is when you say only things that are true or technically true, but deliberately don't say things you know would give a more accurate picture, making the totality of what you've said a lie, despite each piece of that lie being true. Alyssa Mercante apparently likes to do this a lot. Yesterday, I watched a video of hers called Hating Me Gets Them Views, Here's My Story, and I'm gonna quickly show you 3 examples. The first of which is a repeat. A rerun. You see, she points to an article she wrote last year.
In March 2024, I wrote a story that would forever change my life. I didn't expect it to. It was just a report dispelling a conspiracy theory that had gained traction in the dank caves of the internet.
If you actually go and read that report yourself, you will see that it is also coverage of a very specific event. She points out in her March 2024 article that late the prior month, one of Sweet Baby Inc.'s consultants discovered a Steam group dedicated to detecting games that Sweet Baby Inc. has worked on. That's true, that did happen, but more than that happened. The consultant in question was calling not only for people to report the group, but for people to target the creator of the group. Quote, since he loves his account so much. A spiteful attack intended to dispossess someone who had done nothing wrong of their Steam games library. This, specifically, is what ignited what's known as Gamergate 2. And there is zero chance that Alyssa was not aware of that. She deliberately dances around it though, claiming the conversation around Sweet Baby Inc. has ignited a fundamentally misinformed Gamergate-esque firestorm. Saying the things she has in this article without ever outlining Chris Kindred's specific behavior is absolutely a lie by omission. In her video, she proceeds to summarize that report and once again omits the single most important piece of information to include when talking about that whole shitstorm.
The report stated that a consultant working at the time with Sweet Baby Inc. discovered a 100-person strong curation page on the video game marketplace site Steam.
100-person strong? Was it really that small?
Only 100 people?
Maybe she misspoke, but lowest I remember seeing it was a couple thousand. But damn, that really is some explosive
Yeah, that seems
growth.
kind of full.
We can see from archives that between March 1st
Ain't nobody like that
and
shit.
March 2nd, it got
Nobody likes
16,000 new
wokeness.
followers. A few days later, it broke 100K. Alyssa would have you believe that just kinda happened. There's no specific inciting incident, and the Sweet Baby consultant simply found it. They didn't do anything, they just found it. Is she proud
What's wrong
of
with
this
it existing
coverage?
though?
It's something that I remain proud of more than 365 days after it published, but it forever changed my life.
Yes. Yes, she is proud of it. And, lady, that's a year. Gamers didn't break your fucking spine. They said some nasty shit about you. Stop being stupid right now, and you will recover. Anyway, given that her video opened with a statement of pride that she deceived people now and last year, I was on high alert for things that could be missing. And it's at this point that I must make a disclosure. The next two lies by omission relate to a guy who goes by Smash JT. You should know that he liked my Sunground coverage, and he super chatted me like 20 bucks or something.
That guy.
I just think you should know that so you can judge if you think I'm doing this because of that or something. So, later in her video, there's this little snappy section where she tries to make a point. She uses a series of clips to create the impression that Smash JT and others are guilty of inciting doxing attempts by Smash JT's standards. She plays this clip.
By giving the full name, you are subtly implying that you are encouraging your audience to proactively dox a person.
Alyssa, she then plays a huge number of clips of people saying her name. I'm not going to play them all. And caps it off with a bunch of examples of Smash JT specifically saying her name. Damn, she got him. He said by saying someone's name, you're implying that people should go and dox them. He said those words, right? It's a video clip. And he said her name a bunch of times, so he's doing that. Well, unfortunately for Alyssa, it is very, very easy to find the context. And he was not saying what she snipped the clip to make it sound like he was. In fact, in that very statement, he explains why he thinks it's okay to say her name. It's what he says.
Always leaving out
directly
the
before
context,
what she
shaking my
snipped
damn
out.
head,
So
man.
there's no way this was an accidental omission. I'll play it for you right now, and I'll click to remind you of where her cut was.
And then she uses my full name, by the way, and I'm gonna black it out here because I don't use my full name. That's kind of like a unwritten rule when it comes to social media. You address the person based off of what their username is. Everyone knows that who stays in bounds. And Alyssa Mercante's username and her editor, she's literally listed on her website as editor Alyssa Mercante. Her Twitter is Alyssa Mercante. Everything has her full name, so I address her as such. If it
Makes
was
sense to
something
me.
else, I would address her as Alyssa or whatever it was. But by giving the full name, you are subtly implying that you are encouraging your audience to proactively dox a person.
Absolutely shameless manipulation, given what she tried to imply by combining that snippet with a bunch of examples of him saying her name. By the way, as a quick aside, I don't really agree with Smash JT that it's incitement to
I'd say
dox.
it's more like,
I characterize hitting someone who's pseudonymous honest with their real name, more as an intimidation tactic.
Yeah.
It's a direct, I know who you are, more than a get him kind of thing. But either way, it certainly is an aggressive move. That's not to say people haven't said and done nasty things to Alyssa, but it ain't quite as one-sided as she
There it
wants
is.
to make it look. And on the subject of
Though I
what
still
appears to be a
flub the end.
genuinely nasty thing done to
get me
her,
out.
she tells us about this.
Imagine knowing your boss, your coworkers, your peers, your friends.
But yeah, going back to it, you know, using the full name as like a, just saying it isn't, I wouldn't necessarily equate that to, oh, you're rallying your audience to go dox a person. I would agree with more harmful's interpretation that it's closer to like an intimidation tactic, like I know who you are. And also patronizing. So if someone goes by a username, you know, you would patronize them, you belittle them and mock them. Like it's a way of like not approaching them at their level. So for example, the quarter pounder, you know, his detractors, his woke liberal detractors like to call him by his full name, like Jeremy Hambley or whatever, Jeremy, because you know his name is silly to begin with. But in my eyes, it's like an intimidation and like belittling them. Like, oh, I'm not gonna accept the term that you go by. I'm gonna dead name you. I'm gonna dead name you by calling you your actual name. So it's not really dead naming because it's still the name you go by. Dead naming isn't a thing anyway.
And your family are also getting messages like this. Simply
Yeah, I thought
because
she was
they're
bald too.
associated with you.
Somebody decided to buy.
She's bald.
Was it Mercante? Is her sister's name? Mercante.com. Somebody got this domain and began emailing her sister from it. I just think that is fucking hilarious.
Unless I'm missing some details and it turns out her sister's a public figure in her own right and is intertwined with Alyssa somehow. Publicly, that is some real weirdo behavior. Could even be quite intimidating. But here's the problem. This is the next thing she plays in her video.
Apparently, her sister's website has been hacked or taken over, or domain has been purchased and now used to harass her. Can't help but look at the situation and laugh.
Now this one was really slick. I don't think a casual viewer would ever notice the snip. I think it gives the impression that his video contained exactly this.
To harass her. Can't help but look at the situation and laugh.
The cut she made happens in the same way you might do it in your own video. And that is how it happens. Just not then. And I think her omission significantly mischaracterizes him. Finger clicks at either end of the bit she cut out.
Now used to harass her. And while I do not condone doing this to anybody for any reason at any time whatsoever, I can't help but look at the situation and laugh.
It would be fine for you to make the point that his condemnation of it doesn't matter, but what I'm not cool with is making it look like he didn't do that. By removing that part, you make it look like he's just totally gleeful it happened, because that shit's just great. But he also says something immediately afterwards that wasn't included.
Well, if it's
She
not
cut out the
consequences of my
disavow.
actions coming back to haunt me
Cut out the
once
Bex,
again.
Phil.
Wait, what the hell does that mean? What did Alyssa do? Well, it sort of comes up in her video. In one of the clips, two guys are looking at one of her tweets. She mentions, DMing your wife after you've been harassing me for weeks is not remotely comparable to the sister website thing. Excuse me? I did a quick Google and apparently Alyssa Mercanti engages in some of that weirdo behavior herself. May 7th, 2024, she asked Smash JT, so you think it's funny that you platformed a man threatening to kill me? Based on other tweets of hers, this is ostensibly about Smash JT retweeting this guy. I took a quick look at him.
You platformed someone by retweeting them?
Guys, gamers for Trump, gamers against propaganda. I'm getting flat screeners into virtual reality. I'm showing parents, even non-gamers, my content is special. It's cinematic and with some hype for the non-gamer. That virtual reality is a great way to control content and wokeness until we weed.
I'll leave it up to you, dear viewer, to decide how reasonable you think it is to be frightened of this fellow. In any case, in that thread we were looking at, Alyssa continued, anyway, I found your wife's Facebook and asked what she thinks about the father of her children harassing a woman online and laughing when she shares that someone they're supporting has been threatening to kill them for weeks.
Very normal
On his
behavior,
website,
Alyssa.
Smash JT shared what she wrote to his wife, and I would call it deranged and insulting, saying, I certainly wouldn't want my partner doing what he's doing, is a direct judgment of her, not just of him. The implication of saying you wouldn't be with someone like that is clear. Smash JT, perhaps without even watching it, retweeted a clip of some schizo. You are the schizo in his wife's Facebook messages. You know what? I would laugh too if someone who behaved like this toward my girlfriend got a taste of their own medicine. I'm of the opinion that all this context completely changes the meaning of what he was saying. Never mind his condemnation that you cut out. And so that's lie by omission number 3. There's probably a lot more, maybe even in that video alone, but these were the most obvious to check. And now a final little bonus nugget for the people who have watched this far. As a courtesy, I censored Alyssa's sister's name, but I don't actually believe she cares. If people online were messing with someone in my real life, and I wanted to protect their info, and I'm a journalist covering stuff online who would absolutely know about doing this, I would have scrubbed my socials of details about them. First thing, immediate, obvious. However, to this very day, Alyssa Mercanti has a tweet up telling everyone her sister's name and showing a picture
nice
of her.
optics there,
I scrubbed
lady.
that shit in an instant. And it does only take an instant to find. When the website stuff originally happened as well, she didn't censor it. The black bars are added by me. She
Okay,
was
I gotta be up there
blasting
at
her
7
sister's name
seconds.
out there far and wide. 5 days ago, she agreed with me. Obscuring these details is a really obvious basic step to take if you're concerned about harassment. Yeah, no brainer. Why wasn't she doing it before now though? This lady's just weird as hell.
Yeah, she's kookly. Fucking going to Facebook and talking to Smash JT's wife? What the hell is the matter with you? This is Sony just made me cringe so hard I passed out. What did they do this time?
So a while back, there was a big ol' hubbub, and I did a video and everything about how Sony was kind of rethinking their whole live service push. You know, this whole generation is almost like done. We're like a pretty good chunk of the way through the
I
generation.
still can't believe that.
And
The
this
gen
entire
is
time,
almost
we've just
done.
Kind of like waiting for Sony.
It's fucking bullshit,
to
brother.
make some games. To like, where are they? When does that momentum?
Where the video games
like,
at?
Really just
Feel like
when do they
Will
hit their
Smith, Fresh Prince.
stride?
Where the video games
And
at?
we start like really getting the games, and you know, it kind of came out that it wasn't going to happen because Sony put most of their eggs in this live service basket, and they've had to really reconsider. And there was just a humongous string of canceled games. All these different studios were working on live service games, canceling games, shutting down multiple studios. It was a whole thing.
Big ups on the Spyro
They've,
music, though.
You know, they've kind of learned their lesson. It's not to say that they're gonna stop trying to create new live service games. You know, it's not to say that they
should
won't
stop,
still try to roll those dice as many times as they can, or a pretty good number of times. But at the very least, it seems that they have recognized how foolish it was to
Dude,
throw so
the whole time
much,
trial's dependent on this carpet
so
RNG.
much at it. It has done devastating damage to just this generation of PlayStation. That's not to say that they're struggling. They're still doing just fine. They have won the console war as far as like them versus Xbox goes. They're still selling plenty of units. They're doing all right, but without a doubt, they could have done so much better, and we could have so many more games to play if they hadn't just done what they did. And so it is funny now that after all of that, here they are, Herman Hulst himself, coming on the official PlayStation blog and gleefully, proudly announcing that they're creating a brand new studio at Sony, and you'll never guess what kind of game they're working on. And I don't know all of the detailed
Concord
history,
2,
but it
for real,
seems
for real?
that all this may be related to a game that has been in development for a while, and there's been a bunch of like shakeups at Bungie. You know, Sony bought Bungie, and since
A lot of
then
good
they have
that
been
did 'em.
struggling to make good use of them, and there was a big, you know, quote unquote restructuring. They had to lay off a bunch of employees and whatnot, and it kind of seems that they have taken some
dibs.
of the people at Bungie and a project that originated there and have kind of formed it. They're calling it an incubation project, and they've kind of formed it into its own new thing. So essentially, we have a new first-party Sony studio that is now working on a game. We really don't know anything about the game, other than the fact that it is a live service game. You know, we just know this team
that was
is
good.
called LFG, which stands for Looking For Group.
Looking for games, because there are none this gen.
Ultimately, the point of this video, the reason I want to talk about this, it's not just that it's a little bit funny seeing this coming from Sony, them just being so proud about like creating another new studio and trying to create another like live service game. That's like funny enough just because of all the stuff that's been going on. But really what I want to point out here is that the little like write-up that they put in the blog here, you know, it's just kind of LFG sort of introducing themselves. It's really just like it's credited to simply Team LFG, not necessarily any one person at the company. I don't know who is responsible for writing this, but I read it and I cringed so hard. I think I lost consciousness for a few seconds. It's like when you stand up too fast and your head gets all. It was kind of like that.
Yeah,
like
I kind of
cringed
anyway.
so hard I forgot what I was doing. So I don't know. Let's look at it. I'm gonna look at it. First, I will say it is funny that this studio is headquartered in Bellevue, Washington, which is quite close to here. It is funny. Now that I live in Seattle, now I'm like noticing how many different companies are here, and so now, you know, I'm extra aware of it in even media and everything. Just like, oh hey, oh Seattle, oh I know that. Like I just finished reading Dune, and on the little like author thing, it's like, oh, Frank Herbert, you know, comes from Tacoma, Washington. What? That's crazy. And then it's funny even.
Yeah,
about
I got
Bellevue,
the plat for that last level.
I just randomly found myself reading about Defense Grid recently, and Hidden Path is also in Bellevue, I believe. Funny, small world. So anyway, yeah, I'm just gonna kind of read a chunk of the blog post here. We are driven by a mission to create games where players can find friendship, community, and belonging.
Okay,
we
yeah,
want our
that's
players to feel
you gotta get
excited
invincibility
when they
again.
log on to discover their teammates already hanging out
It's one
online.
of those.
We want our players to recognize familiar names and to make myths and memes out of each other.
Myths and
we
memes.
want our players to love remembering that one time where they pulled off that play, capital T, capital P, that changed the whole story of the match. As we say on the team, that's the good stuff. Oh boy.
Yeah, Arlo loves the Seattle air.
Let's stop there for now. That's really that's the main thing that I wanted you to hear. It's like it's like, yeah, you want all those things, huh? I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that you are telling us the truth when you say that you want those things. The problem is that that's not the kind of thing that you should be communicating to us. That is, well, I don't know, that's what's funny about companies, is
They're out of
so
touch.
big and they are so filled with professionals and they have so much money and they can kind of craft their public image in any way that they want. And in so many ways, like, oh, these are the real business people. They know what's going on in the industry. They're professionals. But then in cases like this, where like they literally do not know how to
It drops my
communicate
fucking
with
jump,
the
man.
people who are buying their products, because they themselves are so just far removed from that world, the world of normies that we occupy, the world of people who are just like real people purchasing products and consuming art. So it's just so funny. You so often see these companies making statements like this, and they're being just like so like bold and energetic and like, yeah, this is what we want, like not recognizing how absurd it is to say things like this to us. This right here is like the pitch that you give the investors. That's what the investors want to hear. You want to tell the investors, oh yeah, our goal is for people to love our products so much that they engage with them.
That's
a
most
lot.
companies'
And they get
goals.
online, and what's that? All of their friends are already online, and now they're making like you can't even mention not even just memes, myths. Like you can't just say that. Memes happen organically. Myths happen you had to take it to just like memes times 10 myths. They happen organically. You can't eat like even saying that you hope for them is just so embarrassing. We
hope for the memes, man.
It's just embarrassing. Like, yeah, we know you want this. This has the kind of energy of like the CEO of the company.
Gotta bounce off that crate, but I also want a slideshow.
Store and like having an event at the store. Ah, yes, everyone, come in.
Ah, yes.
Make yourself comfortable in our friendly environment. Please enjoy some of our products. We have products for everyone. It's got this air of friendliness. And yet, it still just reeks of that. Like,
that's the thing about memes, though, Arlo. They gotta be organic.
Top of the tower, like disconnection from actual humans. It's like I don't know. I have no doubt that there are people at Team LFG who play video games and they know how to make video games. And for all I know, they will make a very good.
PlayStation doesn't have organic memes like Nintendo. That's why he hates them.
But whoever wrote this does not sound like a person who plays video games. It sounds like, I mean, it's
a suit. It's a secretary.
They sound like an executive. They've got
it's
the
not even
makings of
Anne.
an executive. You know, I don't know who this person is, or if they're looking to climb the ladder. But they talk the talk. You know, they talk like a person right at the top of that tower. We want our players to feel excited when they log on and discover their teammates already hanging out online. Like, focus on making a good game first. You know, like that's another thing about this. I know this is all just like whatever. It's not meant to be a big, huge deal. It's just kind of like you got to say something. You know, there's got to be some sort of introductory thing. So obviously you want to talk about how much you love
DSP
making
forces
games.
Memes, the detractors make it organic.
It's a little bit
That's why it's so fun.
Like cart before the horse. You know, like our goal is not just to make a game. Our goal is to make a game that is so good. No, you don't understand. This game we're making, it's gonna be so good. 1,000,000,000 trillion people are gonna play it, and they're all gonna make myths and memes about each other. People are gonna have such incredible memories. It's gonna create, you know, that thing where we're all like struggling to socialize and there are no more third spaces for young people, and we're all suffering from this horrible pandemic of loneliness. Well, not anymore.
The pandemic is over.
You're gonna come and play our game and feel this sense of community. You're gonna be so happy your friends are already
I'm still doing
playing
time
the game.
trials.
You didn't even have
93%.
to ask them. Our game is so good, you won't even have to ask your friends to play it. They'll already be playing it 24/7. And you know what? That right there, that's the good stuff, baby. I imagine there's a big banner. That's their company slogan. That's their modus operandi. It's just a big, huge banner over the door. That's the good stuff. And if you don't pronounce it with the D's, you are fired. You are not a team player. We don't want to see your face around here anymore. So I don't know. I guess I probably made my point. There is a little bit more, and I will say, you know what? I will say, I may be too hasty here. I may be misjudging. It is possible that this is like weird, disconnected corporate speak, but it is also possible that this itself is like, I don't know, it's like it's a statement, it's an art piece. This is like a very subtle piece of viral marketing. This is them.
What's that in the corner? Arlo's playing
Astrobot. Know
exactly
what's up. Because here's the thing: at the very end, they have a little paragraph about the game, and this is how they describe it. Our first game is a team-based action game that draws inspiration from fighting games, platformers, MOBAs, life sims, and frog-type games.
Frog?
Players will inhabit a lighthearted comedic world set in brand new mythic science fantasy universe. We can't wait to reveal more. Back up a little bit. Hold on. MOBAs.
It's a frog type game now?
Fighting platforms.
What up, my frogas?
Frog type. Frog. When
They
you
actually say frog type in the
games,
press release here?
I must be missing something here, right? No, I'm not missing anything. You're not missing anything either. They said frog type games, and nobody knows
It's like a donkey
what
joke.
that means. That is not a genre of video games, and so that right there, I don't know. And that's near the end of the post too. So is it possible that all of this is completely self-aware, completely premeditated? This was always the plan. Let's just kind of blindside them with this random little thing at the. What is a frog type game, and how does that fit in with the rest? And you know, obviously, it could just be a cheeky little. It could just be like starring frogs. It could be that this is not actually a genre. They just their game has frogs in it, so they just kind of slipped that in there. I really don't know. But I will say,
I hate the depth perception there. Let's go.
It must be genius marketing because it's working on me at the very, very, very least.
Yeah, it's supposed to get you to talk about it, Arlo, of course.
I'm curious. They got me.
Oh,
otherwise,
damn it! I got a
Sony
slide jump
announces,
there.
That Bungie is working on a brand new
That was the
live service
run.
game. Who cares? But what was that? It's a frog type game and a MOBA platformer fighting game.
I'm playing a suffering
That's
type game right
interesting,
here.
too, mashing all those together. But then the frog, I at least want to see the trailer. I want to know what the heck they were talking about. So I don't know. Joke's on me, I guess.
Okay, next one is him talking about quarterly sales for Nintendo.
Hello, my beautiful friends. Nintendo.
I don't know
has
you like that,
posted
Arlo.
its Beautiful.
You're just here to be filler to fill the dead air while I fucking suffer.
Quarterly, but this is the kind of the big one. This is it's the last report before the Switch 2. But then it is also representing the entire last fiscal year, which ended in March. So essentially, this is the
Switch 1 continues to sell. Suffer
big
PS2.
yearly ones. And because we're at the end of the generation, and there haven't been like
Sony's
a
gonna
lot
have to
of
dig
really
out
huge
more
game
out of the
releases,
bin to
obviously,
claim
it's
that
not,
they
like, the most,
that got sold.
Interesting financial result stuff, but it's still good. And instead of kind of breaking it down into multiple videos or whatever, I figure we'll just do this. I'm just here. We'll just go over it right now. I would zoom in more, but I don't know what this. I can't get rid of this white box. I just can't. It's like I just can't. Okay, so whatever. This is it. So yeah, we'll just kind of go down. Just kind of go down and take a look. So pretty much across the board, we're seeing a drop in sales and profits, but of course that's completely to be expected. Again, there weren't like a lot of really big, huge releases. It's the end of the generation. Console sales are finally dipping. So yeah, net sales decreased by 30.3% year on year, versus last year. Operating profit decreased 46.6%. Ordinary profit decreased by 45.3%. So yeah, some decently dramatic.
Arlo's got the
drops,
inside scoop on the
across
fucking
board, but
sales.
it's to
He's
be,
got the
expected.
connections, dude.
Game sales decreased by 30.9%.
You guys laughed at him.
Mobile and IP related income fell 27%. So that makes sense. Yeah, mainly because, that one specifically, mobile and IP related income, everything that is not video games, of course, like the Mario movie was a huge thing. So you're gonna see a really big drop after that whole thing is done. That's kind of cool. We get a little pie chart for like the different regions. Proportion of sales outside of Japan, 76. So yeah, wow. Japan makes up almost a quarter of their total sales. Wow, that's interesting. Wow, it even gives the effect of changes in foreign exchange rates on net sales. Plus
They would never do that. They didn't even do the PS2 Classic.
Cool. Numbers are cool. They say naturally, with the decrease in net sales, gross profit declined by 25.6% year on year to 710.1 billion yen. And this is really interesting right here. Although there was a decline in the proportion of first-party software sales, the gross profit margin increased by 3.9 points year on year to 61% due to factors including an increase in proportion of digital sales and a decline in the proportion of sales for Nintendo Switch OLED model, which has a lower profit margin compared to the other models. So you know, the profit margin is like how much you make on a product, you know, after all of your expenses. And so apparently they had a small increase in their profit margins, partially because
Beastie's profit margin is the
for
tips he
whatever
makes
reason,
after he
you know,
buys a
digital
game.
Sales overall has kind of been increasing, but it's not necessarily like completely linear, and there are trends here and there. But
that was a bad
apparently
run anyway.
People bought digital, which has a much higher profit margin on a digital sale, so that kind of increased it. And then fewer people are buying Switch OLEDs, and that system itself just has a lower profit margin compared to a base model Switch and a Switch Lite. Nintendo just makes less money on those systems. So because that is the more expensive system, and because the Switch 2 is coming, fewer people have been buying it versus base
Understandable
model Switch and Switch Lite.
for the
And so
OLED there.
therefore,
Unfortunate,
their
'cause it's got a
overall
beautiful
profit margin
screen.
has increased. I think that is fascinating somehow. That's really interesting. I didn't know that their profit
Bought an
margin
OLED
was
mainly because it was white
lower on
base.
Switch OLED. They make more money when you buy one of the other Switches. That's I don't know. It's cool. Now these reports are really interesting because they will also go over their expenses, so like how much they are spending on this stuff, and this is really cool. Leading up to a console launch, you would think that their spending would be a lot higher because of all of like the really aggressive development on all these games and the bigger budgets of the games and all the marketing and R&D and all that stuff. But apparently their administrative expenses only increased by 0.5% versus last year. And here it cites a decrease in advertising expenses, which makes sense at the end of the Switch
Decrease in
generation.
advertising.
They just don't need to
for Switch
spend
1.
as much marketing the Switch. They'd rather just like save their money there for the Switch 2. Obviously, they're going to spend a lot on marketing this fiscal year. But yeah, the previous one, they kind of offset some of their expenses by not spending as much on marketing, and especially without as many humongous games to market. You know, a new Mario game comes out, they're going to spend like $1 trillion plastering it on billboards and stuff. They didn't really have much of a need for like very aggressive marketing within the last year. Yeah, which allowed them to increase personnel and R&D and expenses and whatnot. And it also cites the rise in yen equivalent foreign currency expenses, weakness of the yen and all that stuff. So that's another kind of a interesting little tidbit there. Despite being interested in this stuff, I'm not super knowledgeable about like the different types of profit. Ordinary? I know like gross and net. What is ordinary profit and net? I don't know, whatever. But ordinary profit declined by 45.3% year on year. Yada yada. Same old story. And then yeah, so that's how much money they made. And so now they're looking at their forecast, how much they expect to sell. And this is a really nice little comparison here. Here's the actual fiscal year that we just saw, and then the 2026 fiscal year forecast. And they're expecting a naturally pretty good increase, 63.1% increase in net sales, 13.3% increase in operating profit, 2.1% increase in ordinary profit, 7.6% increase in net profits.
The numbers are low. What do they
like,
mean?
Like share dividends and all that. That's interesting. So naturally, they're expecting to make a lot more money this upcoming fiscal year, and obviously I can't blame them. I think that's probably a pretty good estimate. And here we're getting into some good hard numbers. Basically, they are estimating that for the next full fiscal year, they will sell 15 million units of the Nintendo Switch 2. So basically, by the end of March next year, 2026, they expect to sell 15 million units of the Switch 2, which is, I mean, obviously it's a pretty darn good start, especially if there end up being like stock problems and pricing
I really
problems
messed up
and
with that
tariffs and
monkey in the
whatnot,
pot.
then yeah, that could be a thing. But however you look at it, 15 million units in the first year would be pretty darn good, depending on how many of those sell in the first month or whatever. We really could be looking at the fastest selling video game console of all time. It is possible. Yeah, outsell the Wii U in a single year. That would be a real thing. Yeah, and they're estimating software sales of 45
The
million
hitboxes are
units.
so jank
and
for
as
those
for the
two.
original Switch, they are forecasting hardware sales of 4.5 million units and software sales of 105 million units. And that's interesting. Later on, they kind of mention how apparently, you know, the Switch has sold over 150 million. It's like 152 or 153.
These time
but
trials
that
just look at
does not
RNG hell.
necessarily
Tell me
sell
about
through.
it.
They kind of reveal
It's all
that
about those
the
monkeys in
number
the
of units
jars being
actually
in the right
people's
place at the right
hands
time. Never mind
is
these
not
fucking
quite
carpets.
150. So that like
What was Naughty Dog
152 or
thinking?
whatever, like that's accounting for all the units that are still in stores. So that's interesting. And then yeah, basically even if you do look at like the sell, not necessarily the sell through that like 152 or 153. They're anticipating 4.5 million more.
Right here.
And
See,
that is a
that's
pretty
good that he's
dramatic,
further away.
Decrease. It really is looking like the Switch is probably gonna just barely.
I gotta minimize
miss
spinning here.
hitting the record
If at all
for
possible.
number one highest selling console of all time. It's gonna be a real shame if it does. But like, you know, if anything, they like to over predict this stuff. They like to appease the shareholders and make them happy and say, we're gonna make a bunch of money. So like, yeah, if they're
Just get the
predicting
right cycle,
4.5
dude.
million
And thank
units
you,
of
the
the
Blanc.
original
Respect,
Switch,
dedication.
I don't
Appreciate
foresee
it.
a lot more than that, and at this point I don't see them lowering the price of the Switch to make it like a budget console. I just don't think it's on the cards. I don't think Nintendo cares that much.
Fuck, that's
but
bad.
yeah, I don't know. Whatever the case, they're predicting 4.5 million units of the regular Switch. We'll see how that goes. Now we got some hard numbers on software and hardware units. Yeah, right here you can see the drop, the minus 31.2% drop in hardware sales, and you get a nice little breakdown of the Switch OLED and Switch Lite. Well, 3 million original Switch, 5.86 million of the OLED, and then 1.95 million of the Lite. So they're all selling. They're all serving a purpose. And then of course the primary software to come out in the last fiscal year, you've got
They're all
Mario
serving
Kart
a purpose. They
Jamboree
aren't like
at
ants in the
very,
summer
very top,
sun.
7.48 million units, and that's a brand new game. That's a brand new
7
game.
million for
And
Jamboree?
Mario Kart 8 Deluxe.
Big fucking ups.
Still, after all these years, it is an evergreen title. It is as evergreen as a title can possibly be. As long as there are still any people at all purchasing Nintendo Switches, they will be buying Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. So even on top of other brand new games, Mario Kart still was one of the best-selling games of that. That's one fiscal year. That's one. There's so many games that hope to sell that many in their lifetime, and they are seen as huge successes. It's 1 year for Mario Kart. And then yeah, we had a Nintendo Switch Sports. That's
Yeah,
not
Crash games are pretty
not a new
short.
game either, and yet it is still
It's the 100%ing where you're
very
where the dedication comes in.
3.16 million units.
Dedication
in
and
just this last
devotion.
year, and then another actual brand new game, Echoes of Wisdom, 4.09 million units, which is pretty darn solid. You know, it ain't Breath of the Wild numbers. It ain't 30 million, but that's still pretty darn good. Their number of million seller titles.
Bill attempted time trials, and I'm told he
including,
skipped the
some
time
by other
crates at
software
the start
publishers,
because he didn't know what they were.
24 Switch titles that this year sold. That's not total. Total, it's like 100 or something. There's like a Wikipedia article on it, but like just this last year, 24 different titles, 15 by Nintendo, and 9 titles by other publishers sold over 1 million units. That's pretty darn good. And then here we just see more of a breakdown of the hardware sales decline, and whatnot. Oh yeah, and here they've got the little descriptor. We've been talking about sell-in or unit sales to business partners, so basically to retailers. But now let's talk about sell-through. So there's a bit of a distinction there, and we have some nice info here on the sell-through. This is interesting right here. Annual playing users naturally has only gone up over time. And for the first time, we have seen a decrease. It is only very, very, very slight. It goes from 129 million to 128 million. So that means that technically, despite more sales, there was a very, very slight decrease in just the number of people playing the Switch. And as with all things, I mean, obviously it is to be expected. There was just less to play on Switch this year. However, I really just want to point out how I feel like those numbers are like really, really incredibly good. You know, like that's 128 million players are like actively playing their Switches, at least in enough of a way that Nintendo can see that they are
Microsoft
online.
will make Crash 5 happen, but still make it multi-platform. Of course it'll be multi-platform. That shit's not going to be an exclusive. And even if it was, it'd be Xbox, PC for the first year. But yes, we will see Xbox eventually coerce Toys for Bob or Activision or whoever into making Crash 5. It will happen, 100%. 100%, 1,000%.
From these people. And like, I don't know, I just know that like in previous generations, I mean, like really with any console, you're gonna get at least a chunk of people who buy the system and don't really end up playing it very much, kind of like, you know, kind of end up regretting. I've had plenty of friends over the years, especially with Nintendo. You know, like I hate to say it, but especially with Nintendo, friends are just like, oh, I'm gonna get one, I'm gonna get a Wii, I'm gonna get a 3DS or a DS or a 3DS, and then they do, and they're like, yeah, I don't really like this very much. So I don't know, you know.
Our those friends are all Xbox people.
And there were loads of people who bought the Wii and played Wii Sports and never touched it again.
Xbox
and
chuds.
yet here with the Switch,
They're
if they've
heckin'
sold
Xbox
around
Live Call of Duty people.
Units, and 128 million people are like still basically playing it. I don't know. That's a lot of engagement. That's a lot of
Nah,
real,
Toys for Bob went independent, but they're apparently working with
engagement
Microsoft
your
on something.
platform. That seems healthy. This seems very healthy. And here's another look at some of the games that sold. Again, yeah, of course, it's a decrease, but that is to be expected. And yeah, you got Mario Party Jamboree, 7 million. Echoes of Wisdom, 3.7. Sorry, the colors are inverted. It's probably my whatever. Paper Mario, just about 2 million. Really hoping for more, but you know, whatever. Still pretty darn good.
Arlo never finished Paper Mario, by the way.
1.6. Luigi's Mansion 2,
He already knew that.
1.6. About 1 million for Donkey
fan,
Kong
by the
Country Returns, which is not a ton, but you know, it wasn't a very expensive game for them to make, was it? And those were new titles. That was all new titles that released within the last year. Previously released titles, as we saw. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold another 6.2 million. Switch Sports another 3.2, and then Super Mario Brothers Wonder.
Who the hell is buying Nintendo Switch Sports?
It's still kind of creeping its way up. Animal Crossing another 2.5, and then another 2 million for Smash. Smash is still going strong after all this time. And then here they kind of
Grandmas are buying it, Dinger.
Well Super Mario Party Jamboree is doing. Yeah, it is selling faster than the previous ones sold on Switch, which is really saying something, because Super Mario Party sold a lot. It sold a total of 20 million units. Like that's an absolute ton. And yet after 24 weeks after release, Mario Party Jamboree versus the others has sold 7 million. It has sold more units faster than the other ones, and especially with Jamboree, Super Mario Party Jamboree Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Jamboree TV coming to Switch 2, that means that this Mario Party game is going to have legs. You know, it's new content. People are going to keep playing it. It's going to, like any Mario Party game has legs.
What the time is for this one.
It's like Mario Kart. It's another thing where like however many people are buying the system, this percentage of them are going to want to get the Mario Party. So it was very, very smart for them to release like a cross-gen title with exclusive stuff on Switch 2. Been talked about that plenty. It really is a genius move, and this game will definitely continue to sell really well. Will it beat Super Mario Party? I don't know. Or is that gonna happen when they release like a dedicated, like exclusive Switch 2 Mario Party? I honestly do not know. The game is great though, so if anything, it kind of deserves to sell well. And yeah, here it talks again about digital sales. Even if digital sales overall declined 26.5%, you know, obviously that's reflecting overall sales decline. But then it says the ratio of digital sales to total software sales increased by 3.3%.
Yeah, that game had some bad FOMO, I hear. I didn't play it though.
It's funny how often it just kind of hovers around that halfway line. Approximately, more or less, half of their audience purchases digitally, and that leads to a higher profit margin. And then just kind of a little reminder here about, you know, we've got first-party titles for just Nintendo Switch. Obviously, Legends, ZA, and Prime Beyond are coming to Switch 2 as well. And then we've got, you know, Tomodachi Life Rhythm Heaven. Yeah, it's all just kind of like whatever. Would be nice, as usual, will say, gotta say, would be nice, get some actual release dates on these things, but I guess
I know.
Hopefully June. Hopefully
two of those
next year
games are 2026.
We'll
what do you mean?
Get some info. And yeah, here it's just a little like reminder about how the Switch 2 is coming, and here's some Switch 2 features for enjoying games and whatnot. A little reminder of the exclusive first-party software coming to Switch 2, Mario Kart, DK,
Okay, I gotta hold that dash even longer.
as well as Switch 2 edition reminder there, and then other software from other software publishers. That is weird though. I would have thought that Nintendo would be publishing Age of Imprisonment, right? It's the Zelda game. I know they're like developing it with somebody else, but wouldn't they be publishing it though? Let me look it up. Oh, that's it. Okay, yeah, Nintendo is publishing it internationally, but in Japan, Koei Tecmo is publishing it. I don't know why. I don't know why every once in a while you have like these like second-party collaborations and they change like who is publishing. I would think that no matter what, if it's a Zelda-branded game, Nintendo would publish it everywhere. But whatever. There's some games. There's some games coming out. Oh yeah, and then talking about, you know, the non-game stuff, expanding the IP. They'll be opening Super Nintendo World in Epic Universe Orlando very soon.
Hey, that opened today.
That's opening in Orlando in like a couple of weeks. That's pretty cool. And then the Nintendo San Francisco store is also opening in, what's the 15th? What is it now? The 8th? Yeah, just like a few days, basically a week. So that's kind of cool. But Nintendo, how else are you raising awareness of your IPs? Well, Arlo, let me answer you. We're still working on the Zelda movie. That's coming. It's coming not this year or next year, the following year. And then, of course, they released the Nintendo Today app, which is meant to remind us of these various fun and delightful Nintendo IPs at basically any time. Going forward, we will continue to create points of contact with consumers by promoting various initiatives that utilize Nintendo IP in a wide range of fields. Whoa! That's a relief. And that's it. That's basically the report.
So basically, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe just keeps on winning, and for some reason people are still buying Nintendo Switch Sports.
Games that also has updated.
Oh, Paper Mario Thousand Year Door still hasn't gone above 2 million.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet has moved up a place. I believe it has switched places with Pokemon Sword and Shield, right? All right, never mind. Let's look it up. I'm here on the Nintendo website, and yeah, Mario Kart Deluxe is still up there at the top with 68 million, Animal Crossing 47, Smash 36, Breath of the Wild 32, Mario Odyssey 29, love to see it, and then yeah, basically Pokemon Sword and Shield and Pokemon Scarlet and Violet switched places, which is really interesting. It really just like the market for Pokemon games is very big.
Must be the loudest vocal minority for Thousand Year Door then.
Topped out? Like, is it just not gonna grow anymore?
Or they just didn't like that it wasn't 60 frames.
Number, maybe.
Which is a respectable
same people purchase
for a GameCube game not be 60 frames on Switch.
Kind of uncanny how close that is. And you know, obviously, Scarlet and Violet will probably sell a little bit more. Sword and Shield is probably stalled more, but yeah, that's still strange. And then yeah, Tears of the Kingdom is there, Super Mario Party, and New Super Mario Bros. U Deluxe. That is the that's the top sellers at the moment, and that is the video. That's the thing. That's the big
Whoa,
quarterly,
thanks
not
for
even
the
quarterly.
update.
That's the big yearly financial results. So that's fun. I like this stuff, and I also like you. Have a good day.
I don't like you though. This is one I started watching on one of the other streams, but I ended the stream before we could finish it. But we didn't get too far into it, like not even a couple seconds. But it's about this game he's interested in by the Starview Valley guy, Haunted Chocolatier.
I have had Eventually by Tame Impala just miserably stuck in my head for the last couple days, and I just wanted to let you know that. You know, you'll hear a song like in passing, like it'll come up, and you'll be like, "That's a really good song," but then like there's like that one day, there's that one listen where it hits you at just the right time, and you're like,
swerve right at the
no,
right
this is a
moment to get
really,
to two.
really, really good song, and then it's kind of it's just been my.
But
my
not rammed
obsession
to the
last
car.
couple days. And I only just now, this exact second, realized I could put that together with the theme of the video. I was like, when is Haunted Chocolatier coming? Eventually. Anyway,
It's
I
his
did a video
personal
a
soap
while
song,
back,
this game.
talking about some stuff that Eric Barone said. You know, he's been working on Stardew Valley for a good number of years now. And so late last year, he kind of did a big update on Haunted Chocolatier, talking about how like he hadn't really been working on it a whole lot. And you know, as I have expressed before, I love Stardew Valley. I'm just kind of like really, really eager for the next thing. And so he's just been very generous in producing just more content for Stardew Valley. And it's all free and it's all amazing. And he's just making the game like the best game that's ever existed ever. And I'm just like, all right, but like I really want to play the new thing already. Where is the new thing? So yeah, it was a bit of a blow hearing it come from him. That like he hadn't done a ton of work on it, and because he announced it like 4 years ago. And that's what's hard. When someone announces a game and they're like, it's gonna be a while, and you're like, oh no, okay, well, how long is a while? You know, I'm thinking, like in my mind, I think like 3 years is a lot. If you've announced a game, and you get footage too, that's the thing. Sorry, I'm just rehashing the whole thing. But like, yeah, I'm thinking like, 3? That would be a long time to wait, and now it's been 4, and he's like, sorry, I haven't done anything, and I get it completely.
I feel like Thousand Year Door is the kind of game where, like, if you were a Sonic if in a different timeline you were a Sonic artist, but instead you got into Mario, the game that got you into Mario was Thousand Year Door. Does that make sense?
Like
your mom got you Paper Mario at Target instead of Sonic Adventure Director's Cut DX.
I get it. Stardew Valley has really been his life. It was just kind of hard to hear, but we finally have a very, very positive update on this front. It doesn't come in the form of a big like Deb Diary thing as usual.
Got you Thousand Year Door instead of Sonic Adventure 2 Battle.
Various interviews. Little stuff with like PC Gamer and Kotaku and just like little stuff here and there, so I'm not gonna give any one quote, but he's basically saying they finally put out the latest big Stardew Valley update.
Then it turned out Sonic for a babby game.
Immediate
Sonic's for babbies. Come on.
Later updates. I mean, like,
And
I
his
think
blue
it's probably
babby arms. What are you talking about?
that there will be more updates, just because I don't know if it is possible for him to stop just making that game better and better and better. As always, I say I wish he would just make a sequel, but like whatever. If you want to just keep updating Stardew Valley forever, that's fine. But the plan at the moment is for him to stop working on Stardew Valley and commit himself full-time to Haunted Chocolatier. That right there. That's what I wanted to hear. That's the news I've been waiting for. Give Stardew Valley just a break. Just a bit of a break, so you.
I used to read some of the Sonic comics on YouTube.
Okay,
they would just show the whole comic book issue, panel to panel,
he says,
full
I think
screen.
It's in a good place. I feel very solid about it.
This was way back in the early days of YouTube.
For the first time in 2025,
but I had Mega Collection Plus as well with all the comic book covers.
They like this kind of game, and I mean, it's a dramatic understatement. Like, yeah, the game's in a good place. Like, it was a great game. It was an amazing game. And then you updated it more. And then I played it after it had been updated a few times. So I'm like, okay, so this is like already more game than I could ever want. And then since then, it's received a bunch of like super dramatic updates I haven't even touched yet. So like, yes, people are going to be happy with it if they pick it up in 2025. How much content can you possibly pack into one single game? You should be very proud of it. You've done a very amazing job.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
dude,
says,
if I can just get the swerve right, I can do the rest of the track just fine. It's just this beginning.
With Haunted Chocolatier. And see, and that's good.
Time trial is so strict because the level is so short.
Like, all right, but like now, how long do we have to wait? Do we have to like start the clock?
Only so many ways to optimize the route.
That's another thing he's saying about Haunted Chocolatier is he has to like. Now it's been so long that he's going back and he's looking at some of the previous stuff that he did, and he's like, I gotta redo this. I gotta redo a bunch of this. Not to say that any of it is bad. It's just that, like, you know, a person changes. Their artistic sensibilities change over the years, and he's just like, he feels like he's just changed even since making that preliminary stuff that he showed us on Haunted Chocolatier, and I can definitely. I can definitely understand that. I also find myself in a period of great change in my life, and kind of all the sensibilities and tastes and whatnot. Yeah, they can change pretty rapidly. So there is an element there.
What if I just skip that 2 box entirely?
Even more bad news.
Like, that's the problem. Like, I'm trying to go for
that
it.
He did in the past. Now
what if I just skip it?
Has to redo. And it's funny that he says that because, like, I know a big part of Stardew Valley, the initial development there, was just doing like the character portraits, like the art. Like I remember him saying in an interview or something.
No,
he had
I can't even swerve off to the right. It ain't. I can't even.
Character portraits, because he himself as an artist, he just kept growing and like wanting to redo them over and over again. And that's an interesting thing about being essentially a solo dev. It's all just you, and like.
True.
You know, some of the work is done. If someone else did the art and you're like, yeah, I would make a small change if I could, but I don't know, like, look, they did it, it's done. But if it's you, and you can always see, I mean, it's
go
like
off
writing,
the ramp,
you know, you can
speed
always
boost
see
killed.
where you can improve it. You can always see the potential for a change. So I could imagine that, like, yeah, if you let yourself, you'd probably just tweak stuff, like, forever. And right now, if he is, like, basically re-entering, or maybe even for the first time entering full absolute development on this game, then yeah, it's understandable that he would look back and be like, I need to change some stuff here and there. So yeah, right now he says he's working on a vertical slice, so he's trying to just get like the primary bones of the game together, just try to like figure out the gameplay loop and just kind of how it works, and then from there you build out more content and story and whatnot. So yeah, you could look at it in a more negative light and be like, well, I mean, gosh, is this basically him starting from square one? You know, like he hasn't really worked on it much and he has to like redo some stuff. You could see it that way.
Is that what I gotta do there?
I'm
do
of
it
the
from the
opinion
left.
that this is great. This is really great news. Even if it's going to take him some time, it still could be years. Yeah, I don't know.
No, you didn't read it on YouTube.
4
Okay.
years from now that we're looking
That's
back
just how I
at
went
this
through it.
moment. I don't know. Or could it be that now that he's working on it full time, it could go pretty quick? You know, like I'm not going to get my hopes up. Solo game development is it is very
I'm not gonna be able to
time-consuming.
replicate
In a way,
that, what I just
it
did
is
earlier.
very efficient. Because when you are one person, you don't we talked about this a bunch, but like that's one of the reasons that games like this.
Yeah,
work
Archie
so
Sonic
well.
got really
You go,
fucked
how
with
can
toward
one
the
person
end.
do all this work?
They
And it's
rebooted
like,
it,
well, like, sure,
but then
it
the
is
reboot was kind of
time-consuming. They have
stalled.
to do every
Then they
single
hard
step.
rebooted
And
it,
so yes, it can
and then it
take
got
years,
canceled.
but at the same time, the fewer people you have working on a project, the less like communication breakdown there is, the less time you have to spend just like trying to integrate all of these different ideas and approve the whole approval process and everything. It's all just him. Every second of every day, he is just making his vision a reality. He's putting it into the game. So I'm hoping that now that he's doing it full time, and that is just what he's doing, he's not distracted at all. I'm hoping that it can come along a little. And you know, I don't know exactly what his process is. I know that he eventually hired some people to help him with Stardew Valley updates. I don't know if hiring people to help with other aspects of Haunted Chocolatier are on the table. It kind of sounds like he just wants to keep it pretty much just himself. I would hope that there was some element he could kind of outsource to someone else. You know, like just kind of time-consuming work, not necessarily artistic work. He could try to get some help, but again, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his plan is there. I'm trying to remain hopeful that this is really it. You know, this is really the beginning of it really getting done, and maybe it will move decently fast now that it is moving. And I don't know, just to like reiterate one more time, I probably don't need to, but like, golly, I'm just so excited for this game. From the one trailer, it just seems so perfect. You know, like Stardew Valley, it's so chill and it's so nice, and you get to make this farm and everything kind of centers around that. But like this thing where it's like it's a store, but you're going out adventuring to get the ingredients for the store, and you're selling stuff in the store.
I missed the time. I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
It really hits a lot of the same notes. You know, it feels like it really satisfies a lot of the same and it scratches the same itches. You know, it still seems very, very cozy and very just like, I don't know, very fun and very like resource based, and like the kind of thing where you just build and build and build, and I don't know, whatever. You don't need me. It just looks great. I just really want to sell some chocolate to ghosts. All right, like you put that idea in my head 4 years ago, and I have not been able to let it go. I just really I have an intense need to sell chocolate to ghosts, okay? So I don't know, hopefully I will be able to, sometime in the 2020s, I'd like that. Eventually.
Gold grind. I'm gonna spare you that. Sucks Reboot Sonic only happened because Ken Penders registered copyright for 200 Sonic OCs. Most of them Echidna and Sega Archie couldn't find an non-disclosure contract after they went to court. I heard about that. So I decided to just let him keep those OCs to make a really bad graphic novel that came out 10 years later. I heard about that one too. While Archie rebooted the universe because the Benders characters were integral to the plot. Yeah, you couldn't just get rid of them. Well, what do I mean? They did just get rid of them. Very casually, in fact. But yeah, you're welcome. I fucking felted him there. How about a main channel video? He's rating Pokemon here.
This video was brought to you by Squarespace.
Oh,
look,
boy.
I just need to know.
There he is!
Is it possible?
He's on camera.
Like, is it within the realm of possibility that you need a website? If that's the case, then hear me out. Have you considered Squarespace? I needed to make a website so I could recommend
sponsor
stuff
blog.
to people. Thing is, I have literally zero experience building sites and couldn't write a line
and how can I sign
my
up?
life depended on it. Didn't matter though. With Squarespace, I just grabbed a basic template, added images and text and videos and stuff, formatted and customized everything to meet my needs, and suddenly I had myself a professional looking website. Squarespace lets me schedule all my content to automatically publish and generate social media posts, which is very convenient. But if you need more, you can make just about any kind of site you want: a blog, storefront, webcomic, info site, whatever. Squarespace offers lots of powerful extensions to meet your needs, as well as nifty analytics to help you keep tabs on how your site is performing. To try out Squarespace for yourself, head to squarespace.com for a free trial. Then when you're ready to launch, head to squarespace.com/Arlo to save 10% off your first website.
I just want to see where this puts me time-wise.
And now,
gives me an
today's
idea
recommendation
of how long I gotta hold the boost.
Siete brand Mexican wedding cookies. They're grain-free, have shockingly
Why the
real
fuck is it
ingredients
always
and low
food
sugar,
whenever he
and
has
they
to
taste
recommend
incredible.
something?
I get mine at Costco, but I'm sure you can find them
3
elsewhere.
seconds
A
short.
couple of these things go great with a cup of coffee. Thanks again to Squarespace. Now, is there like at least a 1% chance, just like any chance at all, even a microscopic chance that we should start the video? 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Hello, my friends. It is time for a Pokemon tier list video. I've been meaning to do this for a very long time, so I am pretty excited. Today, I will be covering all Generation 9 Pokemon. First, a few things to keep in mind. 1, I am a casual Pokemon fan. I will
No, don't
always
worry,
be
we
a
know.
casual Pokemon fan. I did play a lot of Violet, but I still haven't familiarized myself with every single Pokemon, especially like some of the legendaries and a lot of like the Paradox ones and some of the version-specific ones. I will also inevitably say a bunch of names wrong. 2, every Pokemon here will be judged mostly on how much I like the designs, just like how cool
I'm a
think
filthy
they
casual, and my
and
opinions
then
are
some,
bad.
Like, I'll judge
Well, good thing
based
he's
on
honest
my own
about it.
experiences with them. Like, it's extremely subjective, pretty much not based at all on like their abilities and their strengths and any kind of like objective metrics. Certainly not anything to do with popularity, which leads me to 3. Your favorite Pokemon will be ranked F. I'm sorry. I will inevitably disparage your darlings and rank them very low. So, you know, just keep that in mind. All right, we got a lot of Pokemon to get through, so whoosh! So I had a hard time choosing my starter this generation.
We doing a fucking tier maker for this?
Because I thought whatever it ended up being would probably be a little bit more interesting. I suppose I was not wrong, but I was a hair away from choosing Sprigatito. I really do like Sprigatito. I mean, come on, it's a cat. It's a
He's a
grass
furry.
cat. It's cute. It's just a really solid design. I think it's a pretty easy A there. The evolutions I'm not super duper keen on. Florigato is kind of okay. It's not really, I mean, it's a fine direction to take the design, but something about it just doesn't quite work for me. Then Meowscarada, I think I like more than any of the other final evolutions for the starters. I'm not like the biggest fan. The Magician angle is kind of cool. Maybe pretty okay. Give it a B.
Imagine
Sure.
not liking
Then, of course,
Skeledirge. Are you
Fuecoco.
gay?
Just a really interesting design, really cute. It's a gator, but
How
it's
does
also
anything wrong
like
with
a
that?
pepper,
Gator!
kind of an apple. It's a fruit gator, something or other. I think that's a pretty solid A. Unfortunately, I was really not super into the evolutions. Thematically, it's cool, but I don't know, just kind of does. They don't really look very good. Crocolore.
I like
and
his
then,
little sombrero.
Skeledirge. I do like that Skeledirge ended up being like not turning into humanoid form and went like the opposite way. So now we have like a real legit
quadrupeds
gator.
are based.
I want to
Pick
like
up
it more
Golem.
than I do. Something about the design is slightly.
This is
ugly
the
to me. I
main
think the
channel
fire,
video
like the
Golem.
perma-fire. Just looks a
We're
little
off
weird.
the Ramble channel for this one.
I don't know. It's okay. I maybe a C is fine, sure. Then Quaxley. I really do like ducks. I was a little bit torn on the design here. Probably my 3rd pick overall for starters. I did still like it though. I do think Quaxley is pretty cute. Maybe a B. Unfortunately, from
That's
there.
slatterly
I
jinx,
just- I don't
Gator.
know. Don Quixote or like
How
a
much is
pirate or
left?
something.
Dude, there's
I really
like
did
10
not
relics
expect
left, man. We're
the
in hell.
dancer angle, and personally, I'm not really a fan of Quaxwell. I probably, I don't know. I'm just gonna put D for now. And then Quackwaval. I mean, I don't know. Last time I mentioned I'm not a fan on the internet. Everybody got mad at me. Seems this one is a pretty beloved one. I'm sorry, though. I'm sorry. I don't it's okay to be somewhat humanoid, but that looks like a person in a Pokemon suit. I just
Yeah,
like
that's
the
why they
whole
got mad at
dancer
you.
angle.
They like
I
that.
don't know. Something about it just doesn't do it for me. Sorry. Next we got
I don't think he's that
Lechonk.
bad.
The meme names are pretty cute. I do like piggies. Piggies are cute. It's a little piggy.
Stuff a piggy.
Yeah, I don't know. Lechonk's pretty good. I think Lechonk deserves at least a B. He's pretty cute. I'm not as much of a fan of Oinkalone. Maybe it's just a little bit too like regular piggish. Maybe I wanted it to go kind of further in kind of any direction. Just kind of looks like a pig with floppy ears. I don't know, it's fine.
What's
It's
the
okay.
Route 1 normal type, though?
C is fine. Oh yeah, then we got the 2 variants. The different that's cute. I don't know. I guess they're both about kind of the same. Sure, why not? And then Tarantula. It's a spider, but its body is like a ball of webbing, but it's kind of like yarn. It's pretty cute. I don't know. It's pretty cute. I'm gonna give that one a solid B. I do like that. And then Spidops kind of taking more the idea of the spider that uses the legs to actually manipulate the webbing. It is cool. It looks a little bit weird. It's a little like robotic, but I like the idea. I like the idea of the manipulation. Even you see it here in the little sprite. It is cool. I don't know. Let's go for C for now. We can always change this stuff as we go. That usually ends up happening. We have Nimble, little like a little grasshopper, but with like the cool kicky. I really like Nimble. I think that's a pretty solid design. It's between A or B. It is cute. Let's go B for now. And then Low Kicks is a pretty cool evolution. I'm kind of, I don't know.
Wasn't Low Kicks like supposed to be a Kamen Rider or something?
Kind of between B and C. I do think it's cool. Bug fighting is neat. But like the design itself isn't super duper interesting versus the first stage. So I think the C is probably okay.
Nothing's
for
beating
now.
the starters
Next,
for him so far.
The Palmy line. I have a personal bias against the idea that every new generation has to have a Pikachu. I don't know. It's kind of a weird gimmick. I guess it's kind of fun, but it's something about it, especially when like it's still just an electric mouse for the most part. I don't know. It's cute enough. Palmy is kind of cute. I constantly forget, or possibly never knew until this moment, there are 3 of them. Has there ever been a Pokemon that has had 3 whole stages, and yet the actual changes are so subtle? I don't know why there are 3. Like, you could just do that. I think that would be perfectly
just do 2.
fine. So I'd put these all about in the same category. I'm kind of like, they're cute enough. It's kind of middling. I'm just gonna stick them all. That one's going in D right there. Palmot. Those are at least cute enough. Something about there, like, I don't know. You could also just have had it right there, and then stop there. Something about that one goes a little bit too far. I'm not as much of a fan, I guess. I don't know. Okay, so Tandemaus. I'm not really big on like Pokemon that are too gimmicky. It's not really my thing. It's just 2 like weird little the Shining twins mice, which is strange. But then learning.
They represent the nuclear unit.
I even think I was aware that the evolution was Mousehold. I don't know. I'm not big on gimmicks, and yet it's a household of mice. There is a Pokemon that is literally a family of mice. I think they sold me. So maybe like maybe Tandemaus itself is kind of D, not too much of a fan. But then you introduce the kids, and now it's a whole family, and now it's just cute enough. I gotta say, at least B. Fido is kind of weird. I don't know, dog made of dough, made out of bread, is like a little bit strange. I wouldn't want to touch the thing, but at the same time, Fido, which is a play on Fido and dough, and Philo, which is a kind of dough. Is it pronounced Philo? I don't know. So I believe that's a triple pun. So that's kind of fun. I don't know. I'll put that one in C, and then Doc's Bun. It is cute. It's clever. I like how now this one is like, I mean, you know, it's more the color of a dog, but it's like you baked the dough. It's cute. I don't really like looking at it though, and I don't like wanting to eat it, even though it's alive.
Rub those ovens.
Indeed. Smoliv, another meme name, which I suppose I can appreciate in its own way. The design itself is kind of only okay. It's cute enough. I like little grass guys. I am a fan of those. So maybe
this is dreadful. I didn't think we would be watching him do the whole tier list pseudo live.
And then Dolive, the evolution.
I don't know what I expected.
I want to say
really.
I like a little bit better. I might bump that up to a B, and I will once more reveal my ignorance. I don't know if I've ever seen our Boliva until right now. I don't know how. There were plenty of NPCs that had Smolivs like in the game.
Dingus is trying to condition us into missing synth. He doesn't have any new videos out.
No, it becomes like a cool tree.
Isn't The Last of Us still going? Where's his next Last of Us video at? He's lazy.
I think that's cool. I'm not a big fan of olives, actually.
Damn, DC dude.
Out of all foods,
yeah, Arlo's
rating
all the Gen 9 Pokemon.
Very few exceptions. I do not like olives, and yet
I'm
I love the design
literally in hell right
I'm
now.
gonna say at least B for now. That might bump up to an A because I do like the design a lot. Let's go B. Squawkabilly. It's just kind of a parrot with weird hair, and there's like, oh, there's different colors, so I don't know. Just seems like kind of a whatever gimmick, throwaway bird. I don't know. I'm gonna put that in. I don't know. Let's do D for now. Save F for like the extreme examples. but that is at risk of getting downgraded to F. I'm not really a fan. Knackley is strange. It's like a Mario mushroom, but it's rock and it's salt. And whenever I play a new game, I always
It's
go for the
Minecraft.
little rock guy because I know he's going to grow up to be a big rock guy. I like that. The design itself is okay. But again, I was attracted to it because of what it may represent. So I'm going to just kind of give it a B. I like that. The evolution knackle stack, not as much of a fan. I was really not very happy. It's just kind of ugly. Between
It's like it walked straight out of
and
Minecraft.
D. Let's go D for now. I don't know. I really don't like it. And then Garganackle. The design itself is a little bit weird. It did go like a little like it's kind of Minecrafty.
That's the
a little
point.
bit strange, but I do like
The line is
that it's
based
a
on
big
video
rock
games.
guy. I again really like big rock guy, and I like how like the layers of sediment. It's a cool idea. Like a salt Pokemon. It's a nice take on the rock guy, and I have a lot of fond memories with it. It would probably be like a B or a C, except I just really grew to like it. You know, it was with me for most of the game. So let's be generous and stick that in A. Then we have Charcadet. No, Charcadet. I guess that's the joke. This is one of the ones that I really wanted to raise, and I never got around to it. I think the design is cool. I like the little like flame thing on top. It's cute. That's a pretty solid Pokemon right there. And then Armor Rouge. It's not Rogue. Whatever. This one. I like it. I think it's good. I think that's another really solid one. I think that one. I mean, I don't know. It's just a good design. It's kind of between A or B. Let's put it on B.
I played
for
these
now.
games, man.
And
Some
then
of them are super
Cyberlenge.
forgettable.
That's a.
I couldn't name all of them off the top of my head, but if you showed me all of them, I could name
Just
them.
cool, you know?
Even having not played the
A
game.
lot of Pokemon get to be like silly and weird and gimmicky and have all this weird stuff. I like every once in a while. Can we get a Pokemon?
No, you really
that's
like
just
that
cool.
one.
Just looks really neat. Tadbulb. It's a frog, and it's a light
What's wrong
bulb.
with frogs?
I feel like I shouldn't like such a simple hybrid like that, and yet I just like the design. I just think it looks cool. It's really cute little Pokemon. I'm gonna put that in. That might be an A. There's something about this design that's just so like clean and nice. You know, I like it. Not as much of a fan of Bellibolt. It is really nice though. I'm gonna put that in B. I do still think it's quite cute. It's also basically an avocado Pokemon. I'm a pretty big fan of avocados, so yeah, this guy's pretty cool.
He's
Then
soy.
Wattrel
He loves avocado.
And Kilowattrel. Just kind of electric birds. I like it when you combine weird types like that. I kind of like the look on his face. That's kind of cute, but for the most part, I don't know. It's just kind of a bird. They're kind of just birds. Kind of C. They're just kind of boring. It's not bad design. They look kind of cool. They're just kind of uninspired.
Yeah, they're just a weaker
Let's do
Zapdos.
it. Sure. Then Mastiff and Mabosstiff. The first one, I'm less of a fan of the design of Mastiff. Not really. Yeah, I don't know. Mabosstiff, it's hard to place too low because of its place in the story. And like, I connect with it for that reason. That might be enough to bump it up like 1. But for the most part, I don't know, it's just kind of like old dog Pokemon. It's fine. It just doesn't really quite do it for me.
Yeah, it's carried by its
Ordinarily,
backstory
it might
with
have been a C.
Arvin.
I might bump it up to B just because of the memories. Let's be generous. It deserves it. Shroodle is weird. Shroodle is strange. This like is it a mammal? Is it a bug? Is it I don't some sort of weird nocturnal animal? I don't quite know. It's got a weird little tongue, weird little hair. But I like it. I like how strange it is. How just weird and alien. It's between B and A. Let's say A. It is also kind of goofy. Whatever. Let's do B for now. I think I'm gonna go the same for Graphii. I like that it's a mammal, but it's also just very weird with the big bug
Tumbleweed?
eyes. It's just
Bramblin?
strange,
Yeah,
and
I like
it's
that line's
interesting.
design.
And I like that. Bramblin and Bramblegast.
Bramblegast,
I
yeah,
like
Bramblegast is the one I
Grass
really
Ghost
like.
combo. I think it's pretty cool. For the most part, it's just kind of like the tumbleweed Pokemon.
Oh, shut up.
It's tumbleweed and then like brambly, spikier tumbleweed. It's kind of just. It's kind of.
Okay, but it works though. But it works though.
It's just not very interesting. Yeah.
No.
Let's go D. Probably for both. I mean, this one's kind of a face. Is that enough to like bring it up to a C? Sure. Why not? That's at least slightly better. Oh. Toad School and Toad School. My loves. Some of these Pokemon, you know, there's a small little handful of Pokemon that were just love at first sight. Absolutely love at first sight. I never cared about Tentacool or Tentacruel, but you turn them into mushrooms, you give them legs, they run around. Easy. Both of them. Easy S. So, I mean, Toad School might actually be a top 10 Pokemon for me at this point. I don't know.
Yeah, these lazy new gen designs, man. Take me back to Gen 1 with my Fraga Voltorb.
Cloth is okay. It's just kind of big crab. It's fine. I don't know. It's kind of whatever. I'm gonna put it in D. There you go. Maybe if it evolved or something, but it kind of just sits there. So, nah. Capsakid and Scovillain. Thematically, I think they're interesting. I think it's fun. It's based on peppers, like the spiciness of peppers, but it also kind of looks like a bird hatching from an egg.
And it's also a kaiju.
I like the names. I think that's clever. The design is interesting. It doesn't really quite click with me, but I can tell that it is interesting. It's a really well-designed set of Pokemon. So, yeah, I'd say maybe like a B. Maybe I could do B for both of those. I think they get a pretty good amount of credit. Relor, kind of surprised it actually took this long to get a dung beetle Pokemon. I don't know, but it really is just kind of a slightly Pokemonized dung beetle. It's not super duper interesting. It's fine. Let's just stick it in D. However, Rabska, which I don't even know if I've ever seen before now, certainly never saw it in the game. It really is just like, you know.
Are those not out in the wild?
It still is a dung beetle, but it looks a lot cooler. It doesn't just look like it's rolling up poop anymore, and I think that.
Yeah, now the poop is its nuclear bomb.
The cool factor.
Scat humor.
Just design-wise, it really is a big improvement. I'd put that. I don't know. B? Could I go as far as to put it in B? Let's do that for now, and see if we change our minds later. Flittle is cute. I don't think I really like the design, but I can appreciate how interesting it is. I'll probably put that in a C. I do like how dramatic the evolution is. Just it's a very small.
I like the concept. That's like because Scovillain represents the villain that the that Palafin defeats.
I don't know. It's fine. It's just not really for me, I guess. Tinkatink, Tinkatuff, and Tinkatun. The idea that it's a baby rattle, but it eventually turns into a hammer, a really huge hammer. It is cool. It is kind of cool. It's okay.
He's gonna S-rank these.
Well, okay, the baby one. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be a fan of a baby rattle Pokemon. I'm sorry. I'm gonna put that. Yeah. I'm gonna put that in D. I don't know.
But Tinkaton is S rank.
A little bit better here. Let's put that one in C.
Watch him rank it S.
Tinkaton. It is pretty cool. I'm also gonna put that B. Yeah. B for those two. D for that one. Wiglet and Wugtrio, I really love what they did with these games. I love the idea of, instead of just regional variants, it's like convergent evolution. It looks like a Diglett and a Dugtrio, but it's not really. It's a completely different type. It's a completely different Pokemon. I think it's a really cool idea.
You know it, MTC, dude. And I'm gonna stream me riding it.
Funny looking.
Heck.
So I think they're fun. I wouldn't want to raise one myself. It's a little bit too weird and silly. But they're fun. They're cute. I like it enough. Let's
Those two are different, dude. Yes.
I really don't know. How about a?
They actually are different Pokemon.
It would be a C, but no. I think no. Never mind. Let's do C. It would probably be a lot lower. If I was going just based on design, it would probably be lower. The novelty is enough to bring it up to a C. Bombardier, it's a stork, but it drops bombs instead of babies. It's fine. It's a cute idea. Doesn't like evolve or anything. It's okay. I don't know. I don't like it that much. It's all right. Finizen is funny. It's really just a dolphin. It's barely even Pokemonized at all. It's just kind of a cartoon dolphin. And I don't know why I ended up picking one.
I don't know
and
why.
raising it. I think I was just so curious to know what it would turn into, because I think dolphins are really cool. So then turning it into Palafin, which is barely different at all, is funny. And then going into the whole, like, the superhero
Palafin
angle,
on the right
it ended up
has a
growing on
heart
me. It is
stamp
silly.
on its chest.
I think if I were to, like,
or
if I were to just to choose
underside
this stuff
on its
with
belly.
prior knowledge, I wouldn't have gone for it. But I did end up kind of warming up to it. The whole, like, yeah, turning into a superhero angle. It's cute. It's fun. It's silly. It's all right. Let's do let's put these ones. Let's do them in B. I think they're fun enough. And then, yeah, this version of Palafin. Should I put it in C? Even if I have good memories with it, I do think it's a little silly. Like superhero dolphin standing on two legs. I'm gonna put it in C for now, and we'll see if I change my mind. Varoom and Revavroom. We've got engine Pokemon, which is funny because we also have bike Pokemon, and then separately we have engine ones that are kind of like car engines. It's another one of those like simple gimmick ones.
I love how he said it was a
They do some
generic
fun
cartoon
stuff
dolphin
with
and
it
then gave it
in
a
the
B.
game. It's okay. I think it's really not my, like, I wouldn't want to raise one myself, so I might just stick them in D. I think it's a cool idea. I'm just not a really big fan of the design. Yeah, okay, you know what? I'll put that one in C. I think that one's at least cool enough. That's all right. Cyclizar. It's a lizard that is also a bike, which I think is it's kind of cool, but it's also a little awkward. I'm gonna put that in D. I don't know. I guess I'm not really that much of a fan. Orthworm is weird. It's just a big, giant metal earthworm. It's like a Paradox Pokemon, but doesn't seem to be. I don't believe it's based on anything. I like that when I came upon it in the game. It was just kind of scary. I don't know, like, something about it was very weird and uncanny. The fact that it's like a robot. Is it real? Is it alive? I think all the future Paradox Pokemon are cool for that reason. So I like it for that. Design-wise, not
It's not
as
a Paradox
much.
Pokemon, is it?
So I think I might have to put it down in D. I appreciate how I felt when I first found it, but I really don't think I like the design. That we'll be generous and put in C. Glimmet
Streamer and
Glimmer
e-begging
are
Pokemon.
kinda cool.
We
Rock
actually have a
Poison.
streamer gym leader
That
in
is
Pokemon,
interesting.
so, you know, it might actually eventually
They are a
happen.
little strange. They don't click with me, like, all the way, but I think they're cool enough. Maybe I'd put, you know what, Glimmet's cool. I really do like Glimmet. I think Glimmet deserves at least a B.
I am gonna ask for
Glimmora,
donations now, you know it.
Maybe a little bit lower. It's kind of just like a weird rock thing with a thing sticking out of it.
Yeah, I like
do the color
Houndstone.
though. I like the typing. Let's put it in C for now. Greavard and Houndstone. They are a lot more interesting than the other dog Pokemon of this generation. With
Yeah, there's like fucking
melting
3
wax in the
two-stage
candle
dog
and then
lines this
the
gen.
Tombstone. It is interesting, but it is also silly. It's very like Hanna-Barbera. It reminds me of like an old Hanna-Barbera character. I think Houndstone is a little bit too ugly for me. I put that in D.
Aw,
But then
you suck.
Greavard, whatever, is a little bit better. It's a little cuter. The design is kind of tighter. Yeah, I think it's a better like version of the idea. I think I'm willing to put that in B. Flamigo is just a flamingo.
I do love Flamigo.
And that's it. And it doesn't evolve to or from anything. So just.
Well, the idea behind Flamigo is that it's a boxing glove, like because its neck is kind of tied up, and that it's the knot is releasing. It's like, well, it's containing its pent up anger. That's why it's a fighting flying type. It's a pink boxing glove. That's the theme. It's not just, you know, my mom's flamingo ornament.
It's got to be F. It's worthless Pokemon. I'm sorry. Is this just me? When I first saw Citadel and Cititan, I thought they were older Pokemon. I don't know why. Something about the design. Maybe they just look that good. They fit that well in the Pokemon universe. I could have sworn. I was like, these are Gen 5 Pokemon, right? But they're not somehow. And you know what? I really like them. I like them.
It's because they put a
Citadel,
additional focus on Titan when it was revealed
I
alongside
just like
Lucia.
the big, I like
think.
big chunky guys. Cititan, I don't know. It's between A and S. It's just something
Yeah,
about
Veluza's like
design.
whatever.
I
Water
like
type
it a
filler
lot.
like
I'm gonna put it
Alamomola
in
or Bruxish.
A. I think I'm comfortable with that. Now, I hate to break it to you, I'm not much of a fan of all these fish Pokemon. Veluza is just kind of like a barracuda or something. It's fine. It looks cool. It's
I
just
like
fine. I'll
Dondozo.
put it in C
He's got a
'cause,
funny
like,
name.
It's fine. And then Dondozo,
Doko.
the Jabu Jabu kind of fish. It's all right. I don't know. Put it in D. And then the sushi ones, Tatsugiri. It's cute. It's just a little bit too gimmicky for me. And it comes with the different versions. I think I just don't care. It just
He
seems like a
hates it.
throwaway gimmick to me.
He hates sushi.
Annihilate, on the other hand, you take the Mankey line and you make a cool ghost version with sick hair. This is one I regretted not having a chance to raise one of my own. That's a really sick Pokemon. At least A, but it might get upgraded later. I didn't actually know that the Paldean Tauros came in 3 different forms with different types until like just now when I looked it up.
Really?
I like that Tauros got some love.
I think they're
got
version
some different
exclusive.
versions. They're all just kind of okay. Yeah, they're all right. I think they've got the nostalgia factor going for them, so I'm just gonna kind of stick them all into C. They're fine. Paldean Wooper, Flintstones Wooper is okay. The bone thing is a little bit weird. It's kind of, B or C. I'll go with C. I think it's fine. Clodsire, on the other hand, is quite possibly the very best Pokemon that has ever
S rank.
That has
Notice
ever
how
existed.
almost
Can I
all of
rank?
his S rank
Yeah.
placings
No,
are just redesigns of older Pokemon.
Words cannot express how much I adore Clodsire. Farigiraf, and Dudunsparce. It's funny, the play on words. They're cute. It's kind of a funny thing, but it's not. All right. So now we're getting into the Paradox Pokemon. We got some ancient ones here. King Gambit is fine. It's okay. Kind of middling. Great Tusk is cool. You take Donphan and turn it into
Did he
like
just
this
call King
mammoth
Gambit a
kind of
Paradox
thing. It's
Pokemon?
Kind of neato.
Yeah, he
It's got the
did.
nostalgia element.
I didn't just
too,
imagine
but
that.
It's
No,
kinda
he's
fine.
part of
I'll
the
put that in
evolutions
C
with
as well. I think a
Farigiraf
lot of
and
these are kinda
Annihilate.
A little bit middling to me. Screamtail, I think he's very funny. You take Jigglypuff, and now instead of singing,
I
when
thought
it's
he
screaming,
played through
that
these
is kinda-
games. I know fucking more about Gen 9, and I didn't play it.
Rockstar. I'll put that in. I'll put that in B. Why not? Brute Bonnet is.
I do
okay.
think the Scarlet Paradox
cute
Pokemon
idea,
look better
but
than the Violet
I don't
Paradox
know.
Pokemon.
It's just
the
just a
past
messy
prehistoric forms are just
design.
so much better than robots.
I don't know. And then Fluttermane.
And
I
everyone
don't think
agrees.
it's different enough from the source material. I don't know, maybe because you kind of turn it into wings. I do think the design is pretty cool. Let's give that one a B, and then Slitherwing. That is a very, very cool alternate version of Volcarona. Turn it into more of a slithery
Fluttermane
bug.
feels unneeded when Miss Maggius
Creepy,
exists. Why
weird.
why
I
is
think
it
it's a
why
bit- you know, I think
specifically
it's an A.
mischievous when Miss
I think
Maggius
Volcarona's
exists?
already really cool, so
why not a Paradox
why
Miss
not? Just
Maggius?
design-wise, I think that's pretty neat. And then Sandy Shocks. There's one I'd never really gotten a really good look at this one until now. You take it and you turn it into something that like walks around. It's funny.
I gotta be real.
And
I don't
it's
think I like
interesting.
any of the
I don't like the
robots.
look. I wouldn't want to raise one myself, but it is funny and interesting.
I like the Paradox
Maybe
Raikou
I'll
with the
just
giant
put
ass
that in
neck.
C and leave it there. Iron Treads, I really like how we had future and ancient versions of Donphan specifically, of all things. I like Donphan. I like the future one better. And it was also another one where when I saw it in the story, it was like,
No,
what
yeah,
the
yeah.
heck?
Okay,
it's a
well,
Donphan,
yeah,
but it's a
Mecha
weird robot,
Tyranitar
and
is
that was-
okay.
It was just weird,
But only
because
that's in line with his inspiration,
I like the
Godzilla.
design. I think it's really cool. I'm gonna give that one an A. Iron Bundle. It's kind of a robot Delibird. It's a little creepy. I really don't think. I don't think I'm much of a fan. Iron Hands is sort of similar. It's just kind of okay. Was not really a huge fan of the original design anyway.
Dude, there's so
I
many in
might as
C
well
and
just put that
D.
in D
He
as
hates
well.
Pokemon.
Iron Jugulus. weird name. It's all right. I might bump it up a little bit. It's kind
They're
of
all
cool.
they're all too
I'm
samey,
not, like,
and
huge
a lot of
fan.
them don't do enough as far as the
Iron
design
Moth.
goes. Like Hydreigon.
I'm gonna put that one in A too.
Iron Jigulus.
I love that design. That's so cool. Then Iron Thorns. I'm actually a really big fan of Tyranitar, but somehow turning it into like a weird robot. I don't know. I think they could have done it a different way. There are different versions of this that I might have liked more. Something about this one does not quite click with me, as I feel like a futuristic robot Tyranitar, like it really should click with me. But instead, I think I'm just gonna put it in C. Something about it is not quite right.
Dude,
Frigibax,
C?
I really don't like the design that much. It's a little weird looking, but it's kind of like the rock thing where it's like, you know, each time I get a new one,
Is he
I'm like,
gonna
all
put
right,
Frigibax
where's the
higher
little
than
rock
Mecha
guy and where's the
Tyranitar?
little dragon guy that's gonna turn into like the pseudo mythical dragon, and I could smell it on him. So his design itself, I'm not a big fan of, but I like that he's the little dragon guy. Maybe I'll put this one in C, but then Arctibax, I like a good bit more. I'll put that one in B.
Rare
and then
case where I like
Baxcalibur
the
is a
middle
lot
form the
cooler. I'm gonna
most.
Put that up in A. I think it's a pretty cool design. I definitely like it more because I ended up raising one. It was really fun raising it, this one in particular. I don't know, I ended up with a lot of like fun stories.
Baxcalibur just
coming in
needed something on his
collections from
head,
battles.
whether
So
it be
by the end, it ended
scales
up
or
being one of my
spikes or
favorites. So yeah,
something.
Baxcalibur can be.
He
in
looks
A.
bald. He's
Gimme
bald.
Gold,
But legit, that's the problem.
They're fine. It's the mimic thing. It's okay.
Yeah, it's too much unused space on Baxcalibur.
I'm just gonna stick them all in. This one, all by itself, if you want to just count this part, that's a little bit cuter. I'll put that up in C. But the rest, yeah, kind of just down in D. Don't really care too much. Now, these Pokemon here, I didn't end up getting them all, so I'm not super familiar
Gotta
with all of them.
catch
I did
'em all.
get Wo-Chien, so it's like a
We're about to go into
kind of
DLC
thing,
as
but
well.
It's got leaf growth on it. I think that one's really cool. I'm a pretty big fan of that one. That's cool. Then Chien Pao, kind of a mongoose, which I feel like I should like more. Maybe it's like the whiskers thing I'm not as much of a fan of. So maybe I'll put that in C. A little bit middling. Ting Lu. I wish I had gotten a Ting Lu. I like this design a lot. Like the bowl on the head. Kind of like an elk thing. I think that was rad. I'm gonna put that in A, even though I've really not even gotten that good of a look at it until now, and yet like already no, that one's cool. And then Chi-Yu, I don't know, it's a goldfish. I like that it's
but it's on
dark
fire.
That's kind of cool, but it's a goldfish.
I'm baffled by his
Then we got
standards.
Roaring Moon. That's
It's a
really
goldfish
cool
on
Pokemon.
fire.
That's
taking
it's
inspiration
like a paradox
from
version
like art.
of specifically Mega Salamence, right? With the big wings. That's a cool one. That's another one that I'm not really super familiar with, and yet I really like the design. I think that's a B at least. I'm gonna give that an A, just purely based on design. That's a cool looking Pokemon.
I like that it's
Valiant is
based
cool.
more on
Isn't
the
it a
Mega
paradox
than
Pokemon?
standard
It's like
Salamence.
It's like a hybrid, right? Of Gardevoir and the other sword one. Or
Gallade. Gallade,
cool.
you
It's neat.
big
It's just
Pokemon
kinda
fan?
like
Gallade.
It's okay. It's I don't know, whatever. See, fine. Moving on. I've got Koraidon and Miraidon. I ended up going with Violet because I liked Miraidon a lot more. Koraidon, it's I don't know. It's a little bit ugly. It's kind of like it's I mean, it's kind of fun. It's
Well, that's the
more
point. He's
ornate.
ragged,
It's the
prehistoric.
ancient version of the pair. I think it's just kind of okay. Maybe I'm comfortable with C. Miraidon, I think, is pretty darn cool. I think, I don't know. That's a version of like a robot Pokemon that it just seems like so futuristic. It's more like a hover bike. I like that one a lot. I think I'm gonna go with B. Tempted to put it in A. A's looking a little sparse, and you know what? By the end of the game, I did have something of an emotional attachment to it, so let's do A, if anything, just for like all the good times in the story. Okay, so then let's bring these together. I guess they're the legendary beasts. I always called them the legendary dogs when I was a kid, but they're the legendary beasts. And if there's any single thing that made me almost regret getting Violet instead of Scarlet, it's these. This is really cool. I don't know, like taking the legendary beasts and like turning Suicune into
Raikou and Suicune.
like a dinosaur, and then Raikou into like a Horizon, like those big things that help you map. They're really cool. This one a little bit less so, but they're just such.
Entei just looks like he has a fruit banana hat on.
They took them and they really, I don't know, iterated on the idea a lot more than most of the other Paradox Pokemon, and I really appreciate them for that. Walking Wake's really
This
cool.
Speedrunners make this bike shit look so easy, right, Jesse?
That's so neat. Raging Bolt, just so bizarre. Really bizarre. It's between A or B. I'm gonna put it in
lizard-like for Suicune. That's why I like him, though. I don't like base Suicune.
Real weirdness factor.
He's furry.
I appreciate it, but it is also a bit strange. And then Gouging Fire, I might point in B as well. I like them a lot. But yeah, this one is definitely the winner. Iron Leaves is fine. I think, again, they kind of just turn it into a robot. And the end result is a little bit strange. Maybe it's a little bit too far away from, like, an animal. So I'm not it's okay. Let's put that in C. Diplin and Hydrapple. I know, like, lore-wise, these are some of, like, the densest, most creatively designed Pokemon ever. But I don't know. It's a caramel apple Pokemon. Not really that much of a fan. I mean...
Yeah, I like Hydrapple's
look. Dragon on the inside.
I like Flapple too from Gen A.
It would definitely be F. The fact that the dragon part makes it a little bit more interesting. It's a little better, and then Hydrapple. It's an apple with a worm in it, but the worm is a dragon. I
think that's a good play on the old trope of the worm and the apple.
And then Poltergeist and Sinischa. I'm already exhausted by just trying to read the names. We already had the T Pokemon, and now we have the new versions of them. I'm sorry, I just don't really care that much. Okidogi, Monkey Dory, and Fezandipity.
These guys look like fucking Yokai Watch characters.
I feel the same way about all of them. The names are funny. I appreciate the names. I think they're kind of ugly, and in the games, they are mean. They are mean bullies, and I don't like that. So I think I'm pretty comfortable putting them in D. I just don't think any of them is particularly interesting, and they're mean, and they don't deserve.
Well, at least he
my
doesn't
love.
like them.
Ogerpon, on the other hand, is a sweet angel. I think the design is pretty cool. I like the whole mask mechanic. I love how it gets all big and huge, and I think that's pretty cool. It's okay. I'll put him in C. A little middle of the road, but it's all right. I thought Ursaluna was just a Gen 8 thing, but apparently in Scarlet and Violet you can get a Blood Moon Ursaluna,
Different
which
design,
is pretty
yeah.
cool. It's a pretty neat looking bear. It's kind of scary. Yeah, it's all right. Yeah, fine, sure. Kind of. Just
Damn,
based
that's
on
a
the
B
design
for him?
alone, I'll give that a B. I think it's pretty all right. Archaludon should be too gimmicky for me. It's like a bridge, like a skyscrapery bridge kind of Pokemon or something. But what did I say? I like the big, chunky, powerful stuff.
I mean, Duraludon was already a building.
Just very, very intimidating. And I like that. I think that's cool. I think that's worth at least a B. Iron Boulder is fine. Kind of forgettable. Let's, I don't know. Let's do D. I guess I don't care that much. Iron Crown, kind of similar. Maybe enough to bring it up to a C. It's fine. It's fine. Then we have Terapagos, and the base form is pretty cute. Little turtle.
I don't like it.
I think...
Fucking, that's a D for me.
I think maybe worth a B.
deeper
I think the design
dented.
is okay, kind of between C and B, but I'll be generous and do that. This form, though, I think is fantastic. I think it's just really cool, and it's like representing all the types, and it's just like a cool turtle. I'm gonna say at least A. I really genuinely love the design of that one. Finally, we have Pecha-Runt.
Pecha-Runt.
The look
'Cause it's
is
a
cool.
Pecha
I'm
berry.
not super into the whole thing where it like shoots stuff in your mouth and it turns you into a zombie that dances. I thought that was a little stupid. But the design is cool. The way it's like a cracked open nut.
Well, it's supposed to reference the tale of Momotaro.
It's cool. Let's go. I don't know. It's fine. Let's go see. Okay, so that's all of them. Now let's kind of scan and see if anything is jumping out at me as something that should move. Yeah, pretty happy with
dolphins?
the F. Sorry.
The
birds
dolphins?
and fish. D. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's about right. All Pokemon that are like kind of okay, but kind of eh. And then you know what? They are cute. I'm gonna move Tandemaus up to C. I think they're cute.
Tandemaus
enough.
promoted.
I do like the creepy, shining sibling vibes. I do like that. And then C is like a little bit better stuff that I'm starting to like a little bit. Yeah. I think pretty much all of this seems fairly accurate. I'm still a little bit torn here. Am I being unfair? Does this one deserve to be up in B? I really don't know. But as far as B goes, yeah. This is tough. You know, I think I am gonna move Dolive down one. I do like the design, but it's not like super original, not super interesting. I'll keep Arboliva there. B, these guys here. I'm thinking about moving them down. I've got good memories with them, and I do like dolphins. They're just not super interesting, you know?
Oh.
And in fact,
they're getting demoted.
I think this one here, this one can stay in B. It's kind of cool. It's cool enough. I'm gonna bring that one down to C. Sorry. You know, I know I just placed it, but I think I'm gonna move the first original form of Terapagos down to C. I still think it's pretty cool, but I don't know. It's fine. Yeah. It's got the nostalgia factor. It's a funny Jigglypuff. I'm gonna bring it down to C. Let's be safe. And then I'm looking at A. I think I'm pretty confident in my A's. I think, yeah, these are some of my favorite designs out of the whole game. And then, of course, the S's are just the absolute best designs. This one I'm like tempted to bring down just because I don't have any like personal experience with it. I didn't raise one, but I don't know. It's just too cool. It's just sick. It's one of the coolest Pokemon I've ever seen. Yeah. So I think I'm pretty comfortable with that too. Yeah. I think this is basically it. As far as like absolute worst and absolute best go, I don't think I care to arrange
Okay, 2
these
seconds short
in any
there.
particular order. I don't know. Maybe you could say this one is at least more interesting. These just aren't very interesting. You might, maybe that's the order there. And then as for the best of the best, I don't know. It's it's between these two, which I love that they're both like alternate versions of older Pokemon. One the Convergent Evolution, whatever they're called, and then one an alternate regional evolution. And yeah, I don't know. I can't. I couldn't possibly actually choose between these two. They are both some of my favorite Pokemon ever. I love them to pieces, and I will forever until the day that I go to my grave. So there you go. Unwhoosh, thank you so much for watching this video and listening to my weird Pokemon opinions. If I might make a request, please head down to the comments and give us all a poem.
Let me quickly
about
get some water.
Toadstool. And you know, if you have more than one, feel free to share them all. I promise that I will quietly read them all to myself and not judge them harshly in a future Toadstool poem tier list video.
All right, I'm back. All the Pokemon that I disliked, he more often than not liked higher than the ones that I liked. So overall, bad tier list. We're gonna give that tier list a 3 out of 5. Let's continue with his Pokemon videos. So he's obsessed with Pokemon TCG Pocket, which is a Pokemon mobile game. Yeah, obsessed with mobile games. Sound like anybody we know?
I've got this problem. I feel like I've got a video kind of brewing inside
Will I
me.
ever beat
You
this
know,
level?
way deep down. Sometimes these things just kind of happen on their own. You know, I've got some opinion on something, or it's some big subject, and you know, I do a lot of topic Arlos like this, just like quick news stuff. But, you know, this would be like a main channel video. This would be like a really well like thought out and researched and like tightly scripted and edited, kind of just like a big ol' takedown video. You know, the kinds of videos that I used to do. And if this were 2019, I think I might be inclined to do it. I'm feeling conflicted.
Maybe if it was 2016 Arlo.
Because I feel like the concept exists. I feel like it is cooking up inside of me. But then on the other hand, I have 2 other hands. I've got 3 hands total. The 2 other hands, one, it just kind of feels like a losing battle. You know? This whole Pokemon thing. It's really just kind of like, I don't know.
Again, the ones that were in
Does anyone
S
wanna hear it
tier
anymore?
were almost all designs
And then the
based
other
off of
hand.
you know, existing
Just too
Pokemon.
tired. This is all
And
just exhausting.
Cerulege.
Pokemon, their whole thing.
Cerulege.
I don't know.
I mean, Cerulege is an alright design,
The
in my
games,
opinion.
I'm dialed into the games. You know, I like playing the games, and the games have had problems, but now we're seeing like maybe things will kind of turn around, and I don't know. But like the cards, it's just so. Ugh.
Tell us about the cards,
entire
Arlo.
situation is just so. I don't even know if I have the energy.
Cards thing
to even do it. And then yeah, like it just kind of seems like who even cares? We all know that it's evil, but everybody just does it anyway. I've got a bunch of opinions about TCG Pocket. I think it is really, I've talked about it before. I think it's just a very insidious product. It's like more generous than most free-to-play games, and you can go, I can get a bunch of cards without spending a cent, but like that, if anything, that just makes it even more insidious, because now it's making you think that it's not just this, it's just a loot box thing. It's just, there's no point of anything except for the loot box part. They just want, you go, whatever, you don't have to, see, this is what I'm talking about. I'm tired. Everyone plays it anyway. I played it. I think it's evil, and I played it for several months. I finally stopped. I'm thinking about spending all the rest of my whatever to like open as many packs as I can. Maybe I'll just like record myself opening my last packs, just for funsies before I delete the app forever. Because it really is just, it's just kind of nothing. It's really just trying to trick us into buying shiny like JPEGs, whatever. That's the thing though. Everyone likes it anyway, so they don't want to hear me talk about it. But at the very least, I gotta dredge up the energy. Just like pull it all together to talk at least about this, the physical card game. They just announced that they're coming out with another rarity, another extra special, extra different, extra shiny, extra everything kind of card with the upcoming set. The upcoming set seems to be focused largely on the Unova region.
I was
Black
1
Bolt
second under
and White
platinum for
Flare
that.
coming out in June. I can't even. I already complained about how TCG Pocket. There's like a new set
at least they
every
stopped
single
playing
month.
TCG
It's
Pocket.
way too fast, but it seems the physical stuff. Didn't they just do the other one? Didn't they just do the EVs one? Whatever. I lose track, but like, that's the thing. We all know that buying the cards is a problem. It's a thing. The hobby has grown so huge. So like already there's just so much demand for the product. But now because it has grown so huge, you have like double the problem because now you have that many scalpers just looking to make a quick
Those
buck. And so like,
scalpers.
I had family
Fucking
visit. And it was a big family visit, and my little nephew, he wanted to play Pokemon, and so another family member was like, I want to play some Pokemon. I'm going to go to the card shop and get some Pokemon. Just get like a starter deck or something. Guess what?
There were no
nothing.
Pokemon cards.
They had nothing. They drove to multiple stores. They went to Target. They went to a bunch of different places. No one had anything. Just none. You just can't get Pokemon cards right now, which is I don't even get it. And the frustrating thing is, like, the Pokemon Company, they've got us where they want us. They love this. They think this is great. And I know that they'll like make little statements about, oh, scalpers are bad and we're going to try to make sure to give you enough supply. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything to help. And obviously they're not making enough product, which is weird. You want to make the money, right? Like they're in this for the money. You can't just print more cardboard. I don't really understand how it works, but for the most part though, they love that we're going crazy about this stuff. They love that it's a problem. They love that scalpers are ruining it for everyone, because that means they've got such a hot product. And Pokemon is very purposefully
too much, and you
feeding into this frenzy
bob and weave
by creating these special extra. Oh, it's a regular card. Now it's a holographic. Okay, that was cool. When I was a kid, that was neat. You got like the regular version and then the holographic version. That's cool. Oh, but now it's full art. Now it's alternate art. Now it's shiny. Now now it's EX and all. There's always more and more and more and more and more extra special, extra rare variants. And so like the previous set, that was all like Eevee stuff, right? So it's all the special evolutions and all the special terrestrialized, extra shiny, crazy special 1 in a trillion edition, because they know that the more of this stuff they introduce into the game, like, sure, it makes it fun. I get it. That's the thing about gacha. That's the thing about loot boxes. Of course it's fun. Of course it's fun to open up a pack or a loot box and like imagine that you might get the super extra ultimo rare shiny whatever. Yeah, that's what keeps people doing it, but that's also what gets people addicted to it, and it's what drives this big crazy scalping frenzy. And so they acknowledge that it's a problem, and yet they are only making it worse again and again and again. Always something new, always an even more rare than rare. This one is extra, ultra, super duper mega special rare. And in this case, they've revealed
if I had
some
hit
like
the 2 box, I would have been able to do
from
it there.
Black Bolt and White Flare. You know, you just got like fancy Zekrom, Reshiram, and Victini. They've got, you know, like one of them is all like black, like the entire card looks black, and the other one's all white, and then the Victini's all kind of red. This new rarity, I think, is the rarity itself is just called BWR, which could be black, white, rare. It could also just be black, white, red. Does that mean that these are the only 3 cards with this? But whatever.
I fucking
it
hate
just takes
that
a
bit
card,
with that card,
gives it full
specifically
art,
that card.
and makes the entire thing kind of like one color. It's a little bit ugly, honestly. It's a little weird looking, at least in the case of Victini. But I get it. It's another thing, and it's just another thing. It's just, oh, you got it. It's just every single Pokemon set is Willy Wonka. Every single one is. You gotta find the golden ticket. It is no longer okay to just have sets and to give them to people and have the people buy them. There's always gotta be the next thing, always gotta be the next super duper ultra rare special thing. The reason for you not to just go out and buy a couple packs, not to just go out and get a starter deck or even 1 box. Nope, you gotta get as much as you possibly can. You gotta open packs, open packs, open packs, open packs forever, hoping that you can get one of these ultra super special rare cards. And it's tiring. And I can be glad that I just don't have to engage with it at all. I can be glad I can just kind of not. That's nice. I feel like it would be hard to care. I feel bad for people who care, because I'm not going to just tell you to stop enjoying your hobby. It's Pokemon. It's fun. That's the thing. I always, I'm always conflicted here. I think the Pokemon Company does a lot of really nasty stuff, but I like Pokemon. I think it's fun. Again, I play the games.
Yeah, the company's evil, but they make the thing I like.
Those nostalgia
There's
hooks,
nothing
they're
I
deep
can
in my
do.
heart. I will never not enjoy Pokemon on some level. So, a lot of people, obviously, are into the Pokemon TCG. And so, like, you can't just be like, it's your fault, you better just stop. Like, I understand the desire to keep doing a thing because it's just that fun. Even if you see that it's a problem, even if you see that it's hard, you still want to do it. So, like, yeah, I don't know. I can't blame anyone. I can just be happy that I'm not a part of it. At the same time, though, I gotta talk about it sometimes, you know? I gotta. Like, times like right now, I gotta muster the energy to at least say
I gotta
something.
hit it and then not run into the dirt and then drive past that
I'm
car.
saying right now is, just like, it's never ending. Just absolutely never ending. I don't know. I guess personally, it's just reached a point where it feels too exploitative. It feels really hard to look past how brazenly exploitative, just manipulative it is. And that's the thing, though. Even as I say that, I know I'm being hypocritical because the games are the same way. They are. It is ridiculous how unfinished the last few games have been. It's completely unacceptable. It is insulting to us as consumers. It's basically just saying, like, we can give you absolute trash and you'll buy it anyway. I bought it anyway because as long as I think the game is fun. Yeah, it's unfinished, but I still had fun with it, and thus just feeding back into the cycle. So I'm not any better than anybody else. I don't know. Maybe I could, like, try to take the stance of, at least it's a game, though, and I'm playing a game and having fun. Could you argue this? It's just cardboard. They literally just put a picture of your favorite Pokemon on the cardboard, and now that cardboard has so much value and is so hard to get your hands on. Maybe it feels a little more insulting.
Fuck, man.
I think that's a big problem I had with TCG Pocket.
It was like 38.
It really is just like
30
30
milliseconds
and
too
creating
slow.
a lot of hype for JPEGs that are just infinite.
Did I break too soon at the big old
whatsoever. It's not even like game. Like, yeah, you can play the game, you can play
Not
fights,
the
but like
U-turn,
it's still you're not paying for a game.
The curvy
You're paying
turn.
for a JPEG. You're paying for a JPEG printed on a piece of cardboard. Whatever. My job right now is to try to convince you that cards are stupid and games are good. Whatever. I'm just gonna stop the video. That's my video complaining about Pokemon. I'm gonna go yell at a cloud now. And don't forget to open your packs today. You know what? I will too. Let's do it. I'm gonna open my 2 packs today. I still haven't deleted this stupid thing. It's too much fun. All right, here we go. Celestial Gardens, Solgaleo. That's the most recent one. What do we got? Let me see. I'm gonna pick that.
He's gonna do Gacha live on the stream. He really is, Phil.
We got a Helioptile, a Shuppet,
I like Helioptile.
Araquanid, a Lowland Dugtrio, and an Oricorio. Cool. Yeah, that's all right, I guess. Now, okay. Hold on. You gotta... Every time you get new cards, and it gets so many different screens, putting it into your library. I don't want to steal that. Bring me to the packs. All right, now I'm gonna open a Celestial Guardians Lunala. Here we go. Give me something good. Give me something good. I'm gonna open this. Kaslurp. We've got a Banette. We've got a Lunatone, a Toucanon, a Drillbur, and an Excadrill to go with that Drillbur.
Going crazy over the new class in Dark Tide, Dinga? I didn't see it, man.
All right.
I'm fucking zonked. I just want to get one more plat tonight.
All right, so yeah, that's the.
And I want it to be this one. I can't end on an L here, as they say. All right, thank you, Arlo, for complaining about gacha and then proceeding to end your video on you doing gacha.
So do you remember before Nintendo officially revealed the Switch 2? You might have forgotten. It's been so long. It was such a tiny little blip of game history. You might have just forgotten by now. But see, there was this time before Nintendo revealed the Switch 2 when there was like this crazy non-stop wave of leaks and rumors, and people were giving us images of the system itself.
This is about the guy who leaked the Switch 2 getting
the
arrested.
CAD models, like basically the specifics of at least how it was gonna be physically constructed. That was all coming.
Don't worry,
out,
the
and
Arlo
so,
backlog is getting
naturally,
cleared out.
there were
We're
a bunch of,
fucking
like,
we're hammering the
accessory,
videos.
Manufacturers, companies that
Everything
were really,
left is like true crime and
really
shit. We
capitalizing
fucking won, bro.
on all of this. There were a
We just
number
have to
of
hope
different
no
companies who
Nintendo
were,
news
like,
comes out
3D printing
between
their
now
own
and the
little
next
mock-ups
video
based
watching
on these
stream.
CAD models, and you know,
Hammering my sanity.
not
You're
like
welcome.
saying they had Switch 2s, but basically like, hey, look, it's basically a Switch 2. You want to look
How do you think
at
I
it? Here's
feel?
a blurry image. I mean, like, you know, they really, I don't know, they really capitalized on it for their own marketing. Just utilizing the raw hype, our desire to just get our eyes on the system at all. They knew how excited we were, but even among all this, no one quite did it like Genki.
Basically, Jesse.
Did they? That was the name that really popped up the most. Genki. I don't really know
I gotta do a
what
perfect
else
run for
they
this
are
one because it's
known
such
for.
a. It's
I
the
don't even
first
know if I was
motorcycle
aware of
level,
their
so short and
existence
easy.
before all of
So the
this.
plat is so strict.
But I do know that they ran with this whole thing. I remember they did kind of seem to be giving hints that they had access
supposed to
to
swerve a little
Switch
bit
2.
more to the
It
left.
really did seem that way, and I myself received emails from them inviting me to come and look at their Switch 2 mock-up, which they had at CES. Yeah, like that's the thing. They had this mock-up that they made, probably just based on the CAD models. I really don't think they actually did have access to anything, but they were really trying to make it look like they did, and they had a presence. Like their company had an official presence at an official big trade show. And their whole entire thing was like, yeah, come and look at our Switch 2 mock-up. We're selling accessories for the Switch 2, even though it hasn't been even revealed yet. We still are.
Yeah,
and
dude,
at that
Nintendo
time,
was
there were
not
even
happy
stories about like
any of that.
Nintendo representatives going and like trying to spook them, you know, just trying to like scare them out of doing all of this. We could tell that Nintendo probably, like, I believe the stories. I believe that Nintendo was probably not really happy with what they were doing. But through all this, it was just kind of like, well, I don't know how they're getting away with it, but I guess they are.
You can't keep getting away
right?
with it.
You know, I don't know how all of this works, how third-party accessory manufacturing, I don't know how it works, if this is leaked information, but it's not necessarily, like, if they themselves didn't sign an NDA, this is just stuff that went out on the internet, can they get in trouble? I don't know. I guess not. We all just kind of shrugged and went, I guess it's all right. Well, well, it turns out it was not all right. It turns out it was not all right at all. Nintendo did not like it, and they were going to do something about it. It just kind of took a while. So now it is next
It's like
year.
how it took a while for them
Nintendo
to
has
sue
officially revealed
Power
the
World.
system, and it's actually launching in about wow, 1 month from today. Wow, that's cool. But now it seems that Nintendo is officially taking Genki to court. Genki is being sued by Nintendo because of all this. Nintendo is taking them to court because they demoed and promoted unauthorized, purported mock-ups and renderings of the Nintendo Switch 2 and its accessories. Nintendo
if it was
doesn't
an
like
authorized
that they
mock-up, it would've been
purportedly
okay.
confirmed specific, highly confidential designs and functionality of the not yet announced Nintendo Switch 2. And that's what's so funny about leaked information. It turns out that those schematics, specifics, whatever, the CAD models, it turns out that that was accurate. All of these mock-ups were basically accurate. So, like, technically, this is information that anyone has, but that means that I guess it's not illegal to have that info. You know, I read it on the internet. That's not a problem. But when I take that information and I start using it to create products, and I use this information to generate hype for my own company.
Basically, you're trying to get
That's a
attention for
problem.
yourself,
I have now taken
right?
something from Nintendo, and I'm kind of using it for myself. And yeah, it's funny because Genki really was making it look like they had access to a Switch 2, and they only later were like, no, we don't. We don't actually. Yeah, Nintendo, they don't like that. They don't like that they made it sound that way. And Nintendo claims that everything Genki did, their actions have been designed to capitalize on and appropriate the public's anticipation for the release of Nintendo's next generation console. And
Trying to
it has
appropriate
used
the
Nintendo's
public's
trademarks and
anticipation
trade
of the Switch
dress
2?
in
You're appropriating
connection
the
with
hype?
marketing of its business and its unauthorized third-party accessories accessories in violation of Nintendo's rights in those markets. And they take issue with Genki claiming that their accessories were compatible with Switch 2 if the specifics had not been confirmed yet. It says Genki's claims of compatibility would be impossible to guarantee without unauthorized, illegal early access to the Nintendo Switch 2. Thus, Genki has misled and is misleading the public as to its ability to guarantee the compatibility of its products with the Nintendo Switch 2. That seems more like an issue on Genki's side. You know, that seems more like a thing that, like, we can take that up with them if they're misleading. I don't know if that part is specifically Nintendo's business. I don't know, whatever. There's a lot of different info, and I'll put a link to the Nintendo Life article in the description of this video because it gives you way more details. But yeah, basically Nintendo, they really just didn't like how Genki handled it all. Yeah, it was really just a big marketing stunt. They really did consistently make it seem like they had special access to these things. They really did. They can't pretend like they didn't. You know what I mean? Because again, there were plenty of companies that were just using these leaked CAD models. Genki was kind of being a little sneaky about it. And it's something that I didn't even know. I didn't even know this was a thing. Apparently, 2 hours after Nintendo officially announced the Switch 2, Genki did its own direct branded like little presentation, and they just used Nintendo branding to make it look like a real direct. Like, that absolutely is like co-opting or whatever Nintendo's own branding imagery for your own purposes. So like at every turn, Genki, I don't know.
They had their
did the
own
wrong
direct.
thing. They really did try to
Why
just
did I know
take
about
the
that?
concept of the Switch 2
Probably
and all
'cause
the
they're
hype behind it
literally third
and
party.
just kind of reuse it for themselves. It's true what Nintendo says. Using
It's
Nintendo's
true,
trademarks
bitch.
and trade dress, it's a term I don't know if I've heard before, in connection with the marketing of its business and its unauthorized third-party accessories. Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck. That was a good line right there.
It's kind of a cut and dry case, I'd say. Genki really did mess up. Even if you could argue that they didn't sign an NDA, all of this leaked info was available to everyone, well, they then took all of that info and used it to get on top of the whole hype wave. Have been designed to capitalize on and appropriate the public's anticipation for the release of Nintendo's next generation console. That's really it right there. That is it. It's just like there is a thing here. There is a hype that exists. There is great anticipation for this.
Everything's a
they
thing
tried to capitalize on that and kind of like spend some of that hype on themselves. And that's the part that Nintendo don't like. And I get it. And it's kind of funny. I mean, it's not funny. It wouldn't be fun to be sued by Nintendo, but at the same time, Genki this entire time has just been painting a big red target on themselves. You know, they're like, well, let's be the one. You know, everybody's doing this. Let's be the one who does it the most. So ideally, we're the ones who end up with the most popularity and the most sold, like, cheap accessories or whatever. Unfortunately, they didn't look at the worst case scenario, which was you're the one who gets singled out and, I don't know, basically made into an example. The world is always in a different place with each new console generation, and this time was just the way that the world is set up and the way that the internet is set up, it was just ripe for leaks. This was always gonna happen. This was always gonna be like the most leaked Nintendo system ever. And so now, I suppose inevitably, there was one company who really tried to capitalize on it. So yeah, Nintendo might want to make an example of them just for like going forward. This isn't gonna get better. Like, do you think the next system is also like somehow not gonna be leaked to high heaven? No, it will be. But depending on what Nintendo does now, they may kind of set an example. You know, send out a message to the industry to the accessories manufacturers, don't mess with us. Don't take our secret info that has been accidentally leaked and just like plaster it everywhere.
Oh, you're gonna sleep with the cheap
your
stuff. You leak all our
But
secrets.
we'll see how things shake out. I don't know precisely what kinds of damages Nintendo is seeking. I don't know if it's the sort of thing where like, hey, let's sue them into the ground. Let's just kill them. Or, let's just scare them. Slap on the wrist, settle out of court for like a whatever amount just to get the fear in them. Who knows? We'll see though. I imagine all the other accessories companies, they're probably all just like, it's like that thing where the whole class has been screwing around, but then like the one kid goes like too far and they like draw the ire of the teacher and they're getting yelled at and all the other kids are just kind of like waiting to see what happens, just kind of like sitting there with their eyes wide, not really moving, just being like, oh, what's gonna happen to him? I don't know. That could have been us. Let's just kind of keep quiet now.
Thank you again, Arlo. Why do I keep thanking him? There's nothing to thank him for. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind here. Oh god, there's only 2 videos left. We actually made it. We're actually making it to the very end. This is unprecedented. Okay, we gotta break from Arlo though, or I'm gonna lose more than just my mind. I'm gonna lose my marbles. At some point, I'm gonna rage quit. Everyone already knows.
Welcome back, everyone, to another Downward Day. And earlier this week, I found out something that was kind of mind-blowing. It was one of these things that seemed like it should have been pretty big news, but for whatever reason, up until this point, I hadn't heard anyone talk about it. And chances are, I probably wouldn't have even been made aware of this issue if it wasn't for something that happened out of complete chance. So over the past few months, my parents took a trip to China. And so I was talking about their trip with them after they came back. And my dad was telling me about a movie they saw while they were there. It's this 3D animated film called Ninja 2. And from how he described it, it seemed to be a pretty big hit in China. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, that sounds like an interesting little regional hit for the Chinese movie-going audience. Let me look up this film and see just how much it made at the box office. And well, so far, this little obscure film has made $2.1 billion. And yes, those are US dollars. As of the day I'm recording this, it's currently the 5th highest grossing film in history, and it's still rising. Needless to say, this was completely news to me, because normally in the entertainment industry it's a pretty big deal whenever any project breaks into the top 20 of the highest grossing films of all time.
See, that's
Yet,
the
for
problem.
some reason, this
The problem
random
is
Chinese
it's not an American film
that has come out of nowhere to break into the top 5. I haven't heard a peep about it from the American media. And if most of you watching this are like me, this is probably the first time any of you are hearing about it as well. I found it pretty astounding that what should be this pretty monumental story has seemingly slid completely under the radar. And I think there's a compelling reason why the US and Western entertainment media has been so hush-hush about this topic. Because the idea that some foreign dark horse film can come out of nowhere and put itself in the top 5 of all-time box office earnings, you have to believe that it sends a pretty frightening message for the state of the American film industry. And if there's one company that's gotta be concerned about this development, you have to imagine it's Disney, which is due to how Disney's underlying business model for the past 15 years or so has predominantly involved courting the Chinese market specifically. Disney
To the
is
point that they
one
remove
major
the
American
Black
film
Stormtrooper
studio,
off
perhaps
the
more
Force
than any
Awakens
other,
poster
that has
for
tried
China.
to get their foot in the door on the Chinese market.
Finn guy.
And suffice to say, that business decision has resulted in a pretty significant trade-off in terms of the overall quality of Disney's films over the past decade plus.
Disney Greenlight
I'm
Rally?
sure that by now
Yeah, that
I don't
game.
even have to explain this to most of you, because it's pretty easy
that
to
game
see
came
for
out of
yourself
China.
how Disney's recent repertoire of films has been quite lackluster.
Wee! Whoa! Oh! You know, I never walk out of a movie, but yeah!
Now, of course, there's a variety of reasons for why that's the case, but a pretty significant factor for Disney's overall fall-off in quality has to be that these products are being designed from the ground up to appeal to the Chinese market. or at the very least, try as hard as they can to not offend or alienate the Chinese market. And with that intention comes a variety of things which are suddenly off limits. If you want your movie to make money in China, there's a whole list of things that you can't show on screen. And at the end of the day, these rules just end up restricting creativity. Your bag of tricks to tell the story as an artist is now greatly diminished. And what this ultimately ends up doing is capping the potential of your creative work. As an artist, you can only take so much of getting told you can't do this and you can't do that before it's no longer possible to actually make something great. In such a restricted environment, the most talented artists can definitely make something decent. They can even make something good. But when it comes to making something that actually excels far and beyond, it's pretty much impossible to do so when so much of your toolkit is off limits. And this is a trade-off that Disney certainly must have anticipated,
it kind of helps,
but ultimately decided that it was worth the risk.
They're still getting in my way at that
And
specific
the result of this
point.
has been that pretty much for the past 15 years, Disney has sacrificed...
Yeah, they did it with Black Panther too. They don't show him unmasked on the poster.
...the quality of their work to chase after Chinese dollars. For a good amount of time at least, it appeared to be working. Disney started raking in a lot more money from overseas. But lately, in the past couple years or so, it seems that something about that equation has flipped, where all of a sudden the risks are starting to become much more visible than the reward. As things are today, it appears that the decade plus of predominantly mediocre products that Disney has been flooding the market with has burned through the good graces of a lot of their pre-existing audience in the Western world. And right now, the patience of the customer is really being tested. Over the past 3 years, there's been a disturbing number of Disney releases that have outright bombed at the US box office. You know, you can only flood the market with mediocre junk for so long before it starts to damage the prestige of your brand. And as each year goes by with more and more Disney flops, the more and more people are going to start to see the name Disney as a low-quality brand. Thus far, Disney has been weathering the storm through the sheer quantity of films they're putting out on the market. As the trend has gone for the past few years, for every few misses the company suffers, they do manage to get a pretty big hit. And so for all the money lost with their increasing number of failures, they've been making up for it with big box office winners like Deadpool and Wolverine, Inside Out 2, and Moana 2, which, by the way, isn't it somewhat disturbing that something as poorly put together as Moana 2 made $1 billion? The future of artistic standards in cinema are not looking good. But anyway, that's how Disney's been staying afloat despite their seemingly record number of box office bombs. But eventually, as the number of failures and wasted projects continues to increase, they're going to pass a threshold where not even their big winners can bail them out. The ship can only take on so much water before it starts to sink. And I think in just a few years or so, the top brass at Disney are going to have to start asking themselves some difficult questions. Thus far, for this whole time that Disney's quality control has taken a nosedive, they've been able to sit back and justify to themselves, oh, well, it's all worth it because we cornered the Chinese market. It's been a justifiable business decision to water down our product for our domestic audience in order to make our product more palatable for international viewers. And then Ninja 2 comes out and starts breaking box office records. And all of a sudden, that whole justification is no longer a certainty. Because what exactly happens to this whole gambit when Chinese viewers decide that they prefer their own films over Disney's? What's going to happen when the Chinese film industry discovers that it's more profitable to produce their own films domestically than importing films from Disney? All of a sudden, that whole international market that you've been lusting over so much this whole time is no longer the guarantee.
Jesse, I'm seething. I'm actually going to have to set it up like this, where I just have them all pass me. It's silly I didn't think of it sooner, but it's ridiculous that I gotta set it up like this in the first place. God, I imagine, if I pull up the world record for this fucking stage, you know this is what the setup is. There's nothing stopping you from doing it.
And you might be starting to see this situation where Disney did all this damage to their brand back at home to really wind up with nothing to show for it. And who knows, maybe this is just an overreaction and China's new booming emerging film industry can still manage to coexist with various imports from Hollywood. But if you look at how China tends to operate in other sectors of the economy, Once any Chinese industry starts to figure out how to do anything cheaper and more efficient than an international rival, they tend to start shifting everything to be made in-house. And I'm curious if we're on the cusp of that in terms of the film industry. You know, 15 years ago, China didn't have the resources to produce this polished Hollywood-style product, and that's potentially a point where importing films from Disney would have really helped them stand out. But now, it's a different story. Just looking at clips from Ninja, the animation quality is pretty much on par with anything coming out of Hollywood. There no longer appears to be this sizable gap in resources and expertise between these two industries, and assuming that China and the US are now at equal strength in terms of technical ability, you gotta imagine that China now has the advantage of servicing their own market. And you can clearly see that with this new film that extensively taps into old-fashioned Chinese mythology, something that would be pretty challenging for any foreign-born producer to authentically recreate. And the result of this is a product that's far more popular with Chinese audiences than anything that's ever come out of Disney or Hollywood. And I should clarify here that this $2 billion box office figure was done almost entirely off of domestic returns from within China. This movie managed to accomplish this with barely any international release. In fact, I'm not even sure where you're supposed to watch it in the United States. And that's why I've been unable to discuss anything relating to the actual quality of the movie because I have no idea personally. As for that, all I can do is defer to review scores, which are pretty high for this film. So we've now entered this bizarre state of the world where China is making films that are both highly profitable and critically acclaimed.
Hey, but he grossed a lot of tickets.
An attribute that used to belong to Disney for most of the 20th century. And to add insult to injury, Ninja 2 has managed to rip away the coveted, highest-grossing animated film title that has long since been held
it had
by
Aquafina,
Disney.
we hate her.
With all that taken into account,
Why is she in everything?
you certainly have to view this as a bad omen if you're a producer at Disney. Because not only does it risk tanking your international revenue streams, what exactly is stopping the Chinese film industry from starting to export their products to the United States?
That's Swerve.
If they can figure out how to start pumping out serviceable films at a cheaper price than us, what's stopping them from filling our theaters with their products? Just as they figured out how to do with consumer goods and e-commerce. Are we gonna have to put a ban on Chinese movies just like we do with Chinese electric cars? If things keep up at this rate, this is probably going to become a legitimate concern 5 to 10 years from now. I mean, just look at the success of other Asian entertainment exports like K-pop and anime, and even TikTok if you want to include it in that category. America no longer has this sense of domestic brand loyalty when it comes to entertainment, especially among young people. So there's really not much standing in the way of a hypothetical Chinese takeover of the US film market, which would surely be an ironic role reversal based on how things have gone for the past decade or so. With all that's being said, there's potentially a big shift in the balance of power in the entertainment industry coming soon. And if things keep going on their current trajectory, companies like Disney have set themselves up to suffer the most disastrous consequences.
He said
and
it.
It's worth noting that historically, Disney has gone through some rough patches before, and thus far they've always managed to rebound. But I don't know. As we find ourselves facing once again another lackluster period of Disney history, things just seem different this time around. I think Disney has really heavily mortgaged the farm this time, and the upcoming harvest is not looking so good. So if you're someone like me who's sick of paying to watch this new batch of Disney disappointment, it turns out that soon enough, they might be the ones who end up paying the price.
Pretty good video. I agree. Disney's in trouble, but I that is something. That's why I brought up the Star Wars Force Awakens poster earlier, and you know, Triple D, DDD. That's what I call them. Bringing up the Black Panther poster. They try real hard to pander to China, and I think it's because China. Look, someone can correct me if I'm wrong. It's too late. It's like 4 in the morning. Someone might not be able to. But China has this policy where they can only import so many American films, and Disney's got like a pick it. Disney has to like try real hard to pick and choose which movies get like imported. That's true, isn't it? But that's why they try so hard to appease the Chinese market, because they know that there's so much money in it. But now we're seeing China pump out their own products with movies that are just as good as Disney's, apparently, you know, according to the grossings of this movie. China has money. They always did. They never didn't. Okay, we're gonna do this. We're gonna beat this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna beat it tonight. If I have to. Even if I have to listen to Arlo recount his experience pre-ordering the Switch too.
So it's yesterday. It's Wednesday evening, approaching 9 p.m. Western time, midnight Eastern. This
is the last topic Arlo video. The only video after this is a main channel video about Nintendo Switch 2 editions.
And not feeling confident. This entire time, I've not been feeling confident. It has only gotten harder and harder to pre-order stuff, to purchase.
The most annoying video
online
of all the ones we
that
watched this week is the one where he blames
greatly
us,
sought
complaining about the
after.
prices for ruining his hype
Everything is
moment.
just overrun with bots and scalpers, and yeah, I don't know. I was really understanding that me getting my hands on a Switch 2 was very important, but not
very
feeling
weird coming from
confident
him.
that I would be competitive
I was supposed to wait for the cars
to get one. I am not a very competitive person, just by my nature. The whole like trying to get it super fast before someone else thing. I don't know. It's just not really who I am. So I was kind of happy when they delayed pre-orders, because it meant I didn't have to deal with it for a little while longer. But the time finally came, and I knew that I had to try. So last night, I think, okay, I'm gonna try to get one at Best Buy. That's where I've bought the last few systems I've gotten. I don't know. It's not GameStop, so yeah, sure.
Well, that's their
Best
problem,
Buy. I'm trying
Arlo.
to order it
GameStop
from
said
a
they had
store
well, people were
near
saying
me.
that GameStop had the best pre-order experience.
And even
Going from my own
there,
experience,
it's like
I can vouch
a
for
half hour
that.
before, and I'm trying to make sure that like my payment information is all up to date and everything. And boy, already that Best Buy website is not working correctly. I cannot change the store that I'm ordering it from. It just like it will not accept the changes, and I'm frustrated. I can't get into
Why are
my
these
payment
content creators so
settings, like,
afraid
it's
to
just
do it in a store?
payment methods. It just won't let
It
me.
just
takes
works
me a while
in
to realize,
store.
like, oh yeah, the entire
It always
website,
did.
like,
It
it's
never
not
didn't.
crashed, but it's not updating. And so, yeah, and I let me really stress. You know, I said I'm not very competitive and not very confident that I'm going to be able to do this. It also means that I really did not bring the level of energy that I needed to here. You're supposed to like have a bunch of backups. You know, oh, if Best Buy doesn't work, we'll go over here. Make sure you got an account on Target and on Walmart.
Yeah,
and,
have
and
5
GameStop
tabs
and all
open
this
on these
and all
different
this.
websites like
You gotta be
Phil.
trying it
He
on
didn't even
your
have 5
PC. You gotta
tabs
be
open. I
trying
bet
it
he
on
had
your
like 5
phone.
different
You gotta be
browsers open.
doing everything you
Like, yeah, he has
possibly
different
can.
browsers open.
And,
Different
I
browsers
really,
for his different YouTube
didn't.
channels.
I really did not. I did not prep very well. I think a part of me was almost like hoping I wouldn't get one, and it would be very obvious very quickly that I had missed my chance, to kind of just absolve me of the need to try. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay, I'll just have to hope that someone somewhere has picked up an extra one and I can buy it off of them. You know, like that's where I was at.
Arlo's
I might
gonna
just
beat
have
the
to rely
scalping market.
on someone who just decided
Why are you supporting
to pick up an
bad
extra
business
one
practices,
for cases
Arlo?
like this, where they know somebody who needs one. So 9 p.m. rolls around. I keep refreshing the page, and the little button is still grayed out. It doesn't say anything about buying or pre-ordering. It just says coming soon. And you know, very foolishly, I'm just sitting there on the Best Buy website. I'm just staying there, and but you know, finally I'm like reading articles that are giving like updates at different retailers, and I'm like, all right, I really I do need to try some other stuff.
Streaming
but it's
PC
funny,
already
I'm like,
spoken for
it's
being online
funny.
24/7.
The Target
Yeah.
website is just not working. Like, it literally just won't load. The entire Target website is down. Okay.
Yeah, everybody was
Walmart,
saying this Target site was not
really
working
don't want
at
to buy
all
from
that
Walmart,
night.
but getting desperate here. It takes me a while.
Oh, dude, Arlo
to figure
also
out
thinks
how to get
Walmart
in.
is blood money.
I don't know who else experienced this, but it kept asking me to verify that I was not a robot. And it was funny because these are usually quick things where you just click on the thing and it takes you, but this was like, hold down the button. And like, I'm seconds are going by, and I'm like, all right, I really need to get in here. And it's like this, like the longest process to confirm that I'm not a robot. Like, that I've ever, like, you gotta hold it and just sit there like watching the meter go by. But
Well,
then
you
it
want to
keeps
prevent
asking
bots
me
from getting
again
it,
and again.
right?
Again and again, it just will not stop, making me confirm. So I'm like, all right, something is wrong here too. It's a long time before I can even get in to the website for it to just stop just giving me this prompt. And then eventually I get to a point where it says I'm in line. All right, it's a little hard for me to believe that this is gonna...
Whoa. Hold the phone. Are you saying to me right now that Arlo is in line at Walmart? He's in line. He's in line at Walmart right now?
Point where it says I'm in line.
He's in line.
All right, it's a little hard for me to believe that this is gonna work because I got in line so long.
He's
after
in
the
line.
fact, you know, it's probably
He's
like
in line at
9:30 by
Walmart
now or something, and I'm like, okay, well it's not gonna happen, but at least it's something. At least it's literally anything because I'm not getting anything anywhere else. Eventually, I do get Target to work on my phone. And some people were saying that like the website was down, but the app was working, but I didn't have the app and I didn't want to deal with that. The website was working on my phone.
Arlo, buddy,
I was
you
able
didn't
to
have the
get
app?
stuff in my
That's
cart.
why you got fucked up.
And it was funny too. It was like this fight. I kept, every time I made any step, it would give me all these error messages, but it wouldn't kick me out. So it's like, put in your address. Okay, there was an error, but we got your address. Put in your payment. Oh, there was an error, but we got your payment. It got like all the way to the place your order, and then it gives an error. So basically I just had that on my phone. Every like 30 seconds or something, I hit it again, and hopefully it's not charging my card every single time. So as I'm doing everything else, I'm also juggling. Like I reached the point where I recognized I had to branch out. So then I kind of, as time went on, started to explore these other avenues, which is just like I definitely didn't deserve to get one because I was so unprepared, but I did eventually get there, and you know, I'm trying GameStop over here, and that's not working. I think I didn't even have an account, or I thought I did, but apparently I didn't, I guess, because I was trying to make one, but I would like get to the create account page, and it would like save and continue with all your info, and that just wouldn't work. It just wouldn't. There was I could not finish creating the account, so it was fascinating how here I had all of these different retailers and they were all having different problems. Best Buy, the website is working, but the item itself is just not showing up as something that you can purchase. Target on my computer is not working at all. Just I can't even get to the website for a long time. And then on my phone, it is working, and I have the items in my cart, but it's just giving me an error message over and over again. And then GameStop, I can't even create an account. I just can't get past the account creation page. And then on Walmart, I am in a line, but it's not doing anything, and I don't know what number I am or if it's even possible for that to work. So it was just such an interesting spread of experiences, and I am sure that from what I heard, a lot of other people had these experiences as well. I think a lot of us have a lot of these error messages kind of burned into our brains because we spent so long staring at them last night. So unfortunately, some of these avenues, you know, they start drying up. After enough times trying to check out my cart at Target, eventually it just deletes the items from the cart. It took way too long. It like gave me hope too much. It was like, okay, well, if it's sold out, then like don't let me. There's always a proceed to checkout button. Like take that away. Eventually, it finally did. It just deleted everything but like the camera or whatever from my cart. So I just Target's done, and then I'm reading online that Target is having big problems. They're canceling pre-orders at this point. So it's like, all right, well, that's not going to happen. GameStop just never moved. It never moved an inch. I tried multiple times.
Because GameStop's pre-orders didn't go live until the day after Arlo.
That's not happening. And you know what happened with Walmart? Walmart, the page finally refreshed
in the afternoon,
and it brought me to the screen, the purchase screen, and it gave me a timer. It gave me 10 minutes to complete my purchase. So I put it all in my cart, and I tried to check out, and it said, sorry, sold out. So why? So the obvious question is, why did you say I had like I? It's like there's a line outside of the store, And, all right, come in. You've waited long enough. It's your turn. Come on in. You can buy one, and then you get there. All right, let's see if we have any left. Nope, sorry. You've got 10 minutes to not buy it, and then I presume that I left, and then someone behind me, hey, congratulations, you waited long enough. Come on in. Let's see if we got any. Nope, we don't have any. Just like, what do you... So it was baffling seeing a countdown timer right below the words sold out. You have 5 minutes to purchase nothing. So Walmart did not work out either. My options were dwindling, and
Where the hell did he get one from then? I thought it was going to be Walmart.
To me not being very competitive or confident in this process, I also have in recent years, I've done, maybe even just a year, I've started to do a really good job of turning off my work brain when I'm not at work, and it's been really integral to me being able to just rest and feel like a person, and that has helped me sleep better and all that stuff. So basically, like, I treat my evenings like they are sacred. Like, do not even talk to me about work. I have to like pull the brain apart there. So anytime I have to do, and I've also been focusing a lot on just overall relaxation, you know, good like sleep cycle stuff, circadian rhythms. I don't even want to look at a screen for hours before bed. And so now here I am, and it's late. It's my bedtime, basically. I don't want to be looking at a screen. I want to be sitting in a dark room, just like chilling, listening to music or something. Maybe playing around on the piano.
I want to do that
or,
right
like,
now,
practicing
but in my
drums,
bed.
Just doing something like really chill. And I'm in here in my office, and the light's on, and I'm staring at these multiple screens, and I'm like in like active mode, you know, where I'm doing something where the stakes are really high and it's kind of intense and it's anxiety inducing. And I'm like, I reached the point where I wanted to give up pretty darn early. Like, it was not long. It was maybe 20 minutes before I was like, I mean, yeah, I don't want to sit here all night. I don't want to stay up till 1 in the morning and be miserable tomorrow and sleep terribly.
Instead, I want to stay up until 4 in the morning and be miserable playing Crash 3.
Being all anxious and thinking about work and trying to compete and race against all these other people and dealing with all of the failing technology. All these things are all crashing. It's not working. So, like, yeah, I was really on the verge for quite a long time to just being like, nah, I just don't want to deal with it. Again, I'll just wait and see if I can find someone who has an extra one that they'll sell me. That's where I'm at. Didn't take long to get there, but
It'd be pretty tough considering it was limited one per person.
Because there was always something pulling me along, like having the Walmart one sitting there, saying technically I was in line. That kept me going, and then eventually, finally, Best Buy. The pre-order button popped up, and it seemed that people were getting in. And and again, I really didn't deserve to get one because I was so slow. By the time I realized, like, I had stopped refreshing it every 30 seconds for like 10 minutes, and then I was like, oh no, that like people have been getting in the line without me. So I finally get in, and it just, you know, it's like Walmart. It says you're in line, and I'm not feeling super confident. It didn't work for Target. It didn't work for Walmart. And then, of course, you have the whole, like, the mental anguish, the whole, like, okay, should I be going for the main bundle, or should I be going for the regular one, or should I be going for these other, because, you know, Best Buy, they're such jerks. They'll take this highly sought-after item, and they'll bundle it with a bunch of junk, so it's like, oh, sorry, some of our Switch 2s are bundled with all this stuff that you don't want. They did the same thing all the way back with the launch of the DS. Even in the store, they were like shrink wrapping things together so that you had to buy them together if you're desperate. I don't know how they get away with that, but apparently they're still doing it. So I'm like, I don't want to give them the satisfaction. I don't want to go for one of those bundles. But if that's my only option, then do I have to? Or more, it's just like, is everybody going for, can you only get in line for one thing at a time? Everybody's going for the regular bundles. Would I be better off going for one of the weird ones, or just something bundled with the SD card, or just something like that? I don't see this. I hate this. I hate it so much.
Wouldn't the SD card make sense though? Because it's a new type of SD card. It's not compatible with the Switch 2 isn't compatible with existing micro SD cards, and I presume Arlo doesn't just have an Express micro SD card just lying around already that he can repurpose. So wouldn't it make sense to get the bundle that includes the micro SD card that you're going to need for no matter what, regardless, inevitably anyway?
Much, but whatever. I got in the line for just the regular Mario Kart bundle, and every minute that went by, I was like, all right, I think I'm done. I'm gonna go to bed. But I couldn't stop because I was there in that line, and there was always this idea. It could work. It could just work. And I really grappled with this. So yeah, what if it does work, but it doesn't work till 3 in the morning? You know, or you wait until 3 in the morning and then you give up and you go, I wish I didn't wait that long. I should have just given up early and went to bed because I like going to bed. You have no idea. Especially the older I get, I need my bedtime. And then it did, and then it refreshed. It did. I don't know. I kind of like suddenly it just refreshed, and there was another countdown timer. It was a 10-minute timer, and it said, okay, you can buy this now. And I'm like, really? And it's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, we've been through this before. Did it on Target and Walmart. I go through it. It finally lets me pick the right store. It even lets me pick store pickup. I was afraid that I was going to have to get it shipped because in most of these cases, you had to select shipping. But I'm like, no, I want to do like a midnight launch or something. And the whole time I'm like, okay, it's working, but is it really working? You know, I even have to like.
You're gonna send them the cancellation email after the trolls are gonna cancel Arlo's Switch 2 pre-order.
I hope you're actually holding a unit for me. Because I'm not doing it super fast. I'm using up this 10 minutes, and by now I'm tired. I'm having to like triple check that everything is right. I'm buying the right thing. The right payment details are there. And I get all the way to the end. Everything looks good. Set for store pickup. It's the bundle I want. It's the regular Mario Kart bundle. And I click purchase. And it works. It worked. I got it. And at that point, I'm like, all right, Target has been canceling pre-orders. There's a absolutely fine chance that I will have my pre-order canceled. They will realize that they gave out too many pre-orders and they don't have that many units. And hey, it's still even possible that when we get closer to launch, they'll realize they didn't get as many units as they wanted, as they were originally allocated. But I woke up this morning and I checked my email and I did not receive any kind of update talking about a cancellation. So at least at this moment, it seems that, yes, I did it.
Unlike Dave.
I somehow, despite
I saw no email about a cancellation.
Really not wanting to stay up past my bedtime. I did it. It took a couple hours. I mean, it might have been an hour and a half. 2 hours, probably more like an hour and a half of sitting there, but it did happen. And I'm surprised, I'm really surprised that it happened, but it did. And I ended up getting a pre-order from the store that I wanted to. I got the bundle with the Mario Kart, so I saved the $30. There you go. It was quite the experience.
And he still gets to write it off on his taxes. What a winner!
For now. Still
I'm just overhating at this point.
There you go.
Because I keep losing.
So yeah, I imagine a lot of people had similar experiences last night. It was a thing.
I had no similar experience. I walked into a store and did pre-order. It was just that easy, just that simple. For real, for real.
Whatever. They don't just sell video games. They sell every possible product that anyone could want, and yet there are still enough gamers, still enough people who just want this one product to completely overwhelm these websites. Not just the gaming section of Target.com, not just this item, not just the Switch item, no. The entire website just buckling under the pressure. So yeah, if any of you have a fun, harrowing stories about your experiences pre-ordering the Switch 2, let us know in the comments. That could be maybe a fun thing to share.
No, off the ramp.
Yeah, it's a relief. It's a relief. Cautiously optimistic that it'll work out. Really, trying not to think about the greater situation. Really hoping this isn't like our one batch of Switches that we're gonna get here in the US for now, because it's gonna be too expensive later. I really don't know. I really don't know. But yeah, hope if you wanted one, I hope you were able to get one.
Well, he got his Switch in spite of the tariff thing? The thing with the tariffs or whatever? Alright, let's see if I can do it this time. This is it. This is the run. This is the run. This has to have been at least like a fifth of the stream at this point. Just this one level. It's not the run. Oh, dude. What's weird is that okay, I have the one for Orange as fault, don't I? The Knight of L's? Wrong. You saw me get platinums earlier. But I know you were just waiting to say that. Which one did I get it on? Yeah, dude, I did this one on like the first one of the, whoa, I'm pretty sure I reset. But the first completed run I did, it was a platinum. Most of these levels, I either get the gold on the first full run, or in one case I got a sapphire. But this is like one of the few levels I did where the first completed run was the platinum already. And this is the motorcycle level that's in the final world, or final hub room of the main story. And then we got this one. Yeah, and I still gotta do Future Frenzy. Fucking hell, late night at work, just got home. Ivan, I'm about to end. I'm sorry. I won't be your entertainment as we segue into the morning time. Well, I didn't think I'd push it to another Crash 3 stream, but we're gonna have to, because it is late. The stream already started late, and we got 21 out of 31 relics. 18 are platinum, 2 are gold, 1 are sapphire. I'm assuming these are the 2 future levels. Some more levels in Warp Room 4 and 5. For gimmick levels, it really is just the motorcycle ones I got left to do. Oh, and a couple of the Coco ski levels. And the gems, so 2 of the gems are from the Future Tense level. 1 gem comes from Coco, just for having all the other gems up to that point. And then... where were the last gems from? Oh, Rings of Power. There, yeah. And to unlock Rings of Power, I gotta get 4 more relics. So I don't even have the final for real level unlocked yet. I don't. I never did. Okay, but I won't bore you any longer with this L gameplay. I'll rest, take a siesta, come back stronger, and we'll hit it on the next one. Thank you so much, guys, for joining me for a very late, relatively short style Dingus stream. It's 5 hours. It's considered short for me. Is Goon still live? I think we'll say hi to Goon. Once again, we got the Mario Kart thing happening Saturday. I don't know what the start time is still. Anne hasn't decided. But if because I won't get home until in the evening time, so if they start like in the afternoon and just because the idea is to go the whole day until anime night. So if they start in the afternoon, I won't initially be there, but I will for sure join later as the evening unfolds. Depending on, again, the start time, it could be, again, they have not decided on anything. Goon is still live. We'll go to Goon's place. And he actually is playing Dead by Daylight this time. Alright, but Crash 3 will continue maybe Sunday. And Sly 4 sadly pushed back until we can get the rest of these fucking gems and relics. Fuck you, Naughty Dog. Fuck you, Neil Druckmann. And could you imagine if 100% was required? If relics require, if 100% required relics in Crash 1 and 2, this playthrough really would be never-ending. Thankfully, only 3 requires them. Alright, but I hope everyone has a good morning. I'm gonna say morning because it is morning. And yeah, that's all I got. We did make it to the end of... Oh, you're right, Jesse Bash. I meant from the original trilogy, though. Like, I'm not talking about any spin-offs or future games after the trilogy. I'm just... In the context of the trilogy, the games included in this collection, only 3 need social relics for 100%. He's about to end? Okay. Fuck, what else was it? What was I gonna say? You fucking derailed me. Oh my god, what was I gonna say? Jesse, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something and then you, like, literally derailed me. My mind is blown a fuse. I legit cannot remember. Thanks for stopping by. That is not what I was gonna say, but you fucked with me. It's so late and I'm so tired that I completely shut down as a human being, as a person. Thanks for stopping by. Big ups to the Dingus, the Dongas, and the Swollen ___ ones who made it to the end of another disastrous stream. Sorry, I could not finish the game tonight. I was still missing some relics and gems. I know where the gems are. The relics is just a matter of my tenacity, of which I have none right now, so please understand. Big ups Beer Joe, thanks for making it in. Thank you to Jamsies. Jamsies the Queen. Ray with a party of 11. JC, 200X, thank you. The Prime, 22 months. He could have used it anywhere, but he decided to use it here, of all places, on a stream. On this stream of all streams. Oh wait, I remember. We made it to the end of the Arlo backlog. Arlo backlog is complete. The only video remaining is one about Nintendo Switch 2 editions. And it's a main channel video. It's not even a rambling video. It's actually scripted. But outside of that, assuming he doesn't upload any more videos between now and the next time we watch shit, whoa, we know Arlo to watch. Essentially, effectively. You're probably asking, Dingus, if you hate watching Arlo so much, why do you watch him at all? Well, it's not that I hate watching him, it's that you guys hate watching him. He's just a comfort cow, there's nothing wrong with that. All the other videos are just like miscellaneous videos that people have recommended to me to take a look at, and a shitload of true crime. You know, a couple dreading, couple ooh-woo. Thing is, like, sometimes the true crime doesn't want to embed, and you know how I feel about that, so I'll have to see if those videos can even be embedded, but I will do that on my own time. Okay, I said we would raid Goon, so that's what we're gonna do. Oh, wait, he ended! Okay, we are not raiding Goon. Goon panic ended, because he saw that I was gonna raid him again. It's over. Could go to Conky, could go to Bread. Tevin is on BRB. Oh, dude, Jinx just went live? Let's go to Jinx's house. Dingus's queens are live? Well, we gave Conky and Goon a raid this week. We didn't raid Jinx this week. Actually, we gave Bread a raid this week too. Look, it's not that I am showing bias towards the queens on my screen. It's that I'm being fair with the divvying up of the raid targets. You fucking moron. Bye-bye. Adios and meet me time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we didn't see you, hopefully we will see you next time. If I could see myself in the mirror each and every single day, hopefully I can inspire viewers like you, Rue, to see yourselves or themselves in their mirrors each and every single day. Dingus says this while touching a picture of bread like the Wolverine meme. Yeah. Swollen double underscore Simpus. Shut up! You were gonna get raided, and then you heard me at 2% say that I was gonna raid you again, and then you rage quit the stream to gaslight me into raiding a woman so that you could call me swollen double underscore Simpus. I know what this is about. She literally just booted up. She's not even ready to talk yet. She's gonna play Brown Dust 2. It's a gotcha game. Gotcha. Go hang out over there, or go fuck off and do whatever. I don't care. Xenoblade tomorrow. Bye-bye.